A chaotic 8 hours lie ahead of us in the Make-A-Wish International Drive for Wishes 2025 as we descend on the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. 3 classes of competition, but with the added spice of donations bringing in a bit of chaos, it's time to raise some money for Make-A-Wish International. Glad you joined us here on RaceSpot TV, the iRacing Esports Network. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Lewis McLeod to kick off all of the action. Lewis, you and I, we've commentated on our fair share of charity races. We've commentated on our fair share of races at Road Atlanta as well, but we throw the two together and I think we're in for a bit of fun here on a Sunday.
Look, we're signed in for maximum banter here, Arjuna. I do think it's going to be a really fun race, 8 hours, and of course for a great cause as well. You can already see in the bottom left, donations have been pouring in, including quite a few big ones today. So I mean, look, this is going to be a great race, and you know it's already off to a pretty good success before we've even started. I think we're going to have a fun one.
30,000 was the amount raised in the first Drive for Wishes, hoping we can surpass that as well. And we've got all sorts of incentives to try and get you to help us raise money for Make-A-Wish. Things like carpool karaoke, if you're feeling so brave. Not for me and Lewis, though. Please don't do that to either of us. We also have the ability to donate for a caution. And Lewis, I'm just taking a look at our race control sheet. An 8-hour race, we've already got 4 cautions, 1 in each of the first 4 hours lined up.
Yeah, lovely. Just to clarify, by the way, automatic veto. I will absolutely not be singing on this broadcast. I'm ill or something. I don't know. Make up an excuse for me, Arjuna. Thanks.
Race driver excuses. There you go.
Obviously, we've seen a lot of these races where they've brought in, basically things that you donate for, and then things happen to cars. I like the fact that we get courses and stuff. It's going to make things interesting. Also, a few other things to talk about. We've got a prize for the best livery, which is voted on, I think, by you lot at home, it should be a lot of fun.
Yep, no, take a look at some of the liveries. Qualifying underway right now because you'll be helping us to pick the best livery. There's also a couple of auctions going on, so some really interesting prizes, and so we'll sprinkle some of the links around as we dive our way through the course of the day. There's 8 hours of racing. We'll have plenty of commentators, plenty of faces on your screen as well. So glad that you join us again here for the Drive for Wishes 2025. That is one of the best webcams that I think, Lewis, you and I, we have ever seen.
Yeah, I know. To the point where I'm like, now, get a bit of cardboard, cut it out, stick it on, and go and do a lap like that. Properly.
That's got to be like AI. You know, that's got to be like a program that he's written that's like adjusting it as he goes. That's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. It's a little insane. Look, and you can even see that he's on the broadcast. Hello. There we go. Nice one. Nice one. Obviously, we're in qualifying at the moment. We're about to move into the race once qualifying's over, as is per the standard. But still, though, I'm sure people, they're still desperate on winning. Yeah, it's still a race.
Absolutely. That apparently was Mark Calver. Just reading into some of our chat. So do say hello to Lewis and myself. See the times as they sprinkle on in. 3 classes, LMP3, then the GT4 and the MX5. So that's going to be a fun combo when we get some of the traffic on top of one another. Quad Dash Racing in that livery that we've been keeping an eye on might be a contender for best livery of the day. To the top, 125.972, 114.400 though for the LMP3. So Lewis, 11 seconds or so between each of the classes right now. Yeah,
which actually percentage-wise is pretty good. That's better than what I see in even when it comes to car selection and some proper pro championships and such. Getting that balance. Obviously, you don't want. There's a fine margin between having too much and too little. Oh, that's a bit of a crash there from Brennan over the top of the hill. We've taken part in some charity races where I think the pace differential from the top class to the bottom class is maybe a little bit too large. I was thinking this will be all right.
Yes, and especially in our particular team, the pace discrepancy between the fastest driver and the slowest driver, although the fastest driver also tends to crash a lot anyway.
Well, the ego from you, man.
I just had to throw that one in. That was the second fastest driver on our team, to be fair. Dan Kell was pretty good.
Dan Kell was the fastest, yeah, for sure.
At the end of the day, a race like this with the safety cars every hour, as we've got for the first 4, survive. That's all you've got to really do, and you'll be brought back into contention. There's also an incentive that's going to put the MX-5s at the front of the field for one of the restarts, I believe. That will be quite interesting. And I've just seen, by the way, 3 carpool karaokes have come in, Lewis, and we're not even 6 minutes into qualifying right now. New pole sitter and LMP3s as we watch the 371 It's Point Motorsports. Hope I got that team name correctly. A Hyperion, though, to the top of LMP3.
Yeah, we're going to struggle with some of the team names, even though like they're actually not that bad. We're normally used to a lot worse, to be fair. But I think that's kind of part of it. Is we're ready for a lot of really corny team names, and then to be fair, most of these are all right. But like you say, getting a good look at some of these liveries. You know me, I like to talk about liveries quite a lot, so I'm keeping my eye out, and I'm seeing if I can spot my favourite from a mile away. I'm looking for this race. I think I'm looking for big memes, to be honest.
Big memes? Okay, yeah. So the biggest memes will make Lewis the happiest, but
they have to be the right style, mate.
I was going to say, there's got to be some choice to the meme as well, right? There's got to be some thought placed into where you put each one, how they tie together. There's got to be an overall theme that gets achieved at the end of the day, right? Out of the final corner, it's a big plunge as well for these MX-5s. The 371 looking for about half a second right now to the pole. Sim Racing 47, so 136.082. It's not going to be an improvement in time, I believe. Another attempt, though, as they continue running around for qualifying.
Yeah, they only get 4 laps in this race, so they don't. Yeah, it's in this qualifying, by the way. That's what I meant. It's not unlimited. It's not the entirety of the 15-minute session. Just the 4 laps. Once those laps are done, as you will know from having done qualifying, I'm sure, sat at home. Once your 4 laps are done, that's your session over. You pull off into the pit lane. You can keep going around the circle. There's almost no point. Pull off into the pit lane and get ready for the race. But yeah, I think 4 laps should be more than enough to get the most out of a car around here.
I think so. That might be something where some drivers are going out for 1 lap, coming back in if they feel like they push the tyres a bit too much, but might depend class to class. Project 91 had gone to second in GT4, but PWR Motorsports pipped them. Here comes the Vandelay Community number 3 across the line. No improvement from 6. They get bumped down as Boosted Motorsport and Will Ford in the 196 jump up to second. That was a little bit out of shape for the 29 onto the back straightaway. Might be a lap compromise there in the Potato Nation Streamers car. It's a great team name. You know I love an asymmetric livery as well.
Yeah, that is quite an asymmetric livery as well. That's competing for most asymmetrical, even though I think there's I prefer an asymmetrical livery diagonal, but that's fine. Straight in the middle. I will say, of the times that we saw in practice, the LMP3s are already faster than they were in practice. The top time in practice was the Soul Precision car, which set a 14.0. We're already into the 13, mid to low 30s. We'll see Matt York come through the final corner and prove into 4th position. So that's pretty solid. The top time in GT4, though, was a 25.0. That was by Brabham, who the legend Aidan Millward. No, that's fine. It's not a legendary. At the moment, not qualifying so great in the GT4 category. And then the top time in the MX-5s was a 35.3. So those 2 categories, GT4 and the MX-5s, realistically can go a fair amount faster.
They're not going to go consistently fast during the race itself, though. If you're new to the world of multi-class racing, well, welcome. Road Atlanta is known for being chaotic in its own regard. The first sector, quite tight. There's only 1 line realistically, unless you're feeling brave and you want to push the poor MX-5 off the road. Attrition's going to be quite high, you'd have to assume. Alex Gillen out of the final corner in that Ligier LMP3, 14.891, so 1.4 seconds off of the pole, but 17 in the iRacing squad number 41. I recently learned what Riz means, Lewis, so I feel educated now. I did.
Go on,
I have.
Explain it.
Oh no, I don't want to do that on this.
Explain for the masses, please.
It's being cool like an Oreo. There you go.
Cool. Thanks.
Got myself out of that one.
Yeah, no, you did. That was pretty well dug out, to be fair, because I got no idea what it means. That one would need to have like Zach Sweeney and Dara. They need to jump in and explain. I will say, when it comes to some of this young terminology, we did get a little fact sheet from a lot of the drivers. Quite a lot of drivers on this grid, I like seeing this, have 15, some even 20 years of sim racing experience. It's more than some of these people have been alive.
Oh yeah, that is true. What's the most amount? I saw 17 years. I think that's the highest that I saw in terms of experience. Maybe 20 something as well, but we'll talk about some of these drivers, the factoids they've given us through the race as well. Got safety car periods to fill the downtime. 1:14.261, so 8/10 off for the LMP3 that crosses the line. On pole, though, as it stands right now, Mirandus M Squad, Daniel Morad in the LMP3s, Quad Dash Racing and Tristan Engelstad in the GT4s, and then Paul Sim Racing and Aidan Pohl in the MX5. Still a couple of times, still potentially trickling in.
By the way, just to clarify back to the point of longest, the Boost Media, Will Ford, it says on and off for about 30 years, but more serious since 2018. Now that obviously is, not, it depends how you define sim racing and stuff like that, because everyone's definition's a little bit different, and that's fine, but that's a long time to be playing racing games, so that's fine. See James Packer out through the final corner, 14th position at the moment. Don't know if we'll see too many more improvements, as I'm pretty sure most people's allocation of lap time probably has come to a close.
You can continue running around the track, but like Lewis mentions, not going to set any improvements. I think the one exception to that might be the Eclipse Racing Esports 813 in LMP3, although they've just crossed the line and no improvement for them. So I think that officially means qualifying session done and dusted, with one, I think, team not setting a time in the prototype category. Every other competitor able to represent themselves onto the board. It's a bit of a slide out of the final corner. We're already at $8,164 raised, and our goal was $10,000, and we haven't even seen the green flag drop for the race itself. So don't forget, it's your opportunity to scan that QR code, throw some of your donations into the pile, and maybe pick some of the interesting incentives. I think that's the best way that we can describe them. Carpool karaoke, or Lewis, I tell you what, if you don't want to sing, can we get you to impersonate your favorite driver? No?
I'm not good at the only person I can impersonate is myself.
And even that's
That's very questionable.
Yeah, there you go. Our producer Hugo is going to throw up some of the incentives. Okay, so if we're not going to get Lewis to do the copycat, step aside, it's the pits, $20 for each of those, Lewis. Not a bad set of incentives by any means. Now, the one thing about the It's the Pits one is that, let's say that those start to stack up. We'll start seeing some changes up and down the field.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say I quite like the donations here. They're not crazy expensive, and also there's some good vibes in that one. What was the ones that we had to deal with? We were telling a dad joke.
Oh yeah, there was a come into pit lane and tell a dad joke. Our dad jokes were not appropriate for broadcast, so zip it, Lewis, no more. Flip it and reverse it. That one is pretty spectacular, I've got to say. And I think the safest way to do that is they've been told, Lewis, turn 7. You've got to turn around there and back down the entire back straightaway in reverse.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, you got to think of some safety in it. Liking the $10 donation Uno reverse there, though. I like that.
Oh, it's just such a. How many times does that stack up as well, right? Like, can I Uno reverse your Uno reverse?
Surely, well, actually, that's for charity. You can do it.
It's for charity, right? You can do whatever you want.
Keep doing it. No, that's fine. Yeah, it's chill.
And here's some of the auctions that we mentioned. An ASR 3 Generation 2 rig. You can scan the QR code and learn a bit more about that. There's a couple of other prizes as well. An iRacing VIP account was one that I noted. SimLab pedal set XP1 load cell pedals as well. Those would be pretty handy for those of you starting your sim racing journey. Same thing to be said for a Gomez Sim Industry Hyper P1 Ascent racing wheel. LEDs and screens and all the buttons that you could ever hope for. And there you go. That's the one that I was really excited about, Lewis, mainly because I was thinking about all that money I've spent on iRacing over the years.
I'm surprised you didn't have a VIP account yourself. You've been talking a lot about iRacing and positively. They've not offered you one?
Oh no, we've got enough though. iRacing's treated us nicely.
I see. You're not a VIP. Gotcha. No worries. Just checking.
Just regular IP.
Wow, just a P.
Just to be indeed. Here we go. Let's take a look at the starting grid ready to go for Drive for Wishes 2025. Don't forget, scan that QR code and help us raise money for Make-A-Wish here in 2025. Daniel Morad puts it on pole, and by quite a margin over the rest of the field. Let's see what the multiple-time Rolex 24 winner can do, alongside Hyperion Racing from the front. Project 91 by racedata.ai, alongside of York Sport Racing on row 2, with Straight Line Racing for Wishes, alongside PWR Motorsport on row number 3. It's a big field of LMP3s. Another one of the Moradness M Squad cars, the ASR entry alongside of Cornish Lawnmower Racing on row 4. Edge of the top 10 for Nerdy Core XP, a special team. We'll talk more about them across of the race, alongside of Eclipse Racing Esports Solar. Second Hyperion car, 11th for the 44. Maximum Effort Motorsports only able to get 12th with their maximum effort. 13th, and hopefully not unlucky 13th for Racing Without Limits. And then the Eclipse Racing Esports Lunar entry alongside on row 7. Potato Nation Spuds alongside the Brereton Motorsports number 30. Grid Up Sim Racing, iRacing Squad 17th and 18th. And to close out the top 20, it's the second Cornish Lawnmower Racing car, Pit Stop Party Animals alongside. Love that livery as well. Take a look at the field. You'll be voting for which one looks the best. Vermilion Racing, Team Lee Watson, and then the rest of the LMP3 field scrolling on your screen. Lewis, talk to us about the GT4s.
Yeah, indeed. Still got a few of these to go through. The Quad Dash Racing car is the one that starts from pole position, and I'm quite fond of that livery, by the way. I think it works really nicely, but we'll talk about that in a moment. Boosted Media, that's the one that does, I think it has Will Ford behind the wheel, who of course was one of the drivers who I said had so much experience in sim racing. Got PWR Motorsport and Project 91 Racing with the under the radar. They might go under the radar on the way to a victory. Who knows? Schadenfreude fodder. I mean, try and read that one out 1,000 times quickly. That's in 6th position with the Vandalay Community Racing car. JR3 Racing in 8th position, and then Ada Millwood for Brabham will be starting this one from 9th. Had decent pace in practice. Orange Army Racing with JIRC will start from inside the top 10 with 13.22, and Team 922 Racing from 12th position. One final one. It's your team. It's Bum Racing.
It's the quality of my driving at the very least. Pole Sim Racing, 3/10 clear of the field in the MX-5. They'll be alongside Wishing for Speed as they get underway. Potato Nation Streamers, and then it's Cap Point Motorsport. We've still got to figure out how to say that team name. Row 2, Geezer 3D Racing for James, 5th and 6th positions. Loving these liveries, by the way, on what is one of my most favorite cars to watch race in the world of iRacing. Globe Oil 6-man team. I'm assuming there's 6 drivers for 8 hours alongside the Keith Says Yes Motorsports number 12. Solprec Precision Racing, Aerospeed, and then Team Heat together. The 11 MX-5 that will do battle as we watch the prototypes crest the top of turn number 5 on their formation lap, getting some temperature into the tires because it's pretty cool, all things considered. 66 Fahrenheit is about the coldest it can get. 70 Fahrenheit, not the minimum temperature for the track, but Lewis, the tire is definitely going to be feeling a little bit on the first and second laps.
Exactly. Just because it's for charity doesn't mean that it's not going to be difficult on that first lap. I would be expecting a crash. Didn't we have one in IMSA Esports a couple of years ago before the race even started? Yeah, of course. I was going to talk about this car, by the way, which we just said about memes and stuff. That Wishing for Speed MX-5, for one of the best names on the grid. That's a classic in a Drive for Wishes 2025. They're called Wishing for Speed. Fantastic. And also there's some good memes on it and some colours. That one might be up there for me. It's not quite number 1, but it's up there.
There's some pretty spectacular ones. I will say as well, I've just been looking at some of the penalties that are coming courtesy of donations. Quad Dash Racing, Pole Citizen GT4 have been set to pit lane by guess who? Second in GT4 Boosted Motorsport. Now that could be reversed, Lewis, but that's the fun we're in for. 8 hours thrown onto the clock.
Yeah, indeed. I was about to go and check as to how many fast repairs we've got. I don't know if you got a number on that one, but we might be needing a few throughout the day, as the answer's none, by the way.
No, I think the answer is no limit. So infinite fast repairs incoming. Oh, this should be a fun evening. We've already raised $8,000. Our goal, $10,000 here for the Drive for Wishes 2025. It's all in support of Make-A-Wish International. Up front, Daniel Morad gets the racing underway from Road Atlanta. And all 3 classes going at it down to the opening corner. A swap around as Project 91 already grabbed second in the LMP3 class. Quad dash and boosted wheel to wheel, but single file holds as is for the GT4s. MX-5s, Paul Sim Racing with a great start, but chaos through turn 3 for the LMP3s.
Yeah, but again, like you said, we've got infinite fast repairs to keep that foot pinned. No, obviously we're still early in an actual race, it's fine. Did see that the boosted media car had basically got the race lead in the GT4s down towards T1 before the quad dash racing car was firing its way straight back through, and now they've already got a 1.6 second lead courtesy of this LMP3 carnage as they work their way through the S's.
It's kind of what you expect on the start, and now some big blocks. The Porsche really covering off any moves. That was the Project 91 racing team machine, as now through the straight, anything but straight, both left and right, up and down. It's undulating as you run to the braking zone. Gravity works against you, and we're going to fan out 3 wide. No commitment, though, under the anchors. It's the 7 Miranda's M Squad entry that's left on the outside. They've already lost a whole bunch of time to your race leader. That's going to cost them as well as the Nerdy Core XP48 goes around. Oh, and this is going to be uncomfortable. GT4's incoming. Watch the rejoin. Thank you, Nathan Deering.
Yeah, right in the middle of it to cover up the Nerdy Core car. They'll get back going again, but yeah, that was a little bit messy. There's a car doing a little bit of rally cross as well, so that's fine. Rejoining as they work their way through turn 4 and then down through the S's. A bit of chaos at the opening portion of this race. Basically, as we're expecting, side by side through the S's, all a bit of contact, and there's one stationary.
And he's beached, and so he's just had to take a tow back to pit lane. So Doug Sorrentino in the Hyperion racing car that would have started, what, second in this race. Big drama, but this is kind of what we're expecting. Big moves as well. That's for 8th and 9th position through 6 and 7. Corner that's tighter than 90 degrees, and so you always want to try and get onto the power as early as possible. These LMP3s have a tendency to pogo as well, so drive off the corner, and not always easy. They're 2x2. Interesting that these cars already, Lewis, 11 seconds behind the race leader, but again, we've got safety cars incoming. They know they can afford to go at it hammer and tongs.
Yeah, when you know you've got a safety car inbound, you might as well go after it. Maybe that's a little bit too much, though. Oh my goodness, the maximum effort car also got into the rear end there, and it's all come to a slow. The Racing Without Limits car, well, now they're racing without a rear end.
Is it going to come to pit lane? No. Remember, infinite fast repairs. You only lose the time to transit down the lane. Project 91 by Race Data AI. They're the first to work their way down towards pit lane. Oh, we're playing ping pong on the main straightaway. What is that rejoin from the Solpec Precision car? Oh, close for comfort and still trying to get pointed in a straight line. That rear end is broken.
Yeah, and the Racing Without Limits cars also returned to pit lane. I think it'll be a fairly long tow there as well for the Solpec Precision LMP3. Absolute chaos as the GT4s were working their way through there, but you know that's I guess that's just how it goes. Got the maximum effort car there. We saw a bit of damage on the rear end. I think quite a few cars have got some damage on them already.
Just a little bit. Paul Sim Racing lead in the MX-5s, wishing for speed, which is one of the greatest team names in the world of sim racing. Only half a second off the back bumper, with then the Geezer 3D, also a top 10 legendary team name of all time, sat in the final step of the podium right now. And then can see the margin starting to build, Lewis. Globe Oil 6-man team only have 3 drivers, by the way. They're in 5th position, somewhat separated by all of this traffic, and they've run wide and are still in the grass at the top of the shot.
The amount of people driving onto the grass and gravel, I'm actually surprised that no one picked their favourite driver to be Sebastian Loeb, which I am disappointed at in the entire grid, but that's fine. There's a lot of rally driving happening at the moment, and I don't mean that in a good way.
Well, you know, I don't know if Road Atlanta is so harsh, but there are certain tracks, if you run off into the grass, you get a bill that you've got to pay. So, yeah, that would be slightly uncomfortable. I've just seen, by the way, the PWR Motorsports car, the 08, it had a spin through turn 5, so they've dropped a whole bunch of positions. It's absolute bedlam to start this race. Soft, 3 wide off of 7, not typically what you expect, but it's pretty testy at the start of this race. Not even 5 5 minutes in.
Yeah, there was the, you can see it on your screen, the PWR motorsport car that you were alluding to, just getting past the Racing Without Limits car that's, I think, a lap or so down now at the moment, courtesy of having to come into the pit lane to repair the issues for the rear end. So they're already a lap down under the, at the start of this race. Bit of a lock-up as well. That was from Racing Without Limits, clearly without track limits.
Yes, no ABS as well in these cars, so if you do lock up, it's pretty difficult to slow them down. At least they've got some downforce compared to what we would have seen with them in the iRacing Roar. That's just two different classes with two totally different concepts of speed, and bam, the MX-5, the big loser.
That was a proper whack. My goodness, we were looking at the straight line racing for Wishes. That was an absolute thump to the rear end of the Aero Speed car. Oh, that's a big crash.
Helps if I unmute myself. Not the first time that I'm going to make that mistake on this broadcast, I'm thinking. That was just monumental. Lewis, you and I, we've commentated on our fair share of crashes as well. We mentioned the one in IMSA Esports, but that's the thing with an LMP3 and MX-5, right? It's a class discrepancy that you might not typically see in the real world for reasons like that, as the poor Aero Speed 33 and Dennis Alley found out right there.
Yeah, indeed. It does the full 360. I'd say that's a relative hold, considering you've been thumped. Yeah, that was a little bit messy as the straight line racing for Wishes car was working its way through. I mean, look, that's not the last time that we're going to see that this afternoon. That is for sure. They're just getting past the MX-5 leaders now at LMP3. So, yeah, the pace discrepancy, again, it is quite high, as we can see the battle for second position in the MX-5 category, the Wishing for Speed, and then clearly one of your favourites, the Geezer 3D car.
I mean, come on, that's a
cracking name.
It's a pretty great team name at the end of the day, so I've got to give them their kudos there. Yeah, this traffic's quite crazy, isn't it? And with the amount of fast repairs, infinite, we'll see these cars return to the track sooner rather than later. The margin up front, though, for Pole Sim Racing, 2 full seconds, so totally out of drafting range at this point. So Wishing for Speed and Geezer 3D, they'll start to go at it. They got to be careful that they don't bring in the 371 slightly further behind that green MX-5 just at the back of the shot off the corner. Do like the almost 70s vibe on the Geezer 3D livery. It is very, very Miami almost.
It really is. It really does have that. What was that Far Cry 3 expansion? Blood Dragons?
Oh, yes. No, exactly. I know exactly what.
And I remember around that time, everyone was going for that sort of like a super 80s aesthetic. And now this fits the vibe. Just, I mean, the idea of putting yellow, blue, and pink together, it's just, there's only one era that can come out of. And there is a good move to move up into second position. Might not be done, though, as they work their way down to the final corner as they head through the penultimate turn and then dropping the 80-foot drop down to the final corner. The move is now complete.
Remember, we've seen some great racing in the MX-5s, the Global MX-5 Cup Series here at Road Atlanta, including beating and bashing down through the hill to the line, so always interesting. We do have some race control members here, so they're going to be trying to keep their eye on everything that's going out on track. That's going to be a tall order. I do not envy them by any means. The cleanest driver, though, the driver that receives the fewest penalties, or survives, to give it its correct terminology, will win a custom Drive for Wishes karting suit. That's a pretty cool award. The other thing is that the Team Spirit Award, they will receive a pair of gloves. So there you go, 4 pair of gloves for your 4 drivers, hopefully. So a couple of things, Lewis, for our teams to be thinking about, even if they don't win this race.
Yeah, exactly. I say having prizes up and down for various bits and bobs. I think it's quite important. I'm seeing some bump drafting, by the way, as we'll see a car come into the pit lane. Just seeing some bump drafting between the 2 Solpec Precision cars. And by the 2 cars, I mean the Solpec Precision MX-5 and the Solpec Precision LMP3. There was a bit of bump drafting. Rob Clark got a bit of extra horsepower as he was working down towards turn 7. So there's a little bit of banter happening out on the circuit. That's not the bump draft order I'd want, I'm not going to lie.
8 wheels are better than 4. That's what they say. I'm totally up for it. There's a couple of LMP3 cars worse for wear, by the way. York Sports Racing included amongst them. I am waiting, though. When are we going to get our first carpool karaoke? That's the question. Dario Frattini is on deck in the Solpec Precision Racing car, and so that's going to be hopefully sooner rather than later. That is hellacious at the top of turn number 3. This is at turn number 5. One by one, these incidents are starting to pile on up.
Yeah, indeed. But so's the money as well. We're nearly up to 10.
Oh!
We're nearly up to the main goal. That's why Matt York was in the pit lane.
That's why we're almost at $10,000 because of incidents like that, apparently. We know what the viewers want. More crashes, please.
Can I just say, I've seen a line that I've never seen before. I was just saying about the Solpec car is there's another bit of an issue for Pritchard and another one into the barrier. I saw someone go down the alternate pit entry. The alternate pit.
Oh, you mean the one on the outside?
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, I thought there was going to be an invisible barrier and I was about to see a car detonated. That was Ryan O'Connor in the Solpec Precision LMP3.
Change in your GT4 lead, by the way, as Quad Dash Racing, who had a quite significant lead. It was 15 odd seconds. Spun at turn 3, not showing too much damage, but they've now been demoted and they've gone off the track again, this time at turn 6. So to 4th and continuing to slide through the field as they rejoin the racing surface. It's now Boosted Media that lead in the 196. And I don't know, by the way, whatever happened to that penalty that we were talking about that came down to Quad Dash Racing, courtesy of their teammates, the rivals rather, Boosted Media.
Yeah, not 100% sure, but either way, they've had a bit of a penalty in the reason bars, but sent them down the order, which is the spins. I did see, by the way, it was speaking of the carpool karaoke. Obviously, there was one. Let's take a little look at this first, actually. Just out wide.
Marbles may be playing some part there.
Yeah, I mean, off the racing line anyway, those cars, they do get a little bit tail happy, so it makes sense. That's Matt York just cutting over the inside, I believe. Fair enough, it's what it is. What I was going to say, though, is Dario Frattini has been requested to sing Dolly Parton's 9 to 5. But I don't know when, where, or how this is going to happen, but I'm ready, and my body would be ready for it. Poor Dario.
No, it's live in the broadcast booth as the 99 gets tangled up with the 21. That's a little bit of traffic, I think, as well, playing its part.
Whoa.
What?
That was a big crash. Oh, there's just a big slide.
Oh, no. And there's an MX-5 that's in the... it's a Porsche, rather, that's in the wall. It's a 333. It's big junk down the back straightaway on the run into turn 6.
Well, do you know what? We're 13 minutes in, and this is exactly the chaos that I was expecting. In a positive way, this is banner.
I mean, the only thing is I'm disappointed, Lewis. We got Peter Mackay to sing the Backstreet Boys in a charity race that we did a few years ago. Are you really telling me that we can't... There's no amount of money that will get you to sing here today for Make-A-Wish?
Oh, my God, you're making me seem like a horrible person. But
you see exactly what I'm doing here.
But yeah.
All right, down to pit lane then for, I think that's Hyperion, no, Straight Line Racing for Wishes. They follow in Hyperion Racing, who've just dived in front of them. Pit lanes is a busy place right now, that's for sure. By the way, the penalties are starting to rack up for our race leaders. They've got a 20-second lead to Daniel Morad and the Moradness M squad, but they've now had a second come to pit lane penalty incentive put down on them. I haven't heard if they've chosen to reverse it or not.
Exactly. Oh, good. More drama. Yeah, I mean, look, let's say you can use that Uno reverse card, spend $10 and send it back. Goodness me. The chaos, like I say, just keeps coming in. 20-second lead, though, for the Moradness M squad. That's not holding.
No, that's definitely... I mean, at the end of the day, everybody's going to stop putting the penalties down onto Daniel Morad at some point.
Yep.
I'd almost, this is not how I believe real racing should go. I was at the Rolex 24 this year and screaming at the BMWs about what they were doing to the Corvette. But we need to get all the other LMP3 teams just sort of tactically form a wall in front of the 70 at this point, so he's not allowed to go fast, if you're picking up what I'm putting down.
I am somewhat. Oh my goodness, that is a whopper of ascent down into turn 7, trying to get past the Solpec Precision car, and well, not giving that one up, are they?
No, this is exactly what I was saying, though. What's what we need right now? They are how many laps down? Just 1 lap down at this point in time. But anything they can do to slow down Daniel Morad, very, very important to keeping the overall race picture alive. But Morad's pretty experienced at this track to give him his fair shake, and he makes the move with quite clinical ease down to the final corner.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, again, not a legit position. This is the a battle between laps, but still, Ryan O'Connor is putting up a fight, because I'm not going to lie. There's if this was in real life, obviously you wouldn't ever do this in real, but you'd have no marshals. It's whatever. It's fair game out there. You do what you do.
I like that analogy. We've got to, as Ryan O'Connor almost gets a little bit off into the grass as the MX-5 slows him down. We have to pretend there's no one on the flag stands, right? So there's no yellow flags being waved, no local yellows, just maximum chaos right now.
Yeah, indeed. Which is the way we like it. Just unreal. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that was an MX-5 murder right there.
Oh, Danny Morad, mate, absolutely eliminated the Giza 3D car. Oh, that is the kind of team name, though. They'll be marching down pit lane like Michael Schumacher, finding David Coulthard. They'll be charging down to the Moradness M Squad team.
You know what? And let me scan that QR code. I think Daniel Morad's earned a penalty for that little bit of contact. Let's watch this right here.
Just square into the back.
What do we always say, Lewis, to those that are new to the world of multi-class racing when they're in the slower class? What do we say?
Well, it's obviously always up to the faster category to work their way past cleanly. That weren't it.
Yes, I agree. All right, so let's go and find how do I get the penalty? Make them pay. That's the one I'm looking for. Select options. Bam. We are doing this live in real time as we watch a 3-car fight in this LMP3 class. Now, at this point, it's also sometimes hard to tell if it's a real 3-car fight or if there's traffic that's playing its part as well, which I think is part of the issue here. Nerdy Core XP are back in the fight now. That's a team representing Make-A-Wish Portugal, Lewis, so it's great to see them still up for the action, although the blinking in front of them surely causing them some consternation.
Yes, indeed. A few donations there come in, like you're seeing on your screen there. Did hear as well, there was a big donation coming in from Shoe125. I don't know if you're going to donate this kind of money, but still, $350 he gave to Boosted Media and said, good luck to the team, great cause. Sorry, not sorry for the penalties. Yeah, fair play.
You see, that's... First, thank you very much, Shoe125. But I think the way that I'm going to do this, Lewis, is now I've got to... We are the. If there's no marshals around the track, right?
We're the marshals.
We've got to start giving penalties, which means my wallet's going to start getting hit, right?
Well, to be fair, I mean, I'm not going to lie. After being sort of not team manager, but not really, I paid everyone's penalties in that charity race. So you know, I'm free to dish out some more. Don't worry. I'm not scared to chuck around.
Fair point. It is my time for my wallet to start being opened up. That's Finn McCall that's off the track, I'm pretty sure, in the pit stop party. No, the Breton Motorsports number 30 involved a battle with the pit stop party Animals car. And that's the green and orange that's still on the case of the Nerdy Core XP team up to turn number 1.
Yeah, that was predictable and messy, but that's fine. Again, that's going to happen a fair few times as they try and navigate a little bit of GT4 and MX-5 traffic here for the Nerdy Core XP car that has already been stationary today through the final complex, but works its way past quite nicely there. And you're absolutely right, the pit stop party Animals right on the rear end, almost dressed up. I was going to say, in a sense, from one side, it looks a little bit like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, but it's the wrong shade of green, and yes, you see what I mean from the side.
So the penalties have started to be enforced. Here comes Daniel Morad in pit lane. Not sure if this is a drive-through, a stop and go, or whatever it is, but it's going to cost them some time, that's for sure. Quad Dash Racing have been sent to pit lanes for a second time by Boosted Media, so I think that's going to mean I'll drop even further down the running order in that GT4 class. But I mean, even one penalty apparently not enough for Daniel Morad to give up the race lead here, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I think that makes it clear as to what the dealio is. It needs to be more than one penalty. That's fine. Keep this rolling. See how many Una reverse cards they can chuck out. And whilst we're at it, we're only like $20 away from the goal of 10 grand. So it is all rolling in as they're side by side here for second position in the LMP3s.
And it's a position now with a bit more importance given they are closer to Morad and the 70. It's a move for Edwin Onofre in the Eclipse Lunar 42. Nice move as well on Jeff Fleischman in the Moradis M-Score ASR car. They're 12 positions now gained since the start of this race.
Yeah, that was really tidy, just straight around the outside. Like you said, 14th all the way up to now second position. So they are flying up the order, the Eclipse Racing esports car. Again, I think one of the things I was saying about lap traffic when it comes to the MX-5s, GT4s that these LMP3s have to navigate, it's kind of one of those things that we don't normally think about. But another thing that I'm seeing a little bit of out there on the track at the moment, already after 21 minutes, is a lot of the categories are having to deal with lap traffic in their own class. And I don't mean going a lap down, I mean people unlapping themselves. There is a lot of that already.
It's what's making it quite difficult on occasion to figure out what's going on. Quad Dash Racing have just passed Schadenfreude Fodder. Oh, no, never mind. Instead, they turned them and caused some chaos down towards turn 4 and into the S's. But that's a fight for what is now 5th position. And I think, Lewis, we're going to have to take another one, a look at the replays. Now, do we blame the BMW or not?
It's
Don't
not
sit on the fence. Come on.
No, I'm sitting on the fence, mate. It's really nice up here. I've got a great view. No, I don't think it was on the BMW. Like, the thing is that BMW is quite far over to the right-hand side. Is that fair?
No, I mean, I agree with you, especially since I don't have to donate in this particular case. I'm gonna have to. I get to save that money for the 7 hours and 38 minutes that we've got remaining. I
mean, also the quad dash cars, like I said, that penalty's already come through for them. I did see the Nerdy Core XP car into the barrier, and that's explaining as to why. Oh, getting the double hit there for the 19. Yeesh.
Oh no, I mean iRacing's damage model sends the body parts flying everywhere off the car. Through turns. Ooh, okay.
Okay, I have opinions on this.
Yes, I know you do.
So I bought that MX-5. I'm just going to say it now, that as much as the LMP3 went into the rear end of it, that I think that MX-5 was trying to get offline to the right-hand side to try and let the LMP3 through. Will say, not a vibe. Don't do it. Don't try and get out of their way, because you're just going to cause an incident literally like that. Don't
do it, but what you can do is, bam, there comes my $35 donation through. The penalty for Radness M Squad is coming down. We are officially past $10,000 though here in the Make-A-Wish International Drive for Wishes 2025. So glad that you are part of this event once again. Last year we were at the Circuit de la Sarre. This year we made our way across the pond and to the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and boy, 25 minutes in, I don't really think we have too many ideas about what's happening on track, but we're having a good time, to say the very least. No, be careful.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's you know, from commentating on some, you know, multi-class racing over my years, this is up there with the most confusing opening 24 minutes to any race I've ever commentated on, and I'm okay with that. I did, you know, this is the whole thing of, like, you got to understand what race you're in. If anyone out there is irritated at the start of this race, you're in the wrong race. You know what I mean?
Yes. No. And that was the great thing about the charity race that you and I did, Lewis, right? Is that, you know, there was that penalty where it was you could donate if you got a penalty for hitting someone else. So instead of having to serve an egregious penalty, you'd come into pit lane, stop in your box, and tell a dad joke, which was at least a fun penalty to serve. You know what I mean? Yeah.
We did the double whammy. I paid for so that we didn't have a penalty, and I still told a dad joke.
I know. Great.
Honestly, all of those jokes are somewhere on a spreadsheet that I have, and I am terrified of opening it again because they are so inappropriate.
very inappropriate. Lewis, do not, this is an order in the broadcast booth. Do not open that spreadsheet until this race is done. Then we can joke about it. PWR Motorsports, the 033, gets a position because there's a Mercedes that's slipping sliding around. It's the Bum Racing 49.
Yeah, which is really satisfying to say. But yeah, the Bum Racing car just off the road now. And, well, oh my goodness. Where on earth did that Cayman come from? Here we go. It's just out wide at T1. Easily done. Been there before. Going to slide, try and overcorrect, or try and correct and just overcorrect it. And then out of nowhere, a Cayman flies past him. That was wild.
This is also pretty interesting. 3 into the chicane does not work. I could have told you that one for free. Teammates wheel to wheel into the chicane as well. That's going to work out all right. They give each other just enough room. This is for 11th and 12th positions as well in the Cornish Lawnmower Racing cars. Swap around executed down through the final corner as Nick Anderson slides in front of Sam Ball. Gotta say, this is wild, Lewis. And all 3 classes on top of each other, we survive without any sort of incident. This is how the Cayman ended up there, by the way.
So it was defending down into the first corner, went out wide. I don't think either one of those cars would have expected, because normally with the, like, obviously you can't ever reverse on the racetrack. And like, in that occasion, I'd say to the Merc, no, that's the right call. No one's expecting a Cayman GT4 to fly past at racing speed somehow between the gap between you and the wall. That is wild. No, I'm not gonna lie. I'm watching this being like, I want to get in the car now.
There was a bit more smoke up in front. I'm hoping that wasn't the car spun around. It's a dangerous place to be stationary underneath the Fox Factory Bridge, but they bounce over the curbs, continue to work their way through. Has the Maradness M Squad served their second penalty, by the way, Lewis, or is Eclipse Racing Esports holding them at a 6-second gap purely on speed?
I don't believe they've served that penalty yet. So I think that one's being held as there's a few cars that get chucked into this one. The straight line Racing for Wishes car was already out, and then they were joined by an MX-5 and another LMP3 is seeing Artura fly off the road as well.
I'm thinking my wallet's going to get opened up shortly, isn't it?
Potentially.
Wow.
Yeah, there's one of the Solpec cars into the barrier, Rob Clark.
And wow, we've got the caution out for the first time today. About 28 minutes into the drive for Wishes. Wow, I think we all need a little bit of a change of pace as the BMW M2 safety car is going to head out onto track.
Yeah, I was literally about to say the Wishing for Speed car, which obviously was the you would have seen a colourful MX-5 throw its way into the mix at the end of that incident. They are quite damaged. I think they were wishing for a safety car, or maybe just a new car. They've pulled over and they're going to get a tow back into the pit lane. They were running third in the MX-5 category. This will be bad for the Maradness M Squad team that's obviously leading the way. Let's try and find our way through all this.
Wow.
I think,
wow.
You know, in oval racing, where sometimes if you're new to oval racing, you get told if there's a crash ahead of you, you should aim for the crash, because generally by the time you get there, the crash has moved, right? That's almost what that MX-5 was doing there from at least that angle.
Well, and so, you know, that's kind of true to some degree, that statement, but you know, there's a little bit, there's a little bit more that goes into it, right? Because if the cars are stopped down low, they're not moving, right? If they're on the apron, they're not going to, by the nature of not being on the banking, they're going to stay where they are. Gravity's not affecting them. If they're up high, slightly different thing, right? So yeah, no, it's a bit more nuanced, the crash avoidance on an oval than I think that lets on. But so the pace car is going to pick up Daniel Morad is the way that this should work. And after that, everyone should just follow the instructions that they're given.
It's not.
Daniel, yeah, that's what I was just about to say, Lewis. Daniel Morad is offered turn 5, and instead I think the leader has picked up the number 16, I'm pretty sure.
10.
Oh, the 10, never mind.
It's picked up the Grid Up Sim Racing car. Yeah, I think Barney's had a few bevies at the pub before jumping in over it. I mean, he's picked up the wrong dude.
It is 5 p.m. somewhere at the end of the day, you know?
It's nearly 5 p.m. here in the UK. We're coming up to it. That's fine. But yeah, that's oops.
What I
Is it
have
what I can
just,
say?
what I have just seen is that we have officially redeemed all the possible safety cars that we can have in this race. So thank you very much to those that have donated and wiped safety cars and as an incentive off the board.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, oh yeah, so I think that's the Madness M Squad car that's weaving around just ahead. Obviously, I'm assuming the safety car's got no contact like normal.
I was assuming then that Daniel Morad was not following the instructions that he should have been following.
Yeah, probably.
Come on, Daniel. You've done this in the real world.
He wanted the drama. He just wanted the drama. We were throwing Barney under the bus, but actually it's got nothing to do with him. It's just Danny Morad. Penalty for that.
Exactly. Let's give him another penalty just for that. I mean, I haven't seen my penalty be applied to him. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but you wouldn't. It would be a waste of money if you'd applied it pre-safety car, wouldn't it?
No, this is even better, right? When you think about it, because now we've had the safety car. They're going to apply it. He's going to be dropped even further back in the queue. I mean, it's win-win. Although I think he's coming into pit lane now. These cars can do up to 45, 50 minutes on fuel at certain tracks. So this is potentially a little bit early. But let's see, are they going to use this opportunity for a bit of a driver swap as well? If there are any of the drivers who are due to get into their car later in the day watching, you can jump into the green room in the Make-A-Wish Discord. Come and chat to Lewis and myself very quickly as we enjoy this brief portion under safety car. Stephen Koenig, committed, full helmet, no mechs, everything that you'd need behind the wheel of his rig.
That is the exact opposite of VR. In the sense of it's just making the rest of your face. You know how VR makes that strip just around your eyes roasting hot? That's doing the exact opposite. So if you merge these two together, you're definitely going to overheat.
Well,
that would be pretty good though, wouldn't it?
Yes. Ooh, he's both. Look at the level of commitment. Out of pit lane, visor down. I mean, no airflow, that's for sure.
Do you know what? Yeah, but this is the thing that's really funny, right? Is that people put, and effort's like a different. It's a different vibe for effort. You know, just how these kind of races are. But people put that much effort into it, and then you see their sim racing rig, and it's just like it's a desk, single monitor, G27, and I absolutely love that. I think that's perfect. It's just so spot on.
Remember, our new goal is 15,000, but really we're hoping to try and match the 30,000 we raised last year in the Drive for Wishes. So continue to monitor the incentives, maybe hand out some penalties to your rivals or your friends if you're feeling particularly generous on this fine Sunday. Apparently there's some bowl of some kind, Lewis, that's meant to be quite super today, but I don't know. This is the most important sporting event happening on this particular Sunday as far as I'm concerned.
You're not interested in the final round of the Waste Management Open Scottsdale?
No, that's a good one too. I am interested in the golf.
Yeah, just making sure. Literally, people we wanted to be like, oh, please don't let these two start talking about golf again. But it was a good hole in one the other day, so that's a thing.
It was indeed.
Is there contact on the safety car? Surely there isn't.
No,
because there never is normally.
There is no contact with the safety car.
So disappointing. Honestly, I would have given someone $20 to punt it, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll ignore that.
Apparently, Daniel Morad has just Uno reversed one of my penalties. Disappointing.
Yeah, how does that work, though?
I don't know, because what are you going to do to me? I'm in the broadcast booth. You're not getting me in pit lane.
Yeah, how? Yeah, I was going to say, if this was real life, yeah, we'll send you down to pit lane for half an hour or so. But like, we can't.
I think by we need to define a rule right now in the rule book. He can't Uno reverse a penalty that's come from someone outside. So bam, he's still got to serve it. There we go. Logic, right?
Yeah, surely. I mean, yeah. How would that work? How would an Uno reverse work in that? You just paying $10 to not do a penalty. No,
it's a good thing I had to do corporal karaoke, right?
Yeah. No, I think I think it should double the penalty for trying to be smart and outthinking the system. double the penalty.
Double the penalty. That's what we should do. Again, thanks for joining us. It's been incredible, the support that we've had so far. Let's chat with someone that's helping to support this event, I guess. Ian Berryman, who represents IMB Racewear, joins us now. Ian, do we have a copy with you?
We certainly do. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Talk to us about, how it is for, a company like IMB to be here supporting an event like the Drive for Wishes.
Yeah, I've had the absolute privilege of speaking with April for the last week or so. It's, like I've said to her, it's an absolute honour. Obviously, Make-A-Wish, absolutely incredible foundation. And yeah, we're honestly really, really proud and excited to be supporting here.
And so we've seen some of the prizes that have been provided by IMB. The kart suit looks really cool, the gloves for the teams as well. Talk us through what that process is going to be like for that kart suit in particular. What's that like, building something like that for an event like this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to give a huge shout out to Selim Ermis. He's my head of design for teams and partners. And we kind of had it sprung on us very, very last minute. April, bless her, was just like, I'm really sorry, but I need this by tomorrow morning. So normally we'd take a couple of weeks, but Selim and I sort of did it in one night. So it was a lot of fun. But yeah, it's kart suits are obviously very complicated compared to a pair of gloves, but we sort of have learned what we're doing, so we're going to have a lot of fun with it. But the initial mock-up's done. Obviously, that's what you guys have got on the stream. Once the winner's announced, we'll then work with them to get the infinite amount of measurements that you need for a karting suit, and we'll get that into production and get that out. And honestly, we're excited to see all the pictures and everything once they've got it. So yeah, it's really exciting.
And for those that don't know maybe about the offerings that IMB has, talk to us a little bit about what sim racers, if they want to do custom gloves and shoes for their sim rigs at home, what does IMB offer that can take advantage of?
So we really sort of pride ourselves, I guess, on everything's fully custom. You can come to us whether you want, and we've literally had people order plain black and white gloves with nothing on them, but you can go as far as you want. The canvas is blank. There's no restriction on the amount of logos, colors, designs. The price on the website is the price you pay, and we work with you. One of our professional designers works with every single customer to get it exactly how they want it, whether they're skilled designers themselves or somebody with a couple of colors and a logo that isn't really sure what they want. Our designers will get to work and make something incredible until they're happy. Again, we don't charge for revisions, we don't charge for logos. It's just get in there, get what you want, and then love it. Paired with the quality, again, has always been the full focus, is making sure you've got something that you can trust and rely on. So yeah, I think the community knows us now. We're really proud to have been accepted into the community and trusted, and yeah, it's the best job in the world. We all love it. We're all sim racers. We're all passionate, so it's a natural thing for us to do, and it's great to work with some incredible people and teams over the last few years. So.
Well, thanks for your support, Ian. I think we're getting ready to go back racing, so we'll let you go, and we'll get ready to focus on, this restart, and a restart that has got its fair share of intrigue, because Grid Up Sim Racing have been waved past the pace car and now enjoy what I count as a 60-second lead. We'll figure out exactly what's going on. There's already an MX-5 that's having to do its reverse. Let's not forget, there's all sorts of things going on. Reversing down the back straightaway as the green flag flies once again for Drive for Wishes, and an MX-5 off into the grass at the start-finish line.
Yeah, they might have to stick it in reverse there, to be honest. There's a lot of damage on the front end of that car. A couple of cars also spinning and almost coming down onto pit entry. There is a car somewhere on pit entry. There's already crashes at the top of the hill. It's even more chaotic than the start of the race, Arjuna, because they're all just within each other, every class, all over the place.
And I think there was some confusion about who was meant to be where. Oh, that speared off straight into the wall for one of the LMP3 cars. That's a big lick of contact, I do believe, and they've stricken in the center of the track coming out of turn number 5. Aiden Pohl still leads in the MX5 class in that number 47, but absolutely swarmed. McLaren up his inside and LMP3 around his outside, and he'll somehow survive through all of that as well. Crazy stuff, and like you said, Lewis, this by far crazier than the initial get-go.
Yeah, a long way crazier. You're absolutely right. The Pole Sim Racing red car is able to hang on. There's under the radar racing. Certainly not so in that camp as they got spun round, I think, coming out of turn 7. I mean, I'm keeping my eye on the MX5 field, and I'm not feeling good about them. They are just in the middle of everything. Thankfully, though, for them, once all these cars have passed, it should be relatively calm for quite a while until, well, at least, 4 laps until they get lapped again.
I mean, 40 minutes in, we've got 7 hours and 20 more minutes left to go, and that's the York Sport car that's gone around again, and the right front's come off the car. I have never seen that in the world of iRacing. Quad dash are in the grass. 1, 2, 3, count the flips. We need another safety car just to get this under control.
Yeah, indeed. That was the PWR Motorsport car trying to get past the York Sport, and I mean, for some reason picking left, and yeah, that was it's not a good call.
And we're about to get a baby Porsche McLaren in about 9 months, apparently, as they enter into the pit box. I'm still trying to figure out who leads in our respective classes. LMP3, I do believe, is... Wow. 1... Okay, maybe it's only 2.
I will say, though, that is the clear definition of unlimited fast repairs. Absolutely no lifting of the throttle. Straight into the side of that LMP3. As to why you would go for the tiny gap on the right-hand side, I just don't know, but fair play.
It's something called Arca brakes. I'm sure we'll see plenty of that at Daytona coming up. As Duel through 5, around she goes for... That's a big spin as well for the 4. And now trying to rejoin. It's a high-speed Porsche.
Whoa.
Wow. The
My
98
goodness.
shot all its bodywork and resets just in the nick of time.
Yeah. Anyone else sat at home having a hard time following this race as to who's in what position? You're not alone. Although I will say race leaders in each of the categories, at least the GT4s and MX5s have been pretty much the same for a little while now as we get this battle a little bit further down the LMP3 category.
Yeah, we just lost another one at turn 5, though.
Yep.
And I think Quad Dash Racing, the pole sitters in the GT4 class, they've been tangled up in all of this, and they have lost the front end of their car and have a meatball as well. So they're going to be forced to return to the pit lane. Meatball in iRacing means too much damage, and iRacing basically telling you that you must come down. The tires just yoink the panels off the car as it digs in after the contact. That was uncomfortable to watch.
That was, yeah, certainly not a fun one, especially if you're with a direct drive. That'll certainly rip the wheel out of your hands quickly, but yeah, that's fine. Got a little bit of a low drag variant of the LMP3s there, no rear wing on that one.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. After being so high up in the GT4 category for such a long time, it was a bit of a disappointing... I wouldn't say ends to proceedings, but you know what I mean, for Quad Dash Racing. They've got to come back into pit lane and have that repaired.
I think they'd already broken the front left. That's broken the rear wing. It's got no downforce. It's still trying, though, as much as it can. And Phelan Pritchard in the Potato Nation Spuds car. I mean, that was pixels away from being run into there.
Yeah, that was intentional. Whoever got that close, there's a car there. Let's get as close as possible. No rear wing on this car, as you can see, and that's where the spin through the final corner really came from. Yeah, this car's going to be tricky to drive.
Tricky's one word. Impossible is the word I was going for. Just take the flatbed to pit lane at this point. It's going to take less time. I can promise you that one. I think Aiden Pohl at this rate in the MX5 is going to lead by about a lap because the 371 has just headed off down to the pit lane, and so it is a quite substantial lead that the 47 has now managed to pick up. And let's not forget, you, the audience, will help us pick the best livery of the day. And there are plenty of good candidates, but if our producer can focus in on that 47 for just a second, and we zoom in at the front of the shot, I mean, Lewis, you know I love a face car. It's an interesting livery, that's for sure.
It is. It's not top for me. It's not top for me. But it's good. I will say the pink and white LMP3 I'm quite liking that.
Is that the iRacing squad? The Barbie
I think it
car?
is. Yeah, it is. No, I know you like a face car, but in the MX-5s, I'm still got to be the wishing for speed car is that's the 17's a little bit higher for me. I vibe with that.
Fair enough. Well, during our safety cars, you know, some of our commentary teams coming up are going to have plenty of time to just walk one by one through all the different classes so you can see the different liveries on screen. Just saying, that one looks pretty good. I do love a face car. And you'll see there's a warning on the back bumper, which I think reads, caution William Rasmussen. I have no idea where that comes from, but, you know, I'm sure there's a meaning behind that.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you get cars like this, you always hide a lot of stuff on it. That's the entire point. Whoa!
You hide on our livery, as that's a fight for ninth.
I didn't hide anything on it.
True, because it was just a regular livery.
It was your livery, yeah.
Yeah, slip and slide and go the MX-5s down through turns 3 and 4. It's close here.
Just saw a big crash for the Globe Oil 6-man team. You can see it there. That MX-5 had a big old moment coming down through the S's and took way too much curb on the right-hand side. It pitched the car around. Here we go. And bang.
Ooh.
Ouchie. I can feel my lower back hurting on that one.
Ouchie indeed. I was chatting with a driver that raced in the Global MX-5 Cup Series, and he was saying he did a race at Mosport, and you know Mosport, Lewis, turn 2, the descending left-hander?
Left-hander, yeah.
Well, his car had gone around, and he was pointed in the wrong direction, basically the apex of turn 2.
Yeah, no thanks.
He had head-to-head contact. MX-5s are pretty safe, but he felt that one. I can promise you that. This, though, good little fight down towards the chicane. Not sure if there's going to be a pull-out under the braking. This for 19th position between cars 2 laps down. It's York Sports Racing and the Cornish Lawnmower Racing number 98. They continue fighting. You called out the pink LMP3 car, by the way, as we jump on board with Brabham Esports. Yanis Olber trying to just push the third-place machine along. They are the pink LMP3 car in a 3-way fight in the LMP3 class right now for 5th position. So, Lewis, not only does the car look good, it's running well as well.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, running inside the top 5. Got one of the Cornish Lawnmower Racing cars, which also, by the way, I quite vibe with them. There we go. And you've got the Hyperion car trying to get its way past as well. And I believe that move might be complete once we get under the brakes as we head our way in and working our way past one of the MX-5s. I think that's the Race for James car as they work their way through. It certainly was. But that's the Hyperion car getting past. I don't know, white and pink getting it to work out of the car, especially because it's hot pink. I'm with it.
I do like it. It looks pretty good, although Doug Sorrentino has just moved up to 5th there. Our former race leaders in GT4, Boosted Motorsport, who have been slid down courtesy of yet another one of our penalty incentives. Another one bites the dust, as it were, and heads down to pit lane. They'll do a driver change as well, put Jay McCabe into the car as some grass and gravel's kicked up out of turn 5. And this fight, the 3-way fight that we were seeing, suddenly starts to split itself up.
Yeah, indeed. It's very quickly, like I say, it's very close together. 1 lap ago here, very quickly has spread its way out just a touch. Although I do think, as much as that Hyperion car's checked out quite a bit, I think the iRacing squad and the Cornish Lawnmower Racing car, I think those two might close their way back up together again, and we'll see the battle for 6th position. But that Hyperion car's absolutely flying away, which kind of makes sense. Did qualify in 2nd position, did have some really good speed earlier on in the race, was keeping up with Danny Morad for the most part in the opening, I would say stint, but I mean the opening couple of minutes before everything really turned on its head. They've got good speed in that car. They are working their way back up towards 2nd place and then the 44-second chasm up to the race leaders.
Yeah, I think in some ways we're talking about the opening seconds of the race being clean. After that, it started to build in intensity. The iRacing squad moves out to Daniel Morad as the fight back continues. Charges his way up through the field. I ran into Daniel before Rolex 24 this year. Lewis, did you watch the race? I'm assuming you did.
Yeah, of course I did.
Did you see how busy the grid walk was this year?
Yes, I did. Do you know what? Instantly, as someone who is a little uncomfortable around an awful lot of people, I was looking at that being like, I've been on the British Touring Car grid walk, and that was pretty damn busy. Like that was pretty full at Brands Hatch. Look at that one for Daytona. All I was thinking, genuinely, I was like, for the first time, I'm glad I'm not there. I'm glad, because you'd have to go down to the grid, obviously, but that was uncomfortable.
So I was very grateful as I was there with IMSA, and so that I had the pass that let me do the grid walks. They separate off the regular people from the important people, and so the important people can go and walk on the grid before they open it up. And so I ran up and down 4 times. I was like, let me get as many pictures as I can, meet as many people as I can, because as soon as the floodgates get opened, I ran out and I bolted. But even as that's no. Oh no.
Damn.
That's bowling down into turn 6, it looks like. But even then, Lewis, when I saw Daniel just before he was meant to go and do the driver introductions, it was crazy. Just as crazy as that.
Yeah, that's pretty wild there. Where was my invite? That's one about. I see how it is.
Nah.
I see how it is. You get replaced on himself for one season, and suddenly it's all turned on its head. Okay.
Absolutely. $20 from the Eclipse Racing team. So now I don't know what incentive that was. That's the thing. So have they just given a penalty to one of their team opposition? Have they told one of their competitors to give them a position? Because that's also one of the incentives that we have. So we'll find out soon.
Yeah, we don't have anything on our little sheet to say as confirmation yet. There might be still some confirmation coming in from Race Control. We'll update you on that. Let's be honest, at this point, if you drive in, as much as donating's fun, you're donating generally for a reason. It's normally to penalise someone else or get yourself out of trouble, which is setting a really bad precedent. But that's, we don't talk about that. That's fine. But obviously, we're already nearly an hour into this race, and like I say, donations have been flying in. So again, like I say, thank you for everyone sat at home that's been chucking them all around. It's been a pretty frantic side of things, not just from the on-track stuff, but the off-track stuff as well.
And I'm wondering, is it MX5 leader so far out front, Solpet Precision getting together with the 132. That just seemed like a bit of a racing incident as the two lines sort of converged through the S's, and the Mercedes maybe not blending back in line as intending. I'm just wondering, do we need to give a penalty of some kind to the MX5 leader? Because they're about to be a good 2 minutes clear as that McLaren worked out.
Yeah, Darren Nunn having a bit of a moment there. I think that was with a little bit of air between, a bit of contact to send them off the road. And there is Finn McCall going around and still probably not coming into pit lane.
Probably not. We've seen a lot of these teams just trying to hold on with the damage. Even though they do have unlimited fast repairs, they don't want to take the time to head down pit lane as we close on 1 hour complete. Bit of a slide, a wiggle there for Sam Ball in the Cornish number 99. Alex Gillen just gets a little bit closer to the rear diffuser, to the gearbox of the Ligier LMP3. They'll go out wide and past the MX5 around the outside as they just continue to battle their way through the traffic. Lewis, okay, I'm setting up a karaoke request here for Aiden Poll in the race-leading MX5. What song are we choosing?
Oh, I'm not good at this. I never ever get involved in karaoke.
That's why you're the perfect person for it, right? We need the thing that is the most.
What's a good screamo death metal song?
Ooh. Down with the Sickness.
I mean, it's not screamo nor death metal, but bingo, that is a banger.
I mean, I'm just thinking about that noise, I can't even make it.
That one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Lewis,
Nice marathon. Thank you. Thank you. I salute myself off. By the way, this fight was for 7th position because the Maradness M Squad car has got its way back through.
Has continued just to slide its way forward. And now 58 seconds off the lead is Daniel Morad. The caution did mean that the Grid Up Sim Racing number 10 waved past the safety car and had a 50-second lead at the time of the green flag flying once again. Lewis, that lead is down to 40, and Daniel Morad just towed back to pit lane.
Yeah, I was about to say that was going through turn 5, got right into the rear end of the LMP3 that actually didn't have the rear wing, but then has had it put back on, the Potato Nation Spuds car, and Danny Morad returned to pit. And look at how much is missing on the front of that car. Oh my goodness, that's not having a day.
I can't wait for this replay. I cannot wait for this replay.
It was a fair whack. It was a fair whack, but it does promote the Cornish Lawnmower Racing car back up to 6th position. So at least there's that. Here we go.
Oh, this is going to be hard. This is turn 5. There's a BMW just parked in the wrong direction. Oh,
that was like I will say that Cornish Lawnmower car, I'm pretty sure, got a bit of the rear end of the Maradness M Squad car. That was very much a, you're driving into the back of me while my car's going to bounce straight off into the wall into your face. Have a good one.
I mean, it could have been worse, if anything, you know, on board.
Boom.
And he hits He hits the wall rather than the tires, which... don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. We saw previous incidents, the tires basically, the force of the impact is such that it rips the body panels off the car itself, so I don't think there's a good situation to be in. Time of the tow is all it's going to take. Sorry, I stumbled over my words because it's a Mercedes that's perpendicular to the track. They are fighting for the GT4 lead, and I think Brabham Motorsports and Yannis Olber in the Porsche making the move on the Aston Martin to the point.
Yep, indeed. So solid stuff there. Brabham up to the front of the GT4 category. They did top practice, courtesy of Ada Millwood, and now they're leading in GT4. We were seeing the Grid Up Sim Racing car, who obviously are being caught down by Eclipse Racing. Eclipse doing almost everything they can to catch up to the race leaders, including gifting them a penalty. So the Grid Up Sim Racing car does have a black flag, by the way.
Nice. So that's going to bring the gap down at the very front. Boosted Media have been given another penalty, by the way. A mark against your flawless performance is the note from Race Control. So I think that means, Lewis, if I'm reading between the lines, you know, we talked about the cleanest driver who wins that IMB custom Drive for Wishes kart suit. Does that include people going and donating?
I actually have no idea.
I mean, if it does, we could get some penalties at the end of this race.
I think we would deserve some. Let's be real. Let's be completely real here. Let's see what happens. My goodness! 0 out of 10 from that Mercedes. Poor Alex Gillen.
That was uncomfortable. And then almost into the Wishing for Speed MX-5 with the rejoin. Now, that car looks surprisingly good, given the level of contact it's just endured after that.
I will say, pretty solid reactions there from Alex Gillen. To dive almost out of the way. Yeah, I know there was contact with the barrier, fair enough, and all that, but I mean, that was pretty solid, considering the speed of what was going on as we head back down to the Cornish Lawnmower Racing number 98, 17th position they're currently running, but do remember they were running fairly well before a pretty sizable incident at the top of the hill at T5.
Pretty sizable, and I think that describes most of the incidents that we've seen so far. All 48 cars are still listed as running, so that's a good sign as the fight for 10th position descends out of the final corner. Nerdy Core XP, Luis Nogueira has got the move done on the Straight Line Racing for Wishes team. I did mention that Nerdy Core XP, a team dedicated for fundraising for Make-A-Wish Portugal. And one of their drivers is actually a Make-A-Wish kid. So it's great, Lewis, that he's here. He's enjoying the sim racing world. It's an interesting race for him to be enjoying. Oh boy, no, I just had to say something, didn't I?
It's not a commentator's curse. I don't think it's possible to curse anyone in this race because I think everyone's cursed anyway. But yeah, that was unfortunate timing. But that's fair enough. By the way, the 196 boosted media car has also been black flagged.
Okay, so yet another penalty that's come down.
Yeah. Race control, they're busy. They are very, very busy. Here we go, another $10. Rob, do you know what's that for?
I have requested the race leading MX-5s. They must do their carpool karaoke in the broadcast booth, though. I listed it specifically on my note.
And did you say Darren will sing this?
No, I picked another song instead.
Okay, that's fair.
I might leave it as a surprise.
Okay, no, I'll allow it. I won't look. Does it actually say on the sheet? It doesn't, does it?
It might actually say on the sheet. I don't know about that. These are good questions you're asking.
See, I don't think it does, because I think the times that I've seen requests for songs to be sung, it's come in game from race control.
Oh, you're listening into the race control team.
Oh no, it's just texted in chat. I always have.
Oh, your race leaders into the wall.
Yep, that's a pretty big hit, and they've lost some of the faces. They've left them behind.
The fans have been left behind.
And they have to return to pit lane to. I'm pretty sure it broke some of the front suspension. So that's costing the race lead. Potentially. No, it will
potentially. No, potentially. I think they might still hold on to it. We'll have to wait and see. Again, I mentioned the Nerdy Core XP team dedicated to fundraising for Make-A-Wish Portugal. Mentioned that one of their drivers, full sim rig, participating in this race as part of the Nerdy Core XP team. Salvador, it's great to have him as part of the field, and again, hopefully we can get him into some more clean sim races. I think that's the right word to use for the level of chaos that we've seen here today. There's been some interesting wish givers, fulfillers, that's the word I was thinking of, over the years. Of course, John Cena, Lewis, historically known as the most requested Make-A-Wish person ever. So it's just interesting, because how can the kids see him? 650 kids apparently have seen John Cena. I don't believe that.
That's crazy. No, that is pretty wild. He doesn't like John. John Cena's sick.
John Cena is sick. Linus Tech Tips. There was a video that I saw where he had an interesting experience where he built a PC for a kid as well. So all sorts of interesting experiences. That's where the money that we're fundraising all goes towards. And so again, Drive for Wishes 2025. We're almost at 12,000 so far. And I've just been told that we are going to go and grab your your race leaders rather in the MX-5 class, Lewis. So I hope you're ready for some quality.
I'm ready.
We just got to figure out a way to drag him in here, don't we?
This is a quality broadcast.
Let's see if we can do this.
Don't fool. Actually, go ahead and do it, dude. It doesn't make a difference. Actually, no. To save time.
Hello. Do you hear us?
Oh shoot! Hello, everybody.
Welcome to the broadcast booth. You are doing carpool karaoke for us, Aiden, and you have to sing "Higher" by Creed.
Higher by Creed? What is that? Is that like, I could take you higher, so high? No, that's Kanye. I don't know Higher by Creed.
All right, I tell you what. We just need a song as your teammate pulls out of pit lane. We just need to hear some musical number from you.
Okay. Okay. Oh, dude, there's like, I know so many songs. But I can't think of one right now.
The pressure.
It really is. I touched on the ground at LAX. There's butterflies are ready to go. Waving my hips like, yeah. Swinging my hips like, yeah. I put my hands
We appear to have lost your microphone. But 10 out of 10.
Okay. Thank you, guys. I hope everybody enjoyed that.
Thanks for coming and jumping in with us, and thanks for being a part of Drive for Wishes.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Well, I intended Lewis to distract him from the race lead. Turns out that he'd already been involved in a crash and Party in the USA, our first bop in the broadcast booth.
Ooh, no, honestly, I always mistake Kanye and Creed, so that's fair. No, respect the Party in the USA anthem, as it were. Do you know that was originally written for Jessie J?
Was it really?
You know that? I think so. I'm pretty sure it was. It definitely wasn't originally written for Miley Cyrus, that's for sure.
The wonders of the music world.
Absolutely. And that's where you get 33-odd writers to write you an album that will win a Grammy, which might not be deserved. Anyway, moving on.
Has opinions.
What? Let's be honest. The Grammys are kind of trash.
Do you not like Beyonce, Lewis? Be careful what you say if there's Beyonce fans listening.
Okay, this is. Whoa, oh my God! I've seen a crash turn one. No, I do vibe with Beyonce, and I think that her Super Bowl performance, in 2014, was sick. However, that album is trash, and it ain't country.
I've just realised we need a theme for our carpool karaoke's for the rest of the day, which is Super Bowl performances.
That is true. On Super Bowl Sunday. Well,
no?
Yeah, okay, so pick a Kendrick Lamar song. Go on.
Oh, I don't know any. You've asked. That's the Vandalay community car. That's lost the rear wing. The York Sport LMP3's lost the rear bodywork. I guess it's been an interesting race, and we're only an hour and 6 minutes in, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, we're off in 54 minutes, which I think will be a well-deserved breather, considering how chaotic this has been. And then we're back on for the final 2 hours. Normally, in an endurance race, we expect the start of the race to be chaotic, the middle race to be pretty quiet. Goodbye to the engine cover on that LMP3. That did go pretty high. And then the end of the race to have chaos, but in a in a very different variety to the first hour. I think it's going to be exactly the same. I think it's just going to be chaos all the way through this race. It's going to be exactly the same as the first hour times 8.
And so I wish Jake Sperry, Mike Nouse, who are going to jump in for the next 2 hours because it's going to be interesting to say the very least. Vandalay Community, Aston Martin into pit lane from second in GT4 as we continue to watch the Solpec Precision car. Remember, this was a car that took a tow early in the race. It makes a move now as well on some lap traffic as it slides its way forward. Ryan O'Connor. Ooh, Matt York. No rear downforce. Big problems down on pit entry.
Yeah, normally you follow that up with no problems. No rear downforce, no problem. Yeah, there was a pretty significant problem on that one. So it's not only the rear wing that's gone missing, which we've already seen from a couple of LMP3s today. It was the entire rear engine cover and everything on that car. It looked uncomfortable as we stare at our MX-5 leaders, getting a little bit of slipstream from the Solpec Precision MX-5 as well. Which I will say, the Solpec car, especially that MX-5, I think looks really, really good. Like genuinely, I think the Solpec livery, I really vibe with it, love it. But it wouldn't be in contention for my livery of the day because I don't think it fits the vibe. You know what I mean? It's a racing livery. It looks good.
It's too serious, right?
That's one that we expect to see, for example, in the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, or eventually, obviously, in a couple of weeks' time, in the iRacing 12 Hours of Bathurst. It's one that we expect to see in the proper stuff. Boring.
No, I think for this sort of an event, you've got to have something a bit more wild and out there, right? Was it the iRacing Roar? It was. What was the race that we did, Lewis, at the end of last year?
The Production Car Challenge, or whatever.
Yes. Yeah. You remember the BS competition meme livery that we saw there? Yeah. What was it, the Jenny Ortega fan club?
Yeah.
That's the type of livery that you needed for this race. And so, that's the sort of memes that we're looking for as well. I tell you what, Ryan O'Connor's got a little bit of a fight here, and so maybe he does want the serious livery on his side as he's going to charge up the inside. Remember, downhill braking zone at turn 10A. we'll get into corner names maybe at a later date, because that's an interesting discussion. Slides his way forward, gets the move done.
Yeah, normally we wait for later in the race when things calm down to start complaining about corner numbers around here. I don't think we're going to really get much room for it. However, I will just briefly touch on the on this. We go through turn 1, absolutely fine, no problem. We go through here, the left-hander at turn 2, fine, no problem. Through turn 3 here, no problem. This is the S's, and then the next corner's turn 5. How many corners have we just been through, though, Arjuna?
Don't.
How's this turn 5 at the top of the hill? It's
Don't get
turn
me
3.
started. By the way,
And then they go through 6 and 7, and the next one's 10. Anyway, we'll move on from that.
I'm only cutting you off because we have a car doing its reverse down the back straightaway thing. 16, the Solpic Precision MX-5 entry is the one that's having to pay the price. 1 full kilometer in reverse. That's quite scary. That's all I'm going to say.
That is quite scary. Do we know the back stretch, how long it actually is? Is it 1 kilometer from start to finish?
It's about 1 kilometer, yeah.
Is it? That's fair enough.
Well, the reason why, I think it got added, much like with Bathurst and the similar sort of chase section, oh, that's uncomfortable.
Yep.
Chase section it's got there. FIA requirements meant that you couldn't have oh, look at that J-turn. 10 out of 10. Come on, Lewis, round of applause.
That is a Rob Clark. That is. Can we have a J-turn of the day award? Because that's going to be a hard one to beat.
Yeah,
that is quality.
That was spectacular with capitals everywhere as well. If anything, I think that needs to be a requirement. If you do the full reverse 1 kilometer, you've got to do that as well. As by the way, over 12,000. Thank you so much of your support for Make-A-Wish International here in the Drive for Wishes 2025.
There we go. Caution's out.
And right on cue, second safety car of the day.
Thought you were timing that with how you were saying that point. It's actually going to help some of the LMP3s that haven't been into the pit lane yet, like our race leaders, so they'll be able to come into the pit lane and have a cheap stop. So at least there is that. Of course, it is the Cornish Lawnmower Racing 99, the second one of their cars at the moment, leading this race. I will say with the J-turn thing, though, the only problem with that is, thankfully for Rob Clark, he had his eyes on the road behind, saw that the road was completely clear and thought, bingo, here's my time. Whoop, and around he went. He took advantage of it. If we're saying that there's like a prize or something for it, even though we don't really have any prizes to give out because we're just commentary nutcases, lovely drama already, are we going to expect people to do a J-turn in the middle of a pack? Is that a thing?
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you have to be committed to the J-turn regardless as to what's there.
Okay, are we ready for another carpool karaoke as there's a very broken element of car? I tell you what, Brabham, it's time for one of their drivers. So I think Rune or Aidan Millward, one of the two, Lewis. Who do you want?
Aidan.
I'm going to let... Oh, are we bringing all 3 of the drivers in here?
It's got to be a team vibe. No, it's got to be a team vibe.
Okay, I'm going to let you handle this, right? I'll bring Aidan in, and then it's all yours.
Perfect. Well, I think we should bring in the whole team in one go. We have got them all in here. I mean, are you all singing along? What's the deal here?
We've got the full Boys to Men harmony going right here.
Right, Aidan, far away.
Oh, this is happening.
I think so.
I don't. What?
To the 2.5 million people that are watching around the world.
Is it really that much, Lewis?
No.
Okay. I've never been put on the spot like this before. What do I know, that's not gonna get us sued?
Well, apparently,
yes, please don't get me in trouble, or Lewis. Anyone else you can get in trouble, just not us two, please.
Gina was requesting Super Bowl specific stuff earlier, but I just know that Kendrick Lamar's playing tonight, and I don't think any of that's appropriate. So we'll keep that one at bay. Obviously,
who's Kendrick Lamar?
I was going to say, I know that's your number one artist there, Aiden. You love a little bit of Kendrick Lamar. I don't know. What have you not been told a song to sing along to?
No.
Oh, my goodness.
Do we know any Creed in here?
But that's just the letter A, isn't it? And I see That was just all those bands from the 90s.
I was just asked, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
Now you got to do some Nirvana.
Can I do what? Sorry.
Now you got to do some
lip sync?
Nirvana.
I'm going through my iTunes right now and just seeing what I've got. That's.
How about Wonderwall? Okay, we're lollygagging a bit much here. Wonderwall, come on, you guys.
No, actually, I've got one. Oh no, wait, that's not it. Today was gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. By now, you should have somehow realized. But this is not in key. I'm gonna keep on going. Realize what you gotta do. I don't believe anybody feels the way I do about you now. There we go. There's got a bit of delay on that.
Nice, it works.
I need to grab one of the guitars and do it on there, but
My goodness.
I've also said that if we hit the Brabham target, I'll shave my head.
What?
How much is that?
200.
Also,
Not easy.
not my hair, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So there we go.
What are we at now, Aidan? Of the two?
Let me have a look. Check my stream. We're at 167.50.
So we are $33 odd away from a shaved Aidan Millward.
Yes.
Goodness me.
The viewers have heard.
There you
You know
go.
what to do now.
Yeah, jump into my stream, donate, and I'll see about getting it all, or what's left of it, taken off.
Perfect. Thanks for coming and giving us a couple of bars at least of Wonderwall. And I'm telling you, it may happen again at some point in the next 6 hours and 44 minutes.
Okay, I'll get the karaoke tracks out then.
All right, that was the Brabham Motorsports team coming for a quick chat there and a bit of carpool karaoke as well. Lewis, the lights are still on the pace car, but guess what? We've got a little bit of rain.
Goodness me, I didn't even expect. Where was my weather report, Argina? Where was my weather report? You've been sitting back and chilling, not focusing on your main job as a meteorologist. We got some relatively, I wouldn't say heavy rain. We've got some mid-rain incoming, and it should probably last maybe another half hour, 40 minutes.
Yep, it's light to somewhat medium rain. It's not going to be too intense, but it's definitely going to put some questions into the mind. I see, is it 5 total teams of the 48, Lewis, that have gone onto the wet compound of Tyre, or is it 4?
I actually don't fully know.
I'm seeing 5 on my timing screen right now. So 5 teams have thought it's worth the gamble. Everyone else is apparently on slicks.
Yeah, I think that's. I mean, I would definitely be considering coming in onto the especially if you're in the LMP3s. Like they're more susceptible to the tire grip, so they're going faster. And you know the rain's going to get heavier, so I think pitting now for the wet tyres, whilst you're on a safety car, you're not really taking anything out of them. I think so. I think the wet tyres is a great call, although maybe I'm reading too much into it.
This is where we've kind of wondered during the iRacing special events what the correct approach should be for the choices to when to switch, and sometimes we've just seen that staying on the dry compound does work. The MX-5s, you do seemingly need to spend a bit more time getting your tires changed as opposed to the other classes, and so maybe there is a bit of a call now as Brabham sit in pit lane, Lewis, and get their own tires switched over.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Brabham, all of them joining and jumping in for the for a group karaoke sesh. Whatever floats your boat, fair enough. I will say this rain, at least according to the in-game, we should be down to it not raining. It's literally one little band of rain that should be over by about 12:15, 12. Well, realistically, it'll be before 12:30 in-game time. It's 11:47 in-game time. So this rain will basically be around for a maximum of 45 minutes. The problem is, of course, just because it stopped raining doesn't mean it's not going to be wet on track. That'll last a little bit longer. So it could be wet on track for about 40 minutes, hour, maybe an hour. And as you've said before, how long's an LMP3 stint?
45.
About 40, 45 minutes, exactly. Perfect. Wet tyres, thanks.
So are you going to be right or are you going to be wrong? That is the question.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter? No, because we're going to get some chaos. I tell you what, we're also going to have a quick chat with one of the Potato Nation streamers because A, he's got to sing 500 miles, but B, there's something else we've got to talk about as well. So Lawrence, before we get into the serious business, the mic's yours. 500 miles, please. It's been put into the request booth.
I don't remember this being in the contract.
Unfortunately, we've already had Aidan Millwood sing Wonderwall, so you're now just the next up in this queue.
I'm also trying to catch the number 44. Right, okay, hang on. I'm going to have to give this a good go because it's for charity. I've never sang on my stream before. This is a world exclusive, and it's going to be clipped, and it's going to serve as embarrassment for the next couple of years.
27 years in sim racing, and this is what it's come to.
Oh god, this is so terrifyingly embarrassing. And I'm sliding all over the place. And I would walk 500 miles, and I would walk 500 more. There we go, that's it. That's all I got.
We'll take it at the very least. Thanks, Lawrence, for being here, part of Drive for Wishes 2025. Of course, one thing that you are doing to support this event is the children's book, S is for Sim Racing, that you've written, with 10% of the proceeds coming to this cause. So tell us a little bit about that and how that came together.
Yeah, so that was kind of a project for me with my kids over the last couple of years. My kids are now 5 and 8, and I started trying to explain the hobby because they see I review hardware, so they see all the equipment lying around the place, and they would often ask questions, but I didn't have a kind of a consistent way to just explain the same things over and over. So I said I'd start, just seeing could I explain stuff to a 5-year-old and try and make these things that are, to a normal sim racer, they know what elastomers are. They know what, the feel of a pedal is. They know what force feedback is. The kids don't know that, but they're very curious. So then it started coming together. It started looking like something, and I started trying to initially use AI to do some visualizations, but it was terrible because it knew nothing about sim racing. So before I knew it, I had the bones of a book. It started looking like a book, and I said, as soon as I put this on my YouTube channel, someone's going to say, where can I buy one? And then that got me thinking, and I started, just completing it. And then, kids charities, Make-A-Wish just popped straight into my head. Could I sell a few of them and put some proceeds towards charity? And that's what I did. 2 years later, we have, I'm a published author, which is just insane.
Pretty crazy. It's a pretty cool idea as well, not just for the kids, but for me and Lewis as well. Sometimes we need explanations about what things are in sim racing. Tell us as well, this is not the only thing that you've done to help support charity. I think over the course of the last 5-7 years, you've raised more than 100,000 euros for charity as well. So, what's it like for you to be able to use sim racing as a mechanism to do some good?
So I'm in a super fortunate position where I have a full-time job and I don't need any income from the YouTube channel or anything like that. I started kind of trying to monetize the channel just to be able to tell people that Google cut me a paycheck, and then as time went on, it kind of started growing and becoming more and more. And eventually I found myself in a position where I could just spend what the channel earns to do things like travel to events, meet the community, to the point where last year we sponsored 8 real-life race cars, we sponsored them real hardware, and we sponsored them with real money. So yeah, we've not only raised, I think when it comes to raising money, we're close to the €50,000 mark. When it comes to giving away hardware, we're up over €120,000 worth of hardware that we've given away in the last 5 years.
That's incredible, Lawrence. So glad to have you and your Potato Nation community part of our Drive for Wishes 2025, and hope to see plenty more from you in the rest of 2025.
Thank you so much. I hope they're not causing too much trouble. Thanks for having us.
Oh, if they're causing trouble, it's the good type of trouble, you'd assume. Lewis, always great to chat to people who are trying to use sim racing to do some good, unlike you and me.
That's true. We're always the worst. I will say, getting an Irishman to sing the Proclaimers. I mean, again, that's fair. I mean, it's Scottish, that's fine. It's whatever. I was expecting a Scottish accent, I'm not going to lie, to pop through there whilst he was singing, but it'll be allowed. Obviously, allowing a lot of people to get waved round before this race gets back underway, because it is going green this time by, and an MX-5's leading. So my guess is 14. That's how many cars are going to be crashed out through this lap.
Okay, and it's with the wet weather as well. I've just noticed the front three LMP3 cars all on dry compounded tires. There's a couple of MX-5s as well that have taken that gamble. But here we go. Should be a fun one. Can tell you as well, Aidan Millward, it's going to be bold. Sooner rather than later, more than $200 have been passed through his particular crowdfunding campaign here for Drive for Wishes. Let's get the green back out and look at how important getting on the power smoothly was. Switch for the lead. Hyperion Racing will take over the point of this race as they climb up through turn one, but it's a very tetchy stab onto the throttle in a handful of cases. Around goes Brabham Motorsports in the 66, and one at least of the 14 predicted that Lewis was expecting.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed at the moment. We've not had a big wipeout at turn one. We did have the Hyperion car run out wide though, and they are struggling with the lack of grip. It's the second of the Hyperion cars, the number 44, which is just sweeping its way around the outside now and working its way up the order. PWR as well also involved in that, so it's all a little bit dicey, but we're not getting close to the number 14 here, Argina. I'm actually kind of sad.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're expecting the chaos, that's for sure. Racing Without Limits, hold on. They don't push past the limit as they get onto the power off of 7. And now the drag race off to the braking zone at the chicane. Can see the MX-5s being left in the distance as down the back straightaway, a couple of cars poking their way out of the spray and trying to find their references into 10-8. There is definitely a battle through the field as Ryan O'Connor is passed in the Solpec Precision car. PWR Motorsports slide off the track potentially as well. Ryan O'Connor's going to take advantage in that black and green entry, but Doug Sorrentino's the one that's taken off to the track and been able to hold on. It's very, very difficult, Lewis, in these conditions, but I tell you what, they're making the most of it.
Yeah, I think Ryan O'Connor's bailed into pit lane to potentially get some wet tyres onto that car. Anyone that's gone out on slicks, surely they're realising their mistake as Hyperion get absolutely straight-lined by the straight-line Driving for Wishes car. God, I should have put lap 2 down as the one where 14 cars are going off the road. Here we go.
I think we're at least up to 7 at this point. So, yeah, half the lap still to go. Expect at least a bit more chaos as one driver, 4 wheels down through the S's in the grass. Just a little bit maybe aggressive. Oh, big wiggle there. That is surely Doug Sorrentino on the dry tyres. I think the wets through the S's, a bit of aquaplaning, holding up quite nicely to say the very least. That's the Schadenfreude fodder entry, the McLaren that's just trying to get out of the way as the Miranda's M Squad car, no longer with Daniel Morad behind the wheel, or rather with Daniel Morad behind the wheel, trying to recover.
Yeah, indeed, and they are still on the lead lap, importantly, but obviously having some drama with some big crashes on their rise up the order earlier on. Now it's all about navigating this traffic and working their way up. Seeing a couple of cars crash in the background, but got a bit of a drag race here, I think for about 10th position, to be honest. I think it's the Eclipse Racing Esports car and then the Miradness M Squad car. These are the two cars that have led a fair amount. They've got the majority lead between those two, but I do think the Eclipse car, are they running on slicks?
The 42 is, and they've also been given a black flag, so they're going to have to come down and anyway spend some time in the pit lane, so it's going to be a double whammy as they hopefully can peel off to the right. We've lost some more body parts at turn 1. Oh, can't figure out exactly which of the cars it is. Can also see the MX-5 leader, Pole Sim Racing. They've been given a black flag as well, so the 7-second lead that they once had going to be shrunk down as Vandelay Community. That's turn 1 chaos.
Oh, yeah, and that Aston Martin's lost its front right as well, so the Vandelay Community car will be back in into the pit lane. The LMP3s, as we've seen quite a lot throughout the day, a light breeze and the bodywork will fall off, so they're getting a little bit of a scrape, and the engine cover's like, see ya, as it just gets sent off skyward. But it is what it is. Honestly, we're looking at what we're getting. 100% going onto the wet tyres was absolutely the right call. Danny Morad is now behind the Potato Nation Spuds car, which is the one without the engine cover, rear wing, broken suspension, and all that after that Merc hit it at T1.
Time to bring in Brabham Motorsports once again. Yanis Olber joins us in the broadcast booth. Yanis, you have got to imitate your favorite driver in a mock interview right now. So first, you've got to tell us, who's your favorite driver?
Real or them, or both?
Either one. Let's go real to make it more interesting, maybe.
I don't want that much real motorsport, I'll be honest. But maybe like Kimi Räikkönen or something.
Okay, that should be quite easy then. So, Yanis, how's this race been going for you? It's wet right now. Is the wet tire the right one to be on?
Well, I mean, it's wet, so yes, wet tire. Wet tire.
Thanks, Yanis. I've also got to ask, you're leading this race still, a 60-second lead. What do you need to do to hold on 6 hours and 30 minutes to go?
Oh, you just have to kind of drive quick, yeah. So not get any incidents, guys. So that's all. Yes.
I think you know what you're doing, so we'll leave you alone. Yanis, thanks for joining us and impersonating Kimi for a little bit.
You're welcome.
That's a bit more emotion than Kimi Räikkönen, I think, ever expressed behind the wheel of the car, Lewis.
Probably. Normally he's talking about his pre-race bathroom routine, but that's fine. Yeah, we'll dance around that. And that was actually a pretty solid impression of Kimi. Actually,
the bar was pretty good. Sorry, I was expecting to go there with that answer. By the way,
wasn't that like 2005?
It was.
Yeah, 20 years ago.
Totally forgot about that answer as well.
Class. Honestly, one of the best moments of interviewing in any motorsport. It's just a classic. If you don't know what I'm talking about, probably honestly just look up funny Kimi Räikkönen interview. Bang, that'll find it.
Well, it doesn't really narrow things down, to be fair. Because
that is true.
He's had his fair share of funny interviews. But yeah, you'll get there. Daniel Morad is flying right now. And when I say flying, I mean 2, sometimes 3 seconds a lap quicker than every other LMP3 car out on track. He is down to just 11.5 seconds off for the race lead. Lewis, I think we might need to do some carpool karaoke with Daniel before we leave the commentary booth.
Oh, potentially. I mean, he's having the time of his life. I wouldn't be surprised if he was singing along behind the wheel at the moment. Like you say, much quicker than everyone. Most of that will be down to, obviously, for one, being on wet tyres, and quite a lot of the other fast drivers at the moment are on slicks for some unknown reason. I think quite a few of them have pitted recently. But more importantly, one of the biggest things about driving in the wet, confidence. Danny Morad's not struggling on confidence. He never has been.
He's had his fair share of experience racing in questionable conditions. I'm just thinking back to some of the Rolexes that we've seen in years past. Was it 2019 when we had the torrential rain overnight at Daytona? Am I thinking?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think, because all I remember is everyone was talking about how good Fernando Alonso was, and I'm pretty sure that was 19. Yeah,
well, and to be fair, he was good, but wasn't. Am I remembering correctly? But was was Lando Norris even? Because Lando was in the race as well, right? Am I crazy?
I think he was.
I'm thinking there was someone else in the same car as Fernando who was more impressive, but maybe I'm just missing.
No, I do. No, this is the thing, is that I love Fernando Alonso. Like,
right, exactly.
But there is this whole thing of like the Indy 500 in 17. Mm-hmm. Where everyone was like, oh, he would have won the race had the engine not given out. I was like, nah. He would have finished like 4th, 5th, 6th, somewhere in that. Would have finished really, really well. Win? No. That ship had already sailed. But there's a lot of that with like Fernando. Like, everyone's so just blind about it.
I'll give you an opinion as well. I think watch for Carl Lawson this year at the Indy 500.
Yeah.
I was there last year, right? It's weird being in person versus watching on TV, because you note different things, right? The way that the car moves on camera is different in the real world, and so just some of the moves Kyle was making as the race went on, he was getting more and more confident, and I think that's what we're kind of seeing with this rain as well, right? Everyone in the first couple of laps, Lewis, tiptoeing around, making mistakes. Now they've all figured it out, right? It's pretty constant, the amount of rain they're dealing with, and so MX-5's front of the field, Pole Sim Racing, it's Joey Lotriciano that's taken over from Aidan Pole after we interrupted for a bit of karaoke. Wishing for Speed have got Thomas Weston behind the wheel, just 1.5 seconds between them.
Yeah, indeed. This is the kind of wet weather that would allow a GTE to beat a Daytona prototype around here. It is getting a little heavy out on the circuit as the rain is definitely coming down, and so is all of the traffic. Oh, goodbye.
Weston pushed out wide, who says, by the way, fun fact about himself, he once ran over Carol Small's foot in a garden centre. That's his fun fact about himself.
That is a fun fact. Oh, what would your fun fact be, Argina? Mine would be that I'm the first person to win 2 VCO Simi Awards.
Oh, because you've just said that, now I've got to say something else, which is that while I may not have been the first person to have won a Simi Award or the first person to have won 2 Simi Awards, what I am is the longest reigning VCO Simi Award winner as the best commentator. So take that, Lewis.
No. Do you know what? I bow to that. That is a fair point.
And so, from the reigning defending VCO Simi Award winner for best commentary, what I will say is, don't forget, we have some auctions as well that are part of what we're doing as this Drive for Wishes event in support of Make-A-Wish. So some great prizes, things like an iRacing VIP account, which gives you every little bit of content on iRacing, bit of a spin down through the hill, an ASR rig as well, part of the auction prize pool that we have. There's a Gomez Sim Industries wheel, there's a set of SimLab pedals as well, so do make sure, if you have not already jumped in and bid, there's some great prizes. Some without any bids so far, so make sure you jump in and take a look. Scan the QR code to learn a little bit more.
Indeed. I will say that that VIP membership is pretty solid.
Yeah, I last year I totted up the amount of money that I spent on iRacing, and it was in the thousands. So it's a pretty cool prize. That's a pretty cool 360 nose scope to put it back in the right direction, put the power down, and keep going.
Yeah, I was talking to my friend about my iRacing account, who's never really been involved in sim racing like that much. He's done like F1, the F1 games and all that. And I was trying to explain how much, again, like how much I've spent on iRacing in the last, bearing in mind, 10 years. I've been on iRacing since 2014 was the first year that I started driving on iRacing, even though as each year goes past, the less races that I actually drive on iRacing, but that's more down to commentary commitments and stuff like that. That said, I will say, I don't know if you noticed, I drove a little bit against AI recently. It's one thing, iRacing's got really solid AI to race against. So if you do want to learn your sim racing trade in something that's a bit more simmy than your arcade games, but you're too scared about racing against other people and stuff like that, iRacing AI, genuinely sick.
Going back to the fun facts, by the way.
Oh God.
I'm just reading through some of the lists that we have here. There was one driver that said he once beat Esteban Ocon in GP3 in Monza in 2015. That's a pretty cool fun fact. That's Emil Bernstoff in the Solpec Precision Mazda MX-5.
Of course it
is. There's someone that once said they rewrote the entire constitution of their country to get ready for an exam. They failed. So that was a great fun fact as well. Someone studying to be a professional orchestral conductor. Can he conduct Lewis as well? That would be impressive.
I'm trying to think what my fun fact would actually be, and unfortunately I think it would be quite boring.
What would it be?
It would be the Bathurst thing.
Oh, that you've once done a Bathurst 12-hour race without getting any incident points, because I'm Lewis McLeod and I avoid going off the track at Bathurst.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're absolutely spot on. It was exactly that. See, at least you know it.
I mean, I've heard it so many times at this point. You know what?
Yeah, but it's true though. It's true, and you know, I'm proud of it. So anyway, there's 620 minutes left to go in the race. Hugo's will be, he could still probably jump on this grid with no practice and be one of the fastest, no problem, closing his eyes. And
absolutely. Hugo Luis, our broadcast producer, former iRacing world champion. I tell you what, though, we'll get back to all of that in a second. There's been another spate of donations that have come in, and so we've dragged Will Ford into the broadcast booth. Will, I hope you've got a copy on us, because you've been told by our great community it's time to sing Shake It Off.
Shake It Off. Oh gosh.
Yes.
I didn't even know the lyrics. I know the tune. Let me pull it up. Shake It Off. My goodness. How's everything going over in broadcast land? All good?
It's going great. I mean, it's been a great drive for Wishes so far, Will. I mean, talk to us about how your race is going as you pull up the lyrics for one of Taylor Swift's greatest songs.
Yeah, look, we were doing pretty well. Managed to qualify second, as you would have seen, which I was pretty happy with. It's a pretty good track for me, so I was confident that we'd do all right. Yeah, we were out in first place for the first 40 minutes or so. Then we got a couple of penalties, did a driver swap. And yeah, look, I mean, we've been doing pretty well so far at staying out of most of the carnage. We had a couple of wet weather incidents, but it hasn't been quite as chaotic as I thought it might be. So, yeah, we're doing all right. Oh,
well,
goodness.
I know that you guys gave a penalty straight away to your competitors on the front row, Quad Dash Racing at the start of the race. Just playing the games as you should here in Drive for Wishes, right?
Yeah, look, I mean, we didn't want to come out guns blazing right from the start. We wanted to sort of get a bit of a feel for who had genuine pace and everything. But like, as I was saying, like the race hasn't been as chaotic as I thought it was going to be. So yeah, I honestly thought that we were going to be just carnage the whole time. So it's going to be very interesting. Still early days yet. What are we? 2 hours, almost 2 hours in. So
yes.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot to play out. Yeah. All right. How much of this song have I got to sing?
I mean, I tell you what, a chorus, a verse. I'll let you pick.
All right. All right. I know the chorus.
Enthusiasm.
Okay. You want? Do I get a backing track?
Oh, I wish, but that might get us pulled. You know,
my kids are absolutely, and my wife are absolutely obsessed with Taylor Swift. So I would get them down here to do it with me, but it's 4 a.m.
We might wake them up.
The player's gonna play, and the hater's gonna hate. Baby, I'm just gonna shake it off. Woo-hoo. There you go.
Ooh, there you go. Boosted Media, Will Ford presents Shake It Off by Taylor Swift.
Hidden talent, mate. Hidden talent.
Tell you what, that's the next YouTube channel that we'll need from you. Boosted Media, thanks for coming and joining us, Will. Best of luck for the rest of it.
No worries. Good luck with the broadcast, guys. You're doing an awesome job.
Great to have that rendition of Shake It Off here in our Drive for Wishes 2025 Make-A-Wish International. And if you're Team Taylor today in that bowl that's apparently quite super, maybe you'll take that as good tidings moving forward. Lewis, are you Team Travis and Taylor, or are you Team Philadelphia and Eagles?
As in, who would I support, or who do I think is going to win?
I mean, that's a good question.
Because support is neither, but I do think the Chiefs will win. But you know, it is what it is. I don't really follow NFL that much. So
you're going to watch the ads at halftime, is what I'm picking up from you.
Excuse me, I live in a civilized society where we don't deal with that. We don't get ads over here. You do on BBC.
It's part of the cultural experience, to be fair. Daniel Morad is trying to fight for second, by the way. This has been a mighty fine comeback, Lewis. 20 minutes to go to the top of the hour. He's 2 seconds off the lead and off the track as well.
Yeah, straight over there. That's a clean pass, if ever I've seen it, apart from all the bits where it was missing from the circuit. That's fine. It is what it is. No, I will say, by the way, the Super Bowl stuff, it is boring to constantly go back to watching three people talking about what's just happened, even though I do need all the help I can get. As there's a bit of contact.
That's an interesting angle for an MX-5 to be just kind of propped up on as they battle down through turn 3. That was Janneman Preuss who was wrong-sided in the MX-5. Now, did Daniel Morad lose out through all of that? He did, and we just caught up with Boosted Media, and around goes Will Ford, unfortunately, and his teammates in the Mercedes. Or did they hold on? Jay McCabe behind the wheel right now.
Yeah, this is, like I say, I think it's kind of as things have... The rain stopped as things have not dried out, but you know what I mean? We're at this point where it's just got more and more tricky to navigate all the traffic and to keep your car on the road. And it's not a curse. It did get spun out. I don't think there's any major damage on it. I think it'll be right.
For the time being, I'm wondering if Daniel Morad has got any damage on his car, given that he's gone off the track a few times, probably bobbled over curbs and whatnot, which, again, in the sim, you might not think too much about that, but there's definitely some risk to being associated with that. Lunge up the inside of the MX-5 entry as Morad slips and slides off the corner. Lights flash from the Aston Martin, so the Vandelay community Aston not thrilled with that traffic pass.
No, I don't think, again, but I was going to say, I don't think there will be too many people that are thrilled with very much of the driving that's been happening on the circuit. But then again, as I said earlier in the race, if you're getting irritated by it, you're in the wrong race. This is kind of how it's going to be for the next 6 hours and 15 minutes. That's everyone's got to be having a good time out there. It's not about winning until we've got an hour left to go, at which point it's time to start spending some money getting people penalties.
It's kind of like the Porsche All-Stars, isn't it? Where, you know, we're here, we're having a good time, and the racing is secondary, the fun is primary. And so let's have some fun. Daniel Morad's really on the charge right now, but there was a request courtesy of Jeff Fleischman that...
Oh, dear.
Daniel Morad jump into the broadcast.
Oh, no, I'm going to kill someone, including myself. Okay, we're good. Sorry.
Well, that's exactly what we kind of wanted. But Daniel, through all
Am I good then? Can I leave?
No.
Thanks. Good to see all of you.
You've got to do an interview as your favorite driver. So first you got to tell us who your favorite driver is as you fight for second.
Man, I don't know. Probably Dion Fiallo.
All right, so, okay, as you fight for second here, I'm going to ask you some questions. You're going to pretend to be Georgia's own Dion Fiallo, prototype ace. Daniel, been an interesting race so far. You've carved your way back up towards the front. How's things going?
Yeah, they're good. And the setup's pretty much perfect, so I'm amazing at driving.
What's the weather like as you get together with Sam Ball?
I'm a nice guy, so sometimes I like to straighten people out.
Just helping him out through the corner. I mean, Daniel, talk to us as well about the dry transition that's coming up right now. When do you think you'll be switching back over to the dry compound of tire?
My name is Dion.
Oh, Daniel, thanks for joining us. We'll let you get back to the racing and catch up with you later on in Drive for Wishes 2025.
Thanks. Thank you.
For those that don't know Dion Fiallo, prototype ace, based out of Lawrenceville, Georgia, which apparently is a hotbed for prototype drivers at Lewis, but that was certainly an interview of all time.
That was one of the interviews. It's very rare that I've had the joy of hearing a driver mid-interview eliminate someone and then correct them and then answer a question. That's a combo.
I mean, just the way he came into the broadcast booth was 10 out of 10, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely bursting through the door. I mean, honestly, I do... Look, we all have a little bit of Danny Morad, but that was chaos. That was very much on it for the race. And to be fair, 2.5 seconds off the race lead, I think he'll be taking over the race lead. Hopefully a little bit cleaner than how he took over second. But it'll be soon.
I'm not sure if this is just my timing screen playing games with me, but I am being told that Hyperion Racing, Alex Rogers, on the dry compound of tire, whereas those behind on the wet compound. So maybe a slight difference, but don't quote me on that one. We've sometimes been fed some misleading information in the past. Not being misled by my eyes. That's an MX-5 that is now perpendicular to the track and a rather uncomfortable place as well as it tries to rejoin. It's the Keith Says Yes motorsport car, but right now he's probably saying, no.
probably saying, please help. But eventually getting that car back going again. It doesn't look particularly damaged, although a lot of gravel being kicked up. I thought someone might have been into the barrier on the left-hand side. We've seen a fair few of those this afternoon that have already visited the barrier at turn 5. Look at some of the gaps in that MX-5. This car is 4 laps down from the race lead. The gaps in the MX-5 class are wild. Speaking of cars in the barrier, there was a BMW on the right, MX-5 going off on the left. Goodness me.
Some more no's coming out of that car as it rejoins. It's McLaren, rather Porsche, that slides up the inside in that GT4 class. Is interesting that, there's no BOP adjustments that have been made for this race, but you've got Porsche, McLaren, BMW, and then the Aston Martin a little bit further down that at one point was in a podium position, but that 922 BMW showing that can run well and run poorly as well, depending on how things are going. These wet conditions are definitely being a interesting test, to say the very least. Lewis, you and I were 10 minutes away from jumping out of the booth. We'll be back for the final 2 hours as well. But, we've had a couple of safety cars, a couple of stop and start moments, and this one guaranteed a light shower of rain that we were expecting. That was uncomfortable.
That was uncomfortable, continuing to be uncomfortable. I'm hungry now all of a sudden. Don't know why, but no, it's been a lot of fun. We've had a lot of positives, a lot of negatives in air quotes. Been a lot of banter, which is good. There's the straight line car, probably going to straight line someone else in just a second. This is a big dive on what I'm going to say at the moment is my favourite livery on the grid. I'm going to commit to that. I think it is the Wishing for Speed MX-5. Yeah, that's got my vote.
We will send the link which you will be able to vote for the best livery of the event. We've got 6 and a bit hours with which to sort that one out, though. Plenty of time to get that sorted. We'll watch the LMP3 battles continue to duke it out, and we'll drag Alex Gillen in from the iRacing team. I still don't know what it means, so it caught me out a little bit. Alex, welcome to the broadcast booth. How's it going?
Yeah, not bad. The conditions are not that easy, but they're getting better, so I can't complain too much. And it's I've enjoyed this race a lot. It's been absolutely carnage. It's absolutely incredible. Oh my, someone spins directly in front of me as I speak to you. There you go. Perfect example of the carnage you've seen today.
We saw that from your onboard perspective, but the main reason you're in the booth, as much as we'd love to have a chat, Alex, is you've been called out. It's time for some carpool karaoke. So
good.
You haven't been told a specific song, a specific artist, so I mean, it's totally up to you. Just keep it on the track while you sing as well, because this is crazy.
I mean, I'll try, but driving this car, there can only be one song, right? I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life in plastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me anywhere. Trying to kill somebody. I don't know much more of the words, to be honest. Do you know any words? You guys can join in, surely.
I wish I knew the words, but right now I'm just enjoying this rendition so much that I've stood up and I've started dancing around. Alex, that was a 10 out of 10. I will accept that. Before we let you go, I've got to ask, what does iRacing mean? Because Lewis and myself, we have no idea.
Not much to us, to be honest. It's, a bit of Riz, a bit of something about you. iRacing, I don't know. It's... your guess is probably as good as ours, to be honest. We're not really people with Riz, but we thought iRacing sounds like a good name. We went with it. Simple as that.
Thanks, Matt.
I respect that. Like Lewis says, we understand. Alex, thanks for coming in for a quick chat. We'll let you go and focus in, because Lewis, as he was coming down the main straight, they were 3 wide. There was an MX-5 in the grass, in the wall, and then he sings Barbie Girl. I mean, that is what this event should be about, right?
Do you know what? I respect the speed to be like, obviously that's the song. And that is good. Top tier. Another great livery. Again, it's the hot pink. It really works for me. But it's not livery of the day. No, but it's up there. It's good.
It's good. And I appreciate the honesty as well. He doesn't know what Riz is, but no. He's like us. He's still trying to figure it out.
Please, someone explain in great detail
what it means when you really need him.
Yeah, I can understand. I think I've just about figured out cap.
Yes, no cap. Yes, I've understood that. No cap.
No cap, which is obviously no joke, no lie. But there's a time to use it that I haven't figured out. I just know what it means, and you see an opportunity and then you say it.
I know how to use it. No cap. I know what no cap means. You see?
It's true.
I mean, it's true. Front of the field, it's down to half a second, so Hyperion Racing feeling the heat. This is what I was kind of referring to when I said it was crazy down the pit straightaway. Travis Harris almost forced off. Watch the live pictures! Oh, there was chaos over turn 3. Daniel Morad just been taken out. He was on the outside trying to avoid all of that, but bam! Into the grass, into the kitty litter, and big drama at the top of the hill.
Yeah, that was... expected from that much traffic. Danny Morad sent round, obviously dropped him down now to 5th position in class, 6.5 seconds off of the race lead. Chaos at the top of the hill. I mean, it's a hard corner to go through by yourself, is turn 3. Obviously, you go through the left-hander at 2, pull it back over the left-hand side, and then flick it through the right at 3. That was an absolute mess. I have just noticed something on the Racing for James car that I didn't realise. There was a tongue on it. We'll come back to that in a moment.
I mean, it was so big-brained until right then.
Had he never come back onto the track, that would have been perfect.
Oh, that was almost perfect. Like Lewis says, it almost worked out just as intended. Unfortunately, it did not. GT4, by the way, black flags are being thrown around and traded like candy at a school lunch ground. Brabham Motorsports had one. Project 91 Racing Team, they now have one, but they still run first and second. Oh, Daniel Morad with a hip check to the boosted Motorsports Mercedes, and Jay McCabe's off wide.
Goodness me.
That LMP3's lost the left front.
Yeah, it's one of the Hyperion cars. I think it might be it is the 21. It's the one that's 4 laps down, so it's not the one, obviously, that's battling and hanging on to the race lead at the moment, the 44 car. There is the Hyperion car over to the left-hand side. That car has had good speed today. With a wheel missing, it's going to be struggling to find some good speed. But that's fine. Let's see how it got there.
Oh.
Solo.
Oh.
The grass can't be touched really at the moment. It's a bit wet.
You know what, Lewis? I hadn't noticed that.
It's a bit wet. You can't be doing that. By the way, I want to speak of not turn numbers, but I want to keep it in the theme of numbers for a second.
Okay.
Our racing number
78. Best number in motorsport.
Now you will notice that it's not represented on this field.
Right.
There is no number 78. It is represented on this field, and I don't know why it's not its number. But the Keith Says Yes Motorsports car has the 78 written on the side. I've only recently just noticed it's got 78 there, but its number's 12 in game. Why? Why not 78? Why are you secretly hiding your true identity as greatest number of all time?
Reminder that we are doing a vote, which you, the audience, will help judge best livery of the event, so keep an eye out through the course of the next 6 and a bit odd hours. Lewis and myself are about to jump aside, but remember, our pre-race target for Drive for Wishes was 10,000. We almost hit that before the green flag had dropped. We are cresting up towards 13,000 raised. Last year was 30,000 in our inaugural Drive for Wishes. Let's see if we can try and match that. Not even halfway through this event. All the incentives for safety cars have been taken, so there is going to be 1 safety car per hour to the end of this race. But Lewis, let's be honest, you and I will step aside for 4 hours. We'll jump back into the booth with 2 hours to go. And in many ways, the next 4 hours aren't going to matter as long as you're there at the very end with a chance you have a potential to come out on top.
Well, I mean, look, the first 2 hours have been chaos. Again, I do believe, unlike typical endurance racing where goodbye for a bit of a spin, nice one, flick it round, send it off, right, cool, nice one. Not quite J turn of the day, but that's got to take our J turn of the day's got to take some beating. Of course, the Solpec Precision MX5 with that one on the back stretch was pretty epic. But yeah, normally in endurance racing, this part of the race quietens down a little bit until some major drama starts to happen. This is not going to be like that, especially not considering we've got some safety cars coming. Oops, that was our race leader, by the way.
Former race leader.
Yeah.
Yeah, and well, bang into the side of the 33. Not much they could do to avoid aero speed. It be like that sometimes, unfortunately. 90 seconds to go to the top of the hour. We'll have 2 hours complete here in the Drive for Wishes 2025. Lewis, before we go, predictions. How big do you think the gap will be when we come back? Because you may think this is a dumb question, but I think in at least one of our classes, the gap's going to be a full lap.
Oh, easily. MX-5 will be a lap.
Yes.
GT4 will be 31 seconds.
Okay.
And LMP3 will be 12 and a half.
Oh, okay. Well, I agree with you on MX-5. I think that will be a lap. GT4, I think that's going to be a lap as well. I think GT4 is going to be 1 lap. I think LMP3 is the one where it could be even smaller than 12 seconds, to be honest. I'll go 30 just because, let's say we'll jump in during a pit stop cycle. At least that will make it a little bit interesting. A little bit of contact there as they work off the corner. Left rear on the curb as well there. Slows the roll for the 08 down the hill, the PWR Motorsports car that at one point was running at the front of the field in what has been a truly chaotic opening 2 hours to the Drive for Wishes. We pick up the Eclipse Solar car as another car's run wide. $13,000 raised here in the Drive for Wishes 2025, all in support of Make-A-Wish. Arjuna Kankipati, Lewis McLeod stepping out of the booth, Jake Sperry and Mike Nows to walk you through the next 2 hours.
Thank you, Arjuna. We are absolutely stoked to be in with what is some fantastic racing that will be going through, and a Drive for Wishes, which I'm sure that everybody around the world will have an opportunity to bring themselves toward. We are, as we were just mentioned, really close in terms of our donation goals, looking to jump over towards our initial goal of $15,000, but looking to jump over towards $30,000 hopefully by the end of our action. There are many ways you can donate. We've got a fantastic auction which is going on at the moment, and of course those racing incentives which are so key. The safety cars are all dealt with, so you're not going to be able to jump in with safety cars, but you've got some fantastic opportunities to jump on through and give some fantastically funny penalties. If you joined us for the first time, if you're just here right now for the new time, you've got opportunities for just $10. You can put a copycat donation in which says whichever your favorite driver is, you've got to interview in exactly that style. You've got the carpool karaoke, which is also at $10, which is you've got to belf out a safe for stream musical number on the main broadcast here with us, so you get to jump in and have a really nice fun drive. And then of course you also have the opportunity to say, I don't really want to do that, so for $10 you can play your Uno reverse card. So any sabotage which is sent by a team, you can send it right back and say, no, it's your turn, you can do that. So let's see how long of an Uno reverse chain we could maybe get into play. For those of course looking at higher incentives, for $20 you can ask a driver to step aside to give a position to the driver behind you. We might see that to the end of the race, which might just give a little bit of strategy over towards the end. It's the pits is a call you can have. You head to the pit lane straight there, and for $35 in terms of donations, you've got the idea to flip and reverse it, which is to say here at Road Atlanta to bring the car in reverse, take it out of turn 7, drive all the way to 10A and 10B and do so backwards. And then of course you can make them pay, which is of course $35 to say it's time for a penalty. They've not been great. Mike, I tell you what, this is something that is so incredibly fun to see out there, as we see a little bit of an example of it here from Job van Driel here in the 1322 Racing GT4 Mercedes running backwards along at the back stretch. And this is what we love. It's a race which everyone is looking at and going, let's have a bit of fun for 8 hours.
Absolutely, and here we see 2x2 Noah's Ark formation as well, going backwards. It's going to be Giannis and the AMG. I'm loving seeing the flashing of the headlights too, just to keep themselves out of disaster. This race so far, Jake, has been fun, chaotic, daft, and silly in every amazing way possible so far, and the fact that we've already raised, as you mentioned, $13,000, and still with 5 hours and change, well, 6 hours basically, left to go. This has been an incredible race so far, and the drivers, they must just be having an absolute hoot of a time out on track.
I absolutely believe that they have, and we've got a fantastic group of drivers. We had 48 different teams take to the start of this race, only one non-starter being the 28 of Maradness ASR. This is your leading car, was for a time the leading car out there over Yanis Albert and the Brabham Motorsports team, because they have just lost the race lead and second as well. So Project 91 Racing team have just moved to the front, and the car that's directly in front of them right now is Mark Calver driving for the Orange Army Racing with JARC. That's going to get close, and that's going to be a hefty shunt there with the 1322 racing car. So backwards buddies now find themselves with a bit of drama to work with. And I tell you what, it doesn't look as nice out there with the rear spoiler completely missing. The suspension's caved in, and you can see the reaction there. Back down to the pits you go. That is a long time for Tow Truck Tim to go and just allow Yanis Albert and Brabham Motorsport to get back out and racing again.
It certainly is. Backmarkers giveth and backmarkers taketh away, as we have just seen, and that will be a trip down a pit lane, very unwelcome. But the beauty of this race is the fact that we have all of these wonderful donation events to bring them back into contention. If they are so keen, they can go ahead and donate to maybe have the cars in front and hand the positions back over for free, using the donations to a strategic advantage, of course. But there we see Mark Claver on screen. He is the man that is benefiting from all of this, gaining a position for free, and my goodness, does he look cool doing it.
Absolutely. I love the eye tracking there that's done to get those fantastic sunglasses into play for Mark as he looks to try and charge on through with what he is hoping for. So we are getting that real sense now that these drivers will be settling into a rhythm. It's the middle of the race now they're heading over towards, so they've had an opportunity to jump in. And Mark Calver, based in Suffolk in England, is a Norwich City season ticket holder. I'm sorry for your loss. And goes to as many games as possible when it doesn't clash with sim racing event. I used to be in the Norfolk area, and they're massive fans out there over at Norwich City. They've got possibly the oldest football chant in the world at Norwich City.
Wow. As an American, I've been there multiple times. No, I haven't been there at all. I can't say. It's not quite up my speed there, Jake, but you know, that is quite the fun fact.
It very much is. Of course, we are on a Super Bowl Sunday, so we were having a few questions about that. Are you Team Chiefs or are you Team Eagles?
I'll be honest again, probably not the one to ask. When it comes to any form of football, be it American or not, I'm not necessarily the best man for that. But if I had to pick one, we'll go with Team Chiefs here today because, I don't know, why not? Kansas City, in my opinion, is a cooler city than Philly. Yes, I said it. I have no evidence to back it. I have no stats or anything. It's just my personal opinion.
Ooh, that's ooh. I don't know how to feel about that. Ooh, okay. Well, I'm a Bengals fan by trade because you've got to pick somebody as a British fan. As we focus on Ethan Brewer here in 11th position, driving around in the number 49 car, currently looking to get some good progress in GT4. This is the Bum Racing team who find themselves currently out there and needing everything sorted. About 7 laps down plus. I would say actually 10 laps down on the Project 91 Racing team leaders. As a Bengals fan, obviously the Kansas City Chiefs is a team that we necessarily wouldn't like to see victory with, but I'd also say that the Eagles are looking pretty nice in terms of what they're doing. I would like to see an Eagles win personally. I think that would be the healthier win is the right way I'd describe it, but we are in the middle of this wet to dry. I was expecting most of these drivers now to move over to dry weather tyres. As we flick on over, we had a massive band of rain come through about an hour ago, just as the last safety car came into play. But as far as the weather is concerned here, Mike, we got clear skies for our entire stint, so this track's only going to dry.
Yeah, the big lawnmowers or hoovers, however you want to look at them, are going to be moving that water swiftly off the circuit, especially those LMP3s. They're going to be making quick and easy work of it, drying the track out, and more or less in the next 10 minutes, we should see a lot of our drivers come in for their stop to change tires, head on over to that dry compound, the slicks, and, well, cruise themselves on through these stints. I also wanted to point out, you mentioned the Bum Racing team there of Ethan Brewer. He's up 2 positions, so certainly nothing to to shake a stick at. P11, down a couple laps, but it's been good progress thus far, and that's one thing. When it comes to endurance races, Jake, I think it was you that dubbed this term, and I've since stole it from you a long time ago, but the little micro objectives that these drivers have to place, and it's just setting small goals to set another small goal a little bit further down the line.
Absolutely. It's about getting manageable and achievable goals. What can I do in the next 5 minutes? What can I do in the next 10, next 30? Or you could have a massive moment like that as we got cars flying about here, there, and everywhere, and a very unique different category classes that we've got. LMP3 with all of the downforce available, but not necessarily the fastest LMP in iRacing. There are LMP2s and LMP1s for those who are new to iRacing, and that is an LMP3 looking absolutely third, fourth, fifth, I would say 100th hand at the moment where the back looks, and that was the 18th position LMP out there. So that might have been the Vermilion Racing car of Marcus Hemke, who was in trouble. Look, down the hill through turn 10, this is what people don't understand when it comes to wet circuits right now, is that the water will drain the furthest away at the bottom of the racetrack, and this is a very hilly circuit. So down through the final corner of turn 12 and over through the S's section, those are the two places on track I would suggest are going to be the last places to clear standing water.
Yeah, and that really gave us a great look as well at the LMP3's Nissan V8 engine that was underneath the bonnet, but now no longer, as you can see, lacking a rear shell. That thing detonated, Jake, when it hit the wall. This is one thing, of course, with the iRacing damage model that is vastly superior to other simulators, where you have very, very dramatic bits of damage that can fly onto circuit and then cause issues for other drivers as well.
Yeah, we got a lot of people watching here around the world, and one of our friends, Daniel Newman Racing, is apparently a massive Ipswich Town fan. So it looks like the rivalry will be stoked, and hopes that a position or 6 can be lost. You can make Mark Calver's team lose positions if you donate 20. So you got the opportunity to do that if you want to. But of course, we are all looking to make the pushes right now. We've got definitely a number of different teams out there making their pit stops. But I did want to touch on the categories of cars that we're using. So LMP3 is really quick. GT4, of course, no real balance of performance being enacted here today in the race, in the Drive for Wishes. But you've also got the MX-5 Cup in 2016. Now, the MX-5 Cup, I think, is the most interesting out there, because either when you've got the MX-5s, Mike, and we've done a lot of MX-5 racing, me and you together, it's either going to be a field that stays really close together or splits apart massively. And with a lead of a minute for Joey Lotriciano over Thomas Weston, a lead of a minute is huge.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But again, keep in mind the fact that there's still, for $20, someone can take that position away from him. That's one thing that I will never leave the back of my mind here in this race, is in a normal race where you would have a normal stint timer, a normal everything. This is not a normal race, folks. Again, remember, you can head on over to the link that's pinned in each of the chats, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, and make donations. You can make some drivers have some inconvenient times, be it either driving reverse on circuit or singing a little bit. That's something we've had quite a bit of fun with. I'd love to hear a couple more drivers do some karaoke, but of course, again, that step aside, give position to the driver behind you, is a very interesting $20 donation, and I'm interested when we're going to see it.
I'm really going to be looking forward to it. We've had a number of very, very popular drivers, as we see there, the spin of Tyler Guillemette, and this is Tristan Engelstad taking a massive, massive hit going down through the S's, and the boot absolutely taken off along with the rear spoiler, so that looks like not the greatest moment out there for them. But I would love to hear people just tuning up the pipes, getting the opportunity to go out there and sing, and really, actually, it's all about just having a bit of fun, knowing that you're out there, you're all looking to enjoy, and we're all seeing what we can do as a community together. And this is what brings the best of sim racing out there. And as a community, and seeing what sim racing has been for a decade, I think the best of sim racing has always shown through the charity drives which are done, be it through the 24-hour races solo that we've seen, through races like this at the Drive for Wishes. I know that the Racing for Anna charity has done some amazing work year after year after year. It's just simply incredible what we see from this sim racing sphere time and again, that we're always one of those looking to try and just give as much as we can to those for a better cause.
Yeah, exactly. And especially looking at some of the drivers in this race, they have some previous charity experience as well. Wayne M. Grenor, who raised over $15,000 themselves back in 2022 and for sim racing as well. So just loads of like-minded individuals taking part here tonight and just having a good time to support the kids. That's after all what we're about. 92% that you can see on screen, 92% of Wish children said they wish that the experience or the Wish experience has improved their well-being, and that of course is all we can ask to do. Sometimes we can't make the biggest difference, but at the end of the day, it's the little things that matter, and trying to just get everybody a little piece of sim racing and get them involved here for the Drive for Wishes. That's what we're all about.
On your screen is your race leaders right now. Hyperion Racing 2, the number 44 car out there, being piloted by Alex Rogers, and deciding to straight line the final chicane there, just overcooking it into the corner. Was a little worried about running into Braden Melling there for Eclipse Racing Esports Solar. Oh, Hazik Nafi Mustaf there having a big issue with, I believe, Thomas Weston in the MX-5 category, who was second in class, so wishing for speed now at a minute 27 back overall. But this does form part of a fantastic milestone for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. It is their 45th anniversary this year of their first ever Make-A-Wish that has come into fruition. I think it just goes to show you how long-standing the Make-A-Wish Foundation has been. Of course, about 15 years ago, the first ever Make-A-Wish Day was created, and that it's not just about the United States, it's about the entire world, where the Make-A-Wish Foundation makes a difference to each and every single person who is a part of that. I saw this stat that about in the United Kingdom alone, 134,000 people are eligible for a Make-A-Wish. So it just goes to show you that there are a lot of wishes out there that can be fulfilled, and it is, simply put, one of the most incredible charitable drives that the human race has seen.
Absolutely is. And with that, of course, here tonight on this event, we have a couple votes that you can be taking part of. A, we have a bit of a drive that you could go on to, A, just for donations in the first place, and B, you might be able to cop yourself some equipment as well. But on top of that here, there's a livery contest, and the winner of that will be getting a cash prize. You go out there, vote for your favorite liveries out on track. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that the crash that we just saw there from the MX-5, that was wasn't that Lewis's pick for best livery out on track? The one here on your screen as well that we're currently looking at. Another great shout, but all the way around, let us know, chat. Who is your favorite livery? Who's your favorite driver? And who do you want to see win it here in the next 5 hours, 44 minutes, and 20 seconds as we get to the checkered flag?
Jack Wynn there, running about for the Potato Nation Streamers, which is a fantastic group under Lawrence de Sosla, which we did have the opportunity to go and have a chat with earlier on in today's show. If you haven't had the chance to already, I'd take an opportunity to look at what he does, because what he is able to do from the reviewing side is fantastic. We are getting word that we are going to be getting a song request coming in pretty soon for Vanderlei Racing. So they look like they're going to be those looking to jump through. Got a few penalties coming through as well. So Giza 3D, the number 5 car, have just been given a black flag penalty. But that Vanderlei Racing team, apparently they've managed to survive 2 hours and 15 minutes worth of racing here, Mike. So they've got to sing I'm Still Standing by Elton John.
It's very fitting. It might be a little early, to be honest, to be singing that. But, you know, it's about the message, right? The memo, and trying to keep that in their head. That'll be their theme song for the rest of this race, I predict.
Well, we're going to get the opportunity to bring Dan in right now. Dan, hello. How's your race been?
It's been all right.
It's been all right? Yeah, been managing to survive as well as you can?
Yeah, we've had 1 or 2 accidents, but that's all. That's all it's been, really.
That's all it's been. Would you say you're still standing?
Yeah, I'm still standing.
Well, the good friends of ours here at Make-A-Wish have found that, courtesy of that guy, or that one guy 243, your job with us right now is to sing I'm Still Standing by Elton John.
Okay. You never know if I'm still standing, better than ever did, looking to survive, feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time, picking up all the parts of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's pretty much all you're going to get from me.
Well, we'll take that. Hats off. Dan there joining us then from the Vandelay Racers. Absolutely fantastic. Mike, out of 10, how was that?
That was an honest 8 out of 10. That was the best effort I think we've heard thus far.
Thank you.
An 8 out of 10. Look at that.
I'm very impressed.
I was just looking at the lyrics. I forgot the full-on lyrics of the song.
Well, that's good.
I still, again, 8 out of 10, easily.
Absolutely. You can take that 8 out of 10, Dan, and you can put that on your resume.
I will do. It'll be
Look
top
at that.
of the list.
Top of the list. That's what we want to see. Well, we wish you the best of luck with your team. Dan, they're joining us from the Vandelay Racers, who have now just dived into the pits. We've got 5 hours, 41 minutes, and 28 seconds remaining of racing. I would like to try, ladies and gentlemen, to get to $15,000 by the end of the hour. We've got 14 minutes to raise $1,500. If you can all manage that, I tell you what, hats off to you all. That would be incredible to see from all of us. Daniel Morad, currently your now overall leader with the purple check mark next to his name, and purple in racing spheres means you got the fastest lap of the race.
You know, Jake, I am curious right now. How much of a karaoke guy are you? Is chat going to be looking at making a $10 redemption here to make you sing some karaoke? Because you give off a vibe of someone who might be well versed in that.
Oh, I've not actually done karaoke ever. But here's a little bit of industry information that people don't know is that as part of my studies growing up, I have a music performance pass from here. So I do know how to play the voice a little bit, but, you know, if it's something that I have to do and chat wants to throw in, they can. But we'll see what goes along as we put on forward. But hopefully I've got to know the song in order to try and sing it.
It makes sense, yes. Fair enough.
So Mike, how much money is it going to take for you to start doing karaoke? So are we going to go like for like?
Well, I mean, it's a $10 donation. If someone wants me to sing a little bit of something, I'll give it my best go. I don't have any voice experience like you in terms of musical, so I will admit it might sound like a dying cat, but I will give it my best effort.
Well, there is a song out there for everyone that seems to work, and that will certainly see a track that is drying out at the moment, and we are seeing more great racing come along. 5 on the leading lap currently is left overall. Now, Ian May is currently in 23rd position overall, climbing over the top of the hill and look to go through, and that is not the way to climb the hill there. That is very much a lawnmower in every single stage of the word. When you consider that we've got 2 Cornish lawnmower racing teams who are out there racing here, it's taking a little bit of a look at that, and there goes one of the Potato Nation cars. So that's the Brereton Motorsports team that find themselves in all sorts of trouble. And look, you can see just getting out on the wet stuff, that is the tiniest tap of grass in the world, and it's so easy to see round you go.
Yeah, very. Oh! Watch your mirrors on the rejoin. My goodness, Dan Wills there. Willis, a little bit overly exuberant back onto the circuit, and unfortunately sent someone careening into the Shadow Realm, and that unfortunately was Thomas Wenner.
Yeah, so there's the spin in the full-on Make-A-Wish colours, and then watch out for the rejoin, because this is turn 3. It's blind over the top of the hill. You can say that Werner there was a little bit into the middle of the circuit, so I wouldn't entirely put the blame there. There was still room to go and leave that space, so I think that was just a case of drivers meet in the middle, and sometimes you do get involved in a little bit of incident here and there. Of course, it is worth noting that we don't quite know when a safety car is going to be coming out, but we do know it's at some time in this hour, so they might decide to hold it back until the final 15 minutes of the hour. They might decide to go and throw it straight away at the top of the hour, and that brings into perspective that you never truly know what's going on. As we see more donations in, a $10 donation from Anonymous. Thank you very much for joining us with the Make-A-Wish Foundation. So we've got a lot going on as we stream here, of course, with iRacing on YouTube and on Twitch, and the chasing around this circuit is absolutely fantastic. We're currently 96 laps in to your Drive for Wishes, and these laps, they do tick off, and Road Atlanta as a circuit often finds itself as a little bit of a crucible, Mike, and I think that's what makes it one of the best American racing tracks in the world here from Braselton, Georgia. It's one of those tracks where it also, I feel, embodies, as Vincent Vort goes off the road and into the barriers at turn 1. I think it really does embody the Make-A-Wish drive as a circuit, because this circuit, in terms of the action it generates and how amazing it's been for motorsport, I like to think of this track as the little circuit that could.
Oh, absolutely. This is a 12-corner, 7 to the right and 5 to the left track that's only 2.5 miles or 4 kilometers in length. So in reality, not the longest track on the calendar. Of course, Road America being the longest in America. This track, though, has seen its history all the way back, or it was founded a long, long time ago, back in 1970, and it had a very, very rough surface, and it was nicknamed the GOAT track back in the days. And ever since then, a couple films have also been filmed here, including a couple TV shows. Smokey and the Bandit 2 was one of the shows that was filmed here, as well as The Fast and the Furious.
Well, you got to take that. We've seen some drivers very fast and very furious, and we just saw what happened to the number 6 Straight Line Racing for Wishes team, which was 2nd overall in class, find the barriers, and now are in the pits taking a fast repair Jean-Sebastien Larose behind the wheel there. Worth noting that for all of these drivers, it's all about getting over to the finish. There should be no excuses for drivers not finishing this race today, because they've got unlimited fast repairs, and if you really wanted to, you could do this 8-hour race all on your own as a team, or if you wanted the ultimate challenge here and try and get all your pit stops in time, imagine having 15 drivers on one team.
Yeah, that would be quite the roster, and I wouldn't be too keen on having driver changes throughout, as it'd be an argument every single time they come into pit lane of, no, I want to take the wheel, no, I want to take the wheel, and then once the wet weather comes, who's going to be the one volunteering?
No, you can both take the wheel so long as you learn to share. I think that would be the scenario out there that many would be looking at then in that regard. And actually, there is a very interesting scenario that you've got in terms of iRacing fair share, as we see one of the MX-5 spun just under the Fox Factory Bridge there, looking to go back down the hill, is the fact that fair share is a very awkwardly calculated thing where you've got to make sure that you're taking at least, I think, a certain amount of percentage of your team's work. But if everyone's pulling in, I think they only have to do like 2 laps or something to get fair share.
Well, of course, one of the main endurance racing strategies is minimizing the amount of times that you spend down pit lane. You'd have to be going for the opposite strategy on that, and to be fair, I don't think anyone's ever done it, so who knows? Maybe it would work, though I suspect it might be a little bit inopportune, but you never know. Anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. Look at that M4 as well, that Oreo M4. That's a tasty looking livery.
I'll tell you what, as Matt Scherf has a big issue out there on circuit, that M4 Oreo car looks really, really good. I would say it's been in through the rain, so it's been dropped in a glass of water or a glass of milk, whichever way you want to say it. It's had its dunk, so to speak, and now very much has been a case of, well, trying to get itself through to the end of this race. So we've certainly been keeping an eye on that. That is an MX-5 that has been taken through the ringer down at the bottom of the hill. That's David Duke for the Keith Says Yes Motorsports team, and that looks well, modified is one way of calling it. I'd say it's the American way of calling it. That is banger racing quality now for an MX-5.
I think what happened there is we saw them, Duke here, driving backwards. So he had one of the penalties, or one of the donations redeemed for him to have it 1 kilometer in reverse, and I think he was doing it through the S's, which is interesting. Here's him exiting pit lane, so maybe, okay, hold on, let's keep it at, yes, indeed. So here we're about to see him, I think, crank a U-turn here and then start going in reverse, or are we? Or no, he's stopping. Yes, that is exactly what we're going to see, which again, Jake, this just goes to show you, and we look at the live cam, the dominoes are falling. We have elapsed just over 2 hours, or just over 2.5 hours, and everybody is struggling to keep all 4 wheels pointing in the correct direction and their bodies relatively intact.
Well, here's the issue about doing a kilometer backwards. It's you got to find where's the right place to do a kilometer. Oh, across the circuit. Oh, and which way do you want to go? Left, right, up, down, sideways. Take the Grace Glass elevator if you're Willy Wonka. That, you know, this is the sort of thing that I would look at as a driver going forward. and even though it's virtual, it's something that sends my hair straight up onto end, because going backwards on a live racetrack is something that will never be allowed in the real world. So you look at this in terms of an incentive. This is what sim racing is in my book, which is what I love. I love the way that it breaks, pushes barriers out there. And Brereton again, that 21st position car has been in all sorts of trouble. And that was William Rasmussen, who was up right there near the front, and find a way. Secondary contact there. The engine goes pop, and that is a tow back to the pits.
Yeah, he looked death in the face and said, "Give me your best shot," and it repeatedly punched him in the face over and over and over again. Thankfully, the faster pairs got him back out on circuit pretty much right away. We also saw from their other teammate as well, Ian May, from the Potato Nation Spuds. We mentioned him a little bit earlier. Ian hasn't had necessarily the greatest race here for the past 30 minutes, and one of the fun facts about some of these drivers, I was looking at Phelan Pritchard's. He knows Ian May, I'm assuming in real life, because Ian crashed Pritchard's Ferrari at one point. It doesn't say what type of Ferrari, but apparently Ian May has crashed Phelan Pritchard's Ferrari at one point, and I'm very curious to know the lore behind that.
Well, I am sure looking forward to hearing just what's happened there, but I'm sure you want to be hearing what's going on in terms of a little bit of our musical action, because I suppose as the resident Brit here, I've got to channel my inner James Corden out here, which means it's carpool karaoke time, which will be coming up soon. And he's been put from pillar to post with penalties and donations, and it's just been such a level driver, and now they lead this race. So in order to keep them in check, and this is one of the things, to keep drivers in check, sometimes you do have to do this. We're going to grab Daniel Morad in a couple moments, and so on top of it here, we're going to get him to start singing a little bit of Linkin Park, ladies and gentlemen. So that should be coming up in the next couple of moments, which, Mike, I am absolutely stoked for.
I think Daniel Morad right now, he is currently crawling in his skin, trying to weave around and get by one of these back markers. This is not a battle for position that we see. He navigates the MX-5s, and now he will have to be singing while trying to sing on track as well. And here he is.
Oh, hey. How's it going, guys?
It's going great. Daniel, are you looking at building a new house here in this broadcast booth? Because it seems like you've been here a little while.
I don't know. This is the first time I've been here. I saw Dion on earlier.
Oh, yes, you did. That's amazing. He was doing a very good Daniel Morad impersonation.
Was he?
Apparently so. But unfortunately, we're going to need your lyrical mastery to be put into play at the moment, Daniel, because we've just got word, courtesy of one of our anonymous gifters, that you've got to get your best Linkin Park out. Can you sing Crawlin' for us, please?
Man, someone already told me this. Okay, 1 second. Oh God, there's carnage. There's carnage.
They are everywhere.
That's it. That's the song. Those are the lyrics, right?
Not quite. I mean, sure, if you were singing it about 3,000 times speed.
Guys, last time I checked, those were the lyrics. I would Google them before we comment any further.
I think, Daniel, it sounds like you're one step on the edge and you're about to break here. We need some good lyrics out of you.
Okay, any other song? I really don't know the song. Like, what if I don't know the lyrics?
Anything from Linkin Park will do.
All right. My car's come so far. I've killed some cars. In the end, MX-5s don't even matter. I'm off the track. I'm mowing the lawn. 360s all day. Not quite this time.
I'm amazed you get that out of the barriers, though. That's incredible.
Okay, well, there you go. How's that?
We'll take it.
All right.
His own version. Oh, I love our graphics crew. In the end, by Linkin Park, his own version. Daniel Morad, ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause. Mike out of 10.
Thank you. I'm here all race.
A solid, I'll give you a couple points up, a 6.5 out of 10, mainly for the creativity. You know, I wanted a little more effort, but I appreciate the effort in the creative element.
I totally meant to do the spin as well. It was on purpose, in case anyone was wondering.
You do your own choreography.
Yes. I took a misstep there, so don't dock me too hard. Didn't quite
definitely played a role. in the end, you know, I will admit the only reason that I'm hesitating to not give you like a 7 or an 8 is because you did follow the in the end almost to a T, but you didn't hit the wall. If you hit the wall, I absolutely would have marked you up at least 2 points.
Yeah, that would have been the end, but we're talking about in the end. You know, we're not there yet.
You know, well, you could have been.
Yeah, just foreshadowing, guys.
Well, we'll wish you the best of luck as we go through. I know you've been from pillar to post with the team, so hopefully you can continue to amass your 27-second lead.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it there. Daniel Morad joining us and having a wonderful showcase there of his lyrical forte out there at the moment. So that's looking like it's going to be really, really good. And apparently, we're just getting a little bit of a clarification on the rules which have just come through. Apparently, you can't make an Uno reverse chain, which I think's a real shame. But I assume this is going to be for, I would say, the ease of purpose, as there goes the spin by Hristo Kerezhov there for the HK Racing team. But an Uno reverse chain would have been great, but of course, how many times do you have to track how many Uno reverses you put in a row? It's very much like trying to follow the stack in Magic the Gathering. It's nearly impossible.
Okay, that's a great example. There's Daniel Morad, by the way, the man that we just heard from. He's now driving the wrong way on track, and no, it is not unintentional. It is certainly planned. Well, this race, Jake, is just absolutely incredible. You know, it's a question in a second, but also we have some people in chat asking about the Rap God when, and I wanted to point out that the Pole Sim Racing, we heard from Aiden Pole earlier. He's a SoundCloud rapper, and now that I know that, his performance, somebody needs to give another donation for Aiden Pole to come back in the booth and sing a little bit because he needs to put a little more effort in if he's a SoundCloud rapper. Just my personal opinion.
Well, if he's a SoundCloud rapper, then he's held on to a higher level, I think, for quite another level that everyone else puts as Daniel Morad looks to get the flick spin back going, gets about halfway around and just about puts the power down. Has now lost the lead over to PWR Motorsports 08, so they now have control of the field through Katishish Venkateshwar, who's there. There's more trouble down there. Arturo Morrison, the pit stop party animals. Well, being down 20th in your class right now, I would say they certainly have been exactly what their namesake intends them to be.
Yes, maybe not quite what they were planning when they drew up the name, but it is, yes, taking it quite literally. They're having a party in the pit lane time and time again, and we even heard a little bit of party in the USA earlier, which is fitting, I suppose, as we are in Brazelton, Georgia in the USA here at Road Atlanta, because of course, why would you name a track Road Brazelton when Atlanta's, I don't know, 10 miles away?
Absolutely. Is that a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle livery?
Oh, that's a good question. Can we get a zoom in from our production here potentially? It's a hard one to. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb and I'm gonna say yes. Judging by the shirt here from Arturo, this they're definitely gonna be, I think, a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles livery, right?
Absolutely. And the orange, forgive me because I have hardly watched any Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Which one does that make Arturo Morrison?
That is Michelangelo, chat. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the reason I know that is because my name is Michael, and that was always his. And I think he's the orange one, right? Or is that? Yeah, I think so. Chat will definitely light me up if I'm wrong.
Well, with every accent they have, I assume they're going to look to paint a masterpiece.
That one went over my head.
Well, Michelangelo was a painter.
Oh.
Christine Chapel.
Oh, I can't believe that went over my head.
No?
Look, I may be a little bit slow, okay? There's a reason that I'm in the commentary booth and I'm not a driver. I'm not just slow on track. I'm also, I guess, a little slow, elsewhere. But yes, Arturo Morrison here looking quite good and potentially one of the liveries of the day. Maybe not quite the best livery out on track, but certainly one to give an effort for and one to think about voting if you are a TNMT fan.
Absolutely. They're all out there somewhere, so I'm sure that they can rally behind and they can find every amount of chance to vote on the best livery of the competition there in that Ligier, which is piloting around, which is often sometimes colloquially known as the dentist car because of the front nose and the way it's scooped. Looks very similar to the likes of a human tongue.
It almost, with this livery, looks like some form of velociraptor dinosaur looking thing. It has some not anthropomorphic qualities. So sorry?
Does it have a Rexy vibe?
Yes, actually, like without the mouth, if you threw a mouth on the front of that, yes, absolutely. I think that's probably where I'm actually getting it from now that you mention it, because when you look at the front here, you're right, it does have that little nose and the little like almost T-Rex arms sticking out from the little canards on the side. You see what I mean?
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. And of course, for every race that they win, they can make one of the teeth gold, very much the same as Rexy. And I'll tell you what, I do love our team, the entire team that works to get together. Hugo Luis, 2011 iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series champion, can indeed tell us that it is Michelangelo.
Okay, there we go. I feel good. If I got that one wrong, it was either Michelangelo. Donatello's the purple one. Leonardo is the green one, I think. And then who the heck is the fourth one?
So you got Michelangelo, Donatello, Leonardo, and the fourth one.
Yeah, who the heck is why am I drawing a blank on the fourth? Raphael. There we go. We got there. We did. We absolutely did. The comic book originally created by Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Moving in then towards 3.5 hours. In fact, we've gone way past 3.5 hours. $13,998, ladies and gentlemen. We are $1,000 away from goal. We're hoping to try and hit that. And we set you the task of trying to get there by the end of the hour. You've got about 21 minutes in order to make that reality. But unfortunately, we are a little short at the moment, so we're going to need a little bit of your help right now, and maybe 4 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles certainly can out there, but we will certainly be looking around for it, because this is an incredible cause here, of course, with the Make-A-Wish Foundation on your Drive for Wishes. Now, Mike, just talk us through some of the prizes that are available in the auction house that we've got to set up, because there are so many amazing different elements out there that can help your sim racing skills move to the next level. Yeah, absolutely there are, as I will pull up. Why did the link close on me? That's the question. You always got to love it when your notes don't work properly. So I tell you what, Jake, why don't you do that, because I'm a great streamer.
Well, at the moment, we got on screen here this ASR3, which is the second generation of it. It is valued at $580 in terms of its price, and is brought to you by Advanced Sim Racing. This is a fantastic way to set up your rig and get yourself all nicely situated in there. You need a strong base every time you go out there and sim race, especially when it comes to the force feedback that goes through your wheels. So you need to be stable and make sure you jump in on that. You have also got a set of the XP1 loaded pedals here, brought to you by SimLab. They are valued at $725, and you can see there you've got all three there. And the pedal game is something that I'm really interested into seeing as we see spins around. If you're going to spin like that, you're going to need a lot of help out of your wheel with your Hyper P1 Ascent racing wheel, and is valued at $1,700. So you definitely want to try and get in for that. And of course, if you are here for us with the first time, 1 year of a VIP membership with iRacing.com Motorsport Simulations is valued right now at $3,000. Starting bid was at $1,500. So that is something you absolutely want to jump in. As a VIP, you are a very important person.
Yes, indeed. And of course, those donations are going to be lasting for about another 13-ish hours, so you do have a little bit of time to get involved on those. Do get your bids placed. There's still no bids on some of these as well, so you're well in the running. If you do want to get yourself involved, head on down to the links in the description or pinned up at the top. And I also saw a couple questions wondering what exactly the donations are for, and that is a great question. If you are just joining us, first off, a big warm welcome to you. We thank you for joining the Make-A-Wish International race here at Road Atlanta for 2025. And some of the donations that you can have is, if you are willing to donate like $10, you can have a copycat, so to impersonate somebody in a driver interview. So basically you can redeem that to have them impersonate their favorite driver. You could also have some karaoke. That's been my personal favorite and highlight of this tonight. Just for $10, you can have any one of the drivers out there on track come on in and sing some karaoke. Heck, we even mentioned it, if you want any of the broadcast team, they'll also, why not do it as well? It's for charity. So Uno reverse cards, which we have established, there are no Uno reverse chains, unfortunately. Hey, it's the rules of Uno. I guess what can you say? So no reversing reverse cards. But if you do want to donate maybe a little bit more, there are $20 donations as well for the step aside to give a position back, send a driver into pit lane, flip it and reverse it.
And we got a full course yellow out. We were expecting them because all of our full course yellow donations have already come into play. There is a look at the brand new iRacing BMW M2 safety car, which looks absolutely fantastic there in the pits, which will be going out there onto circuit. The work that BMW has done with iRacing is simply put sensational. And you take a look at that. You got the lovely different colored flashing lights, the yellow and the blue. I tell you what, you cannot miss it when it's out there.
No, this car is just absolutely stunning. And the M2, of course, being just a classic BMW car. It's got the, what's the word I'm looking for? Quintessential 3.0 liter twin turbocharged straight six that BMW has made their staple pretty much in every single car at this point, barring a couple. But the classic 3.0 straight six is one of the coolest engines out there on the planet.
It is a fantastic engine. It's a fantastic car. And especially when it comes to being a safety car, it's one of the toughest challenges that you have out there because you've got such a heavy piece of machinery out there when you go out and drive in a safety car, because you've got to have all the medical equipment that's there in the back just to make sure that if you have to stop and deal with an emergency that's out there, that you could get to the scene, as well as some of the medical vehicles that you find out there in racing. But you also have to be out there and doing exactly what you can to keep up the speeds, and especially the faster and faster that cars go, the more difficult it becomes to hold that. There's your overall race leaders right now. They are the 08 PWR Motorsport team. Katishish Venkeshwar is behind the wheel currently of that, and we'll have Daniel Morad behind them in the Maradness M squad for a little bit of company soon after this safety car has brought itself into full view. But the 08 team right now have also had Paul Taylor behind the wheel from Club Texas, so they've certainly been looking to try and play this game very well, and they've maybe gone a little bit under the radar to the way that they've moved up in towards the race lead. But I tell you what, you take it at this stage. If you lead in any form of racing, I would say you've earned it. Doesn't matter how, doesn't matter where. They don't ask you how you got there, they ask you how many laps you led.
Yeah, and with that, of course, still 5 positions gained for them. The biggest gainer, though, in that LMP3 category is the Solpec Precision Racing of Michael Diaz, currently behind the wheel, up 18 positions into 5th. 11 positions for the Cornish Lawnmower Racing team as well, currently piloted by Thomas Vayner, and up 11 positions into 8th. So big gainers here in the LMP3 category. I'm assuming they started in the mix potentially with the GT4s, which gave them a couple free positions, but 18 is nothing to shake a stick at all.
Well, it's definitely not. We've seen so well how these races have just gone, and that's going to be a really strong battle out there. So I'm sure that we're going to be seeing quite a lot of amazing racing that will come through, but this is a chance to reset, get the field back into line, and keep this race close out there with all the donations. It's the sort of race that you look at on paper and say, well, if you can donate to take a place back, or you can donate, for example, to drive parts of the circuit in reverse, you look around and you say, well, look at how difficult it is. Now here's something that comes into mind. This isn't going to be a done deal right until the end, because I tell you what, this is the toughest race in the world to work out. How do you count back to the end in terms of strategy? You never truly know where you are until the very, very end of the race to know, well, how much fuel have you got?
Yeah, exactly. And I think Lewis and Arjuna made the comment, and it does not really matter where you're at with the next pretty much 3.5 hours of this race. It really will be down to the final hour and trying to then really lock in and dial in. You just, in the meantime, got to roll with the punches. You're going to take some losses. You're going to take some wins here. And this full course yellow or safety car that we're seeing that has been brought out, some people may be wondering, why do we have a full course yellow? And well, I'm glad you would ask. It's because somebody, a very kind soul has donated $50 towards our Make-A-Wish Foundation Drive for Wishes event here today, and that has caused a full course yellow, or a safety car, whatever you want to call it, and that's only allowed once per hour. The previous one that we had was around that 6 hour and 35-minute mark, so it's been just over an hour and 15 minutes, and now we're seeing the safety car number 2 for tonight.
Yeah, we certainly are seeing this safety car and how important it is as they go around out on circuit. I think it's important to take this time to talk about the history of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. And it all started with Chris's wish out there. So Make-A-Wish traces its inspiration back to Christopher James Gracious, who was an energetic 7-year-old boy battling leukemia who wished in 1980 to be a police officer. In his Phoenix community in Phoenix, Arizona, they came together to make his wish come true, and little did Chris know that his wish would create a movement that would transform millions of lives. Today, Make-A-Wish has granted hundreds of thousands of life-changing wishes to children battling critical illnesses, wishes that give families hope through dark times, strength to persevere, and experiences that forever change their lives. There's a massive thanks to the Gracious family and the founders, of course, of the Make-A-Wish Foundation for their tireless dedication to what is a fantastic mission, which can be summed up as followed: a wish experience that can be a game changer for a child with a critical illness. It's what we want to do. We want to inspire life-changing wishes that just give a little bit of hope back in a world full of darkness from time to time. So there is always that chance to go through. Interesting scenario right now that's gone on. The top 2 in category both dive down into the pits in the Ligier. So this is causing a massive wave of rounds then to chase back up to the field with who the new leaders are. So everyone is going to be scrambling around, hoping that they can get themselves back into line and say, you know what, we're going to be in the right position to go and attack with 5 hours and 11 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and last safety car restart that we saw, we had an MX-5 leading the entire field away, so definitely do expect some form of chaos on the restart. Lewis McGlade had 14 cars predicted. Of course, that was during the wet, though. The rain started during the last safety car, and no carnage or chaos really ensued. I think one car spun round on the restart, and this time, hopefully, we see similar results, or at least even a little bit better would be the absolute goal. Now, also, Jake, you had made the comment about 40 minutes ago, 50 minutes ago, that we wanted to see by the top of the hour 15,000 raised. We're so close. We're at 14,226 right now. 10 minutes left to go. We'd love to hit that 15,000 mark by that time. If not, of course, we still have another 5 hours left to go, but that is our little short-term goal. Last year, we raised $30,000 for the charity, and this year we're looking to do better. Let's get on board. Let's raise some money here, folks, and let's enjoy this racing that's going to be ahead of us.
This is, of course, your drive for wishes, and everyone is going to be looking around and saying that this is all about giving back to what is such an amazing cause, and saying to all of your drivers and some of your favorite personalities out there, what more can you do? I know that we've got the likes of Daniel Morad, who's been from pillar to post. Brabham were out there and had themselves involved quite a bit with, that's the team, of course, with Aidan Millward in it at the moment. Boosted Media has been doing well. Of course, you've got the Vanderlei community, which has been fantastic, and as well as that, the iRacing squad is something that I've been very interested to hear in terms of what they've done, because they've taken Alex Gillen out of the car, and a very close friend of mine, Hayden Gullis, has just got in behind the wheel, and Hayden is one of these fantastic sim racing characters.
Absolutely. We'll see what he can manage now behind the wheel. Of course, the content creator cars, I guess you could maybe dub them for the most part. Some very well-known names in the community, and certainly no slouches behind the wheel either. And there we also see the likes here of Kishviat. I do apologies on the mispronunciation there, but currently rocking in 8th. And this, I think, is one of the other Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cars. It's hard to tell. I can't tell from that little tiny picture. Maybe not.
Well, there is a very nice drink of water. It's very important over the course of your sim racing to stay hydrated each and every time you go out and around the circuit. And so you see, oh dear, in the back, there is a bonnet flying here, there, and everywhere of one of your LMP3s. And that was a big shunt going down the hill under conditions. I think that might have even been the 8th place squad potentially out there. So that definitely didn't work. I'm not actually quite sure who that was. It might have even been the 18th place Vermilion racing car of Gustav Jespersen. No, in fact, it was Matt Scherf who got caught. Oh, so that was a tag in from behind and then straight across. Now, that grass will still be wet. Yes, it is still a dry circuit out there, but it is very much a case of the grass will still be a little bit wet because it takes a little bit longer for the moisture to reach the soil and all the rest of it. So if you get out on the grass, this is probably the most treacherous that the circuit can be. Dry grass, dry tires, wet grass. Not great.
Yeah, the grass is not always greener on the other side, despite the fact that it might look that way. Once you place your tire on it, you'll be finding yourself careening headfirst into a barrier quicker than a quick thing going through Quicksville. Doesn't matter what car you're in, MX-5, GT4, or LMP3, the traction will become optional when you do decide to take a little trip over the grass and rejoin the tarmac. And especially with the more rear-engine or mid-engine cars, the McLarens, the LMP3s, and the likes, they are going to be struggling. The Porsches as well. There you can see one getting by us on our screen. They're going to be the ones most lively, especially being rear-engined. But the safety car, there's still drivers trying to find where they're at here. I'd imagine this will be the theme for a while. Drivers getting back into positions, unlapping themselves, and rejoining the pack.
Yeah, we're in a very big wave around process currently. So all of these drivers now are being given what is known as the wave around. That is a free license to go past the safety car, because normally when you are in these sorts of conditions, you are not allowed to pass the safety car or the cars in front of you under any conditions possible. A wave around is a way to say that you can make that way around the safety car freely and without penalty to then rejoin at the back of the pack when you catch back up to it again. So it is a very important process of racing. You don't often get to see the wave arounds, and it has different names in different series. For example, when it comes to NASCAR style racing, they call it sometimes the lucky dog, because only one car gets to do it and you're the lucky dog who gets it.
Yeah, and this time everyone really getting back around here, and I'm interested to see what this is going to do for the Hyperion Racing team in the PWR, because of course we've seen now the likes of for the number, I guess, 8 team, a very quick driver behind the wheel. Their best lap times are just a little bit quicker than the Hyperion. Currently, Willie Brenman behind the wheel here of the 44. And the Hyperion Racing 2, some interesting facts about that team in general. There are one of the drivers there, Greg Conway. He had 9 hot dogs and drank 9 beers during a baseball game at one point in time. That is his fun fact about himself.
Well, you got to say that you get your money's worth every time you get taken out to the ball game, and at that point I would say you've done that and then some, and hopefully your team managed to find a victory. Hello Fry, it's nice to see you out there. A little bit of Futurama there on the back of Thomas Weston's car out there, I believe it was at the time. So there, the Wishing for Speed team now has Matt Warner in behind the wheel, and they are certainly doing a brilliant job out there, and we get to see all of those fantastic liveries. That livery competition is very much still open and available. I think this is the perfect time. We've got all of the teams there in and around together. We can take a little look at some of the teams out there who might just be catching the eye slightly there. So, of course, you've got some traditionals out there. I really like the Eclipse Racing Esports Solar Car, just from an aesthetic standpoint. I think it's really well put together of an LMP3. It's the 813 car out there on the road, as we still get a little bit of the lapping process going. The orange and the blue perfectly blends with the white, which makes a very nice accent to it. I think it's one of the best liveries out there.
Absolutely, and the MX-5 as well that we see kind of just in shot right there in the background, that's one of my picks for sure. I'd want to take a little closer look at the rest of the field, and I think I cannot remember if that was the car that Lewis McGlade picked as well, which if it was, well, he has a great choice and a great taste in cars, because it's a brilliant one. I like those colorful, striking liveries, the ones that as a commentator, you can recognize that you look at that car and you say, yes, this is exactly who those people are, especially you go and look at Hayden Gills, for example, in the hot pink Barbie machine. Hard to miss. Very striking livery. Maybe not, again, one of the best on the grid, but certainly one that you're not going to miss.
No, you're really not going to miss a bright pink car out there on the field, and I'm sure that Hayden will be loving drive. Oh, we got troubles behind Hayden actually right now. They are junking everywhere. Chris Mail racing for James has gone around massively out there, and everyone is trying to avoid. In fact, they're almost having to go up there into the club pits up there on the left-hand side. So you don't often even get to see that when it comes to racing. Everyone knows that pit lane is on the inside here at Road Atlanta. There is an outside pit at Road Atlanta, and there is a variant of the circuit here in iRacing, which I think is the club layout, where you can actually go and drive it with the club pits.
That is not the layout that we're using today, to say the least. So the drivers need to... oh, that's what caused it, too, is hard to break down from that angle, but just a concertina effect is clearly what played the role there. GT4 is getting tangled up with a singular MX-5, it looks like, but it looked like primarily GT4s.
So you know what happens when you go to Los Angeles, and you know that you can extend out the freeway out there to 8 lanes wide, 10 lanes wide, 100 lanes wide, and there's always going to be traffic there no matter what you do. Ladies and gentlemen, with 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go, we have hit our goal of $15,000. Thank you so much. $15,042.33 race so far. Thank you so much. We have hit our goal before the end of the 5 hours to go mark. Thank you so much for all the donations you're putting in here for your 2025 Drive for Wishes. Let's now go and attack a little bit further. Let's get to 16,000 and on and beyond, because we're looking to try and jump forward and do as much as we can for it. But I did want to put the freeway perspective back into play here at this moment in time, Mike, because it's very much that same reality that we saw with the incident. You got this freeway with all these lanes and all this freedom out there, and it only takes one person to hit the brakes for one thing, and then you get a tailback of about 50,000 miles.
Oh gosh, you don't even, as somebody who lives near Seattle, yeah, you don't need to tell me about that. The 405 and through Seattle can definitely play roles through that at times, and absolutely so. We'll be seeing a bit of concertina. In fact, we're back green flag running already now as the cars have resumed, and there was that donation that I wanted to point out. There was a huge donation. That's another one, $250. We've had, thank you guys so much for your support. I think we've had literally $1,000 in the past 10 minutes. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
Oh, it's incredible here seeing all these donations, seeing $250 come in from Pit Stop Party, and the likes that have all come in. Each and every donation goes an incredibly long way. 20,000, that's our next target to try and hit, and you're making so much progress. Braden Melling there going around up at the top, and there is Vincent Vaught racing without limits. Well, he might be racing without any form of suspension if he's not too careful with the way he's going about, and now we're starting to get all of these drivers now looking to get back into position. You can still see a few vapor trails out there on the circuit, and that's because that's off the racing line. It's a lot more difficult to see the track get fully dry off of the racing line. The track is currently classified though as dry, as this is Lee Watson and the Oreo machine there, and that's just a little tag to the inside. I'll give a lot of credit there to the MX-5 to stay out of the way of Lee Watson, because that was going to be destined for the biggest steak T-bone we've seen all day.
Absolutely. A little dip into the milk there, and it would have been a splash and a half with a cannonball as a result. Certainly not what they wanted to find, but maybe, yeah, like you said, just the slightest touches, maybe even a little netcode playing a role there, unfortunately, but the Oreo car making it through. Also, just got to shout out Cyberdust with the $500 donation. That is, and thank you so much. Absolute legend. In fact, I think what that does, if I'm not mistaken, is that the handle with care clause fulfilled now, where everybody does a full course caution, not official, and lets the Mazda zoom by and feel like they're a race car. Are we going to see another full course yellow? Maybe not soon, but at some point here, and Mazda's gaining some more laps? I don't know.
Well, the Mazdas need them at the moment, because the leading Mazda, which is the 47 Pole Sim Racing Red Team, currently piloted by William Rasmussen, is now going to be officially 20 laps off of the race lead, and it looks like we're going to have a little bit of musical performance coming along once again. So Boosted Media have been told to get into position, because they've got to sing Staying Alive by the Bee Gees specifically. Jay McCabe's got to be called in. in, and that is, of course, called in by the courtesy of the Boothies Sim Racing team. So I think that is going to be super fun to see. Get a little bit of the Bee Gees out there, and I wonder how good the falsetto is going to be.
I am very curious myself now, and I'm excited to hear this one. Of course, no CPR is needed right now for the team. They're doing quite a good job staying alive as it is, but that is the song to do CPR to, in case you guys were curious. The beat is about perfect. So there you go. There's your Mike Noss CPR tip of the day. Not sure I've ever had that before, but there we have it.
Tell you what, the Bee Gees are a really interesting band. 3 singers come from the Isle of Man out there, which is where, of course, the famous TT happens. Moved to Australia when they were about 7 or 8 years old, and then moved back just as they were starting to break ground in Australia, back to the UK to get their careers off the ground, sort of in the same era as the Beatles and co., and then hit big in America.
Fascinating. I did not know that. I thought they were honestly an American band through and throughout. So that is, I mean, I've never looked into it, but there we go. The more you know.
Well, we've got Jay McCabe here with us from Boosted Media. Jay, just talk us through Boosted Media's run so far here in the Drive for Wishes. Have you been getting your wishes granted?
Absolutely. It's been fantastic. My wish was to get rain right when I jumped into the car and to be crashed into a lot. So it's been wonderful.
Oh, it sounds like the perfect race for you, Jay. And that's been certainly perfect for the team. You've been working around there with your Mercedes at the moment, and you've been making some very nice progress. You're up to 5th in class right now and looking to chase down Quad Dash, who are a million miles away. So it looks like you're really starting to charge on forward now in this race and starting to get the momentum.
Yeah, and I'll keep on just putting in money to put as many penalties on them as I can.
Absolutely. You got Dan Yeaman in the car at the moment, who last time out had a massive issue in terms of his work. He had a loose cable or something. I know him very well from a good friend of ours over at SimSpeed TV. So he'll be out there 3 o'clock in the morning. He's doing all of the work he possibly can right now.
Yeah, he's working hard and he's making his way through. He's a very good driver. Glad we've got him.
So would you say that he's staying alive right now?
Most definitely, yes. Staying alive.
Well, now, Jay, this is where it's the reason why we called you in, because it's your turn to sing Staying Alive, and our expert judge, Mike, will give you a grade.
Pretty sure I just did that, and that was about to my ability.
Oh, you're at a solid 0.5 right now. You can do better than that, Jay.
God, you got to get at least 1. Mike's doing half points, and we know that nobody wants a half point. Nah,
I think
we're not going to get him
dead.
I think
he's dead. He's not staying alive anymore. Someone gets CPR on Jay.
You didn't hear me and I sung. I'm sorry. I didn't hit the button. I'll do it one last time. You can hear me now, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I'll go high pitch. So it's still alive.
We'll take that. That was a very good attempt.
That took a lot of effort to go that high.
I'll give you a 2 for effort. I mean, you know, I needed a little more lyrics. You know, if you gave it, the tone was great. The tone, a solid 8. But the like, again, I have to grade not just your tone. I have to grade the effort that goes into it, and I'm gonna have to mark you down a couple points if you're not going at least I was going to say a quarter of the song. That's a bit harsh. If you're not going for at least a couple lines, come on, Jay. You got more than that in the booth.
It's 5:30 in the morning. I don't have a lot left.
Oh, it's worth the noise complaint.
Yeah, neighbors are not loving me right now.
Well, we're loving you right now, Jay, and I tell you what, you've done a fantastic job for Boosted Media. We'll let you get on with your race and keep an eye on Yeaman's progress as Dan Yeaman continues to work his way up through the field. But thank you so much for joining us, mate.
Thanks, guys. Keep up the good work.
Not a problem. Jay McCabe joining us there from Boosted Media. And we didn't think it would happen, but you alluded to it a little bit earlier here, Mike. A $500 donation has gone and hit, and it's, of course, that reward right now, which is to send the Miatas to the front of the line. And so now the question is going to be, how do we want to send the Miatas to the front of the line? We've just had a safety car as we've moved in now to hour 4 out there. In the next caution, we would like to move the MX-5s right up to the front. So I think that's going to be the way that we probably look at that going next. Mike, I think that's only the fair way to do it. When we next get a caution, the MX-5s are vaulting up.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to just throw out another caution right away because, for the driver's sake, in the most part, they just went through one. They don't really want to go through another one immediately right away. So going through it in the next one, I'm assuming we're going to see maybe the cars pull into pit lane, but that would be even a bit... I honestly do not know how they're going to make this one work with allowing the MX-5s through. It's going to be a long safety car, I do predict, and oh goodness, that is a way to lap a car. And I assume we're going to see a lot of that on the restart as well, Jake.
Well, I'll tell you what. How do you get 21 laps back as an MX-5? You've got to look at the difference in terms of lap times. I'm just keeping an eye on the Pole Sim Racing red times, as that is not where you want to be if you're 4th position overall out there. That's Chris Nightingale for the Cornish Lawnmower Racing. I heard that they do gravel chippings as well out there in Cornwall. So from every way they go through, look at that down the inside. Well, you don't need to be a pirate Penzance to realise that that's just robbed you a place.
No, you certainly do not. Nightingale back on the circuit without too much strife. Okay, well, I almost took that back immediately, thankfully. We didn't. That was the Barbie team. That was the iRacing team as well now on our screen, and getting by that back marker, not back marker, getting by 4th position here. And interestingly, I just wanted to take another note on the MX-5 category here. The Pole Sim Racing of William Rossman is now over a minute in the lead.
Yeah, they're certainly doing a wonderful job there with that minute's gap currently out there at the front. So Pole are certainly in a fantastic position at this point. And what we were just trying to touch on before, it's about a minute 36. So let's say it's a minute 40 at the moment for the MX-5. So you got to do a minute 40 times that by 3. So that would be a minute 40, 3 minutes 20. And so that'll be about 5 minutes for 3 laps. So that's going to take about 40 minutes at the moment, I would say, at least, to get the MX-5s back to the race lead. So they're going to need the entire hour to move back up to the front, but they will need that. In the meanwhile, though, we do have a little bit of a something going on right now, because it's time for a little bit of a case of a copycat. So who is your favorite driver, and why should you sound like them over the course of an interview? We've got that in for Gianni Tahar out there at the moment, and that would be your 4th place Quad Dash Racing 494 car currently out on the circuit. So that has been called in by the Brabham Motorsport team, who are in 3rd, who I would say sound a bit threatened right now, Mike.
They certainly do seem that way right now. We're currently, though, looking at this fight for that position. I think it's going to be the this is a battle for 6th position, and a 3-way fight at that is all 4 position. These 3 cars all on the same lap as each other and having to negotiate the back markers. We're seeing a bit of a hold up, and that is not the Riz you're looking for, unfortunately, as Hayden Gillis has taken a trip off the track and has given away the position for free.
Oh, Hayden, and in the background there, big off going forward. So that looked like upside downs and a little bit back there. So you got to be very, very careful out on circuit there. You can see more down in the lane and finding those troubles. We do have Gianni
things that appear to us
after Skibior's crash. That is a hefty shunt there. Well, first of all, Gianni, welcome over to the commentary booth. How's your race been right now, piloting around 4th place overall in your GT4 category?
Amazing. We started P1, so it's an upgrade to P4, so that's amazing. I learned that turn 7 was not the place to go reverse, so that also went well. Yeah, crashed a couple LMP3s, but of course the Mazdas we keep clean.
well, the next question we've got to ask is, who is your racing idol?
I could say that. That's always been one of my favorites.
Well, can you do us a favor then and continue the rest of this interview in the style of Ayrton Senna?
Oh God. All right, guys. I was trying to go for the gap, and if you don't go for the gap, you're not a real racing driver.
Well, in terms of this race, you're trying to get up into 3rd position. It's not quite Sao Paulo, it's not quite Brazil, but you find yourself here at Road Atlanta. How do you feel about the circuit, Ayrton?
Yeah, it's quite a good track. Yeah, I can't go for the gap that often because it's very tight. A lot of LMP3s just flying around, of course, me. I also now go for myself off track, so that's also not the gap I wanted to, but yeah, for the rest, it's a beautiful track.
Well, the next question that is going to be there is, well, what more are you looking at? Are you looking at here second? Are you looking at first? At this point, you know, it's a case of trying to find your rivals. I heard that Alan Millward is up there in front of you. Is that your next target that you're trying to get to?
It's always P1. If you don't go for P1, you're not the real racing driver.
Well, you are very much a real racing driver there. Ayrton Terha has joined us here, ladies and gentlemen, and has given a wonderful job. Mike, do you want to talk to Ayrton for a second?
I was honestly just going to say 10 out of 10 on that one, but all in all, I guess, Ayrton, when it comes down to it here, and, you know, you mentioned the gap a lot and the priorities here, but obviously being in a GT4 car, maybe not quite the equipment that you're used to, how does it feel the difference from going from a Formula One car down to a BMW GT4?
Yeah, it was of course that the MP4 that I was driving previously, always in the Formula One, was a lot quick, but the downforce was amazing. And yeah, this car it's good, but if I want to dive for the gap, it's just very difficult. Just the brakes are a bit heavier. I can't go in that late, and the muscles are sometimes just too quick in the corner. So it's very difficult.
I like it. I like it. Honestly, again, 10 out of 10 on that one. This is probably the best impression we've had all night, Jake.
I know, Hugo. I mean, Hugo's a Brazilian. He's given a strong 3 out of 10.
A 3 out of 10? Ouch. Oh, that's a shame. He didn't go for the gap properly.
Well, he's a world champion, so you're talking to a world champion who didn't go for the gap properly.
I think he still didn't go for the gap.
Well, we can see how well it goes for you. You've gone for the gap so well. You're in 3rd position. We hope to hear more from you. Gianni Terha has joined us and has had a wonderful job so far. So we'll get to see more of that. 4 hours, 46 minutes and 47 seconds remaining here in your Make-A-Wish Foundation Drive for Wishes here in 2025. We are looking to head over towards $20,000 out there at the moment after jumping through 15,000 just about 15 minutes ago. It is the PWR Motorsports team who are out in front at the moment, and we had a little bit of word come in that Katishish Venkeshwar has the nickname of Bruce, so Bruce leading this field outright overall. GT4 currently in the hands of PWR as well, which we haven't talked about. Their GT4 effort, the 033, Luka Legsevic has found himself up to the front and is certainly piloting that Porsche around and doing a very sterling job to take the lead. But he also has one of the great YouTubers out there. If you ever want any understanding of any motorsport ever that has ever happened, go look at Aiden Millward's YouTube channel, because it is, simply put, one of the best, I would say, channels out there for historical information.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, that entire team just rife with, I mean, all their YouTube channels. Go check it out. That's one beauty of this race here for the Make-A-Wish International, the foundation here. It generates and it brings on some incredible names with some incredible communities as well. And seeing so many awesome drivers. We even got to, again, have a talk with somebody who wrote a sim racing book earlier, which is just for children as well, which is just absolutely incredible. So seeing the talent, seeing these names out there on track is just, again, another reason to say, why not get involved with this next year, 2026, get out there on track yourself, get signed up for these events, and just go and have a good time for charity, because after all, that's what we're all about here.
Well, the Oreo right now could potentially crumble on this battle if they are not too careful. So down over to the front stretch they go. Oh, there goes the Oreo, straight like that into the barriers and hard, and that was not what the doctor ordered there. That is a massive, massive shunt, and that puts them well out of play. Justin Ramsey and the JR3 Racing team, they're 25 laps down on the lead, and right now, it looks like they're going to be a couple more.
Yeah, this is the equivalent of when you have one of those little packs of Oreos. I don't know if you have these over in the UK, but you have let's watch a little replay. That's just a miscommunication, unfortunately. Maybe even a bit too much of a squeeze from the BMW. Hard to call on that one. The stewards will definitely be taking a look. But when it comes down to it, that's sort of like sitting on one of those little 6 packs of Oreos and then opening it up and seeing them all just crumbled and broken. And the expression on your face is just sadness. They still taste good. It's still a BMW after all. But at the end of the day, that is not how the engineers, that is not how the cookie manufacturers had drawn that one up.
No, it's not what they were hoping for, and it very much puts them basically as some crushed Oreos. It's very much like what you find on a Subway muffin.
What?
A Subway muffin? Come on, you have
a muffin
Subway in
from
the United
Subway.
States.
A muffin from Subway. I don't know why I thought that was some crazy British meal. That's goodness, Ollie bitey right into the back there of another GT4. This is. It seems like before we go on to this tangent conversation of Subway, I feel like every now and then we get to a stage in these races, Jake, where everything happens at once. You see a long span of no incidents, and then all of a sudden you see incident, one after another. It's like dominoes, basically.
It is very much a chain reaction that you certainly get to see, where all of these drivers find themselves one instant and then another one and another one, and that concentration is going to be in play and is always going to be worth keeping in mind. But of course, it is a endurance race, so we had to talk about food at some point. No better place to do it than with an Oreo car out there. So that very much tells you all you need to know about what makes a great endurance race, is that at some point you've got to talk about food. Now, we do have one driver down in the green room. We got no form of incentive. We just want to have a little bit of a chat with him. Stephen Koenig is the driver that we're going to jump into right now. So, Steve, you've certainly taken this to new heights in terms of what we're looking at in terms of racing, because I hear you're in a full race suit.
I've just jumped out of the race suit now.
Oh, come on!
Can show what it is. It's all a bit sweaty, but had full Nomex underwear, Nomex socks, Nomex gloves, Nomex mask, helmet, and Nomex overalls. It was a bit warm, but 37 degrees here and 34 degrees during the day, plus all that. Got a little bit toasty. Eventually said to the team, I've got to pull in the pits. I'm getting a little bit blacking out at this point.
Well, I certainly don't blame you for jumping out and taking out. If you can just jump your camera on, we'll actually get a chance to see that, because we saw you with your helmet pre-race looking to get ready. In terms of going from real-world experience to jumping onto the sim, what do you think makes iRacing one of the best places for you to go and race?
Just the feel. The braking feels a lot better. Just feel that the cars are a little bit more attached than the rest of the sims. And I've got to say, the slower vehicles that you generally get to play with are closer. I was very fortunate back in the past to drive a Mazda MX-5. And I've got to say, this little car actually feels like the proper thing. The braking feels better. And with the new gear that I'm running at the moment, it's definitely made it a lot more fun. But yeah, I've just been having a ton of fun with everything. The team said, well, let's try something a little bit different with obviously the race gear. And yeah, so I went and pulled up an old friend of ours that passed away. You'll see John Whitfield written on the door, and it's actually his old racing gear to try and get it across the line in his old helmet. So got to use it, got to have a bit of fun. A little bit different to racing in VR and racing without all the stuff.
It is a little bit different. Your team is known as Team Heat Together out there. You're a group that have been all putting it together from what is Club Africa-South Africa out there. So in terms of the scene there, we're starting to see more and more South African drivers coming in. I know there's a new sim centre that's just been announced over, I believe, in Cape Town or Johannesburg. It's one of the two. But the work that's being done in sim racing, are you seeing more and more, drivers out there when you go around the circuits go, yeah, I'd like to jump on and do some more sim racing. It keeps my skills fresh.
It's most certainly the case, and we are seeing a lot more drivers going and moving into the sim world. A lot of drivers that are wanting to hone their skills or keep it sharp, they move into the world of sim where it's ultra competitive and keeps you going, because generally we get to race once or twice a month. In sim racing, we're racing weekly. Keeps us busy, keeps our mind sharp, and we get to utilize the same stuff that we use on track in terms of trying to protect positions, go for positions, or even trying out with different strategies. And I've got to say, it's been a huge amount of fun. Everyone that I've raced with and our entire Team Heat Together, which was basically everyone coming together, try and have a bit of fun. We've actually got a little car we're building up to have the team going out in a Lemons 24-hour, and that will be their first experience in racing. For me, it's a ton of fun, and I get to race with my mates. But we've got to survive this race first, and on the cards, top 5 is what we're aiming for. Got the fastest guys in the car, slowest one out the car now, and I get to sit back and enjoy.
You absolutely do. You're currently 37 laps down on the overall lead. You're 16 laps down on Pole Sim Racing Red, the class lead. But I'm hearing word that the MX-5s are going to get a hefty amount of a wave around due to the Drive for Wishes $500 donation that puts the MX-5s up to the front. So are you looking at that as a huge opportunity now as a team?
Oh, most certainly the case. We've had a difficult first hour. I think I've seen the sky more than once. Unfortunately, with double wide and LMP3 cars plus Mazda doesn't go all so well. But that's going to be the huge climb for us. Quite funny enough, every time there's a safety car for the MX-5s, we flat out giving it everything we got. But
hello.
The GT.
Oh, you've very nearly found the barriers. You've done so well to hold it.
Yeah, Janeman and Cameron have done everything, and Cameron at the moment has got his one eye getting covered if people are donating. So we'll see how it all goes. I'm just hoping that we can keep the climb. And yeah, that's going to be a tough one.
Well, it very much is. Well, we wish you the best of luck, Stephen, because it's such a fantastic cause and you've been doing such a great job out there in the MX-5. So we hope the best for your team as we head on towards the second half of the race.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for allowing me to race with us, and thank you for letting me wear racing gear in a sim racing. Now, I was ultra safe. Now I can go and have a nice, refreshing beverage.
Perfect. Stephen Koenig there joining us there from Team Heat Together. Mike, an absolute character out there. And we just saw that incident in front of them that involved your second place overall Hyperion Racing 2 team, the 44. Willie Brennan was on the radio saying, what on earth are you doing? How on earth did we get involved in that? They were 4 wide on the backstretch causing that. And in fact, they've just gone sliding over at turn 6.
Yeah, very close call there and managing to make it out. Still in second place. No, my goodness. There's that hip check for the number 16 car getting sent off, careening into a wall. And I think everybody, that's that 4 abreast there. Ping pong back and forth. You hit me, I hit you. And, well, unfortunately, everybody ends up with tears. And that is going to be a long trip back to pit lane for some, and others able to keep it relatively under control for the most part. I also wanted to point out, here's another view of another incident just down to the inside. A very over-exuberant look there for the number 7. That's the Muradinus squad, currently piloted by Dorado. So not quite the best look, Manuel. They're thinking twice of that. But I wanted to mention one driver out on track we haven't, I don't think, talked about too much just yet. Yeah. It's the Globe Oil 6-man team, currently piloted by Daniel Taylor, who just came behind the wheel. But the real driver I wanted to mention out of that team was Steve Axtman, who just started sim racing for this event specifically. So there you can see currently Daniel Taylor behind the wheel, but he just last lap traded the car over from Steve Axtman, who again, congratulations to them taking on their first event. What a first event to do.
Yeah, this is a wonderful first event to jump in and get yourself involved with. And we did see that number 7 Muradinus M squad. We're being dared to try and say the name. So I would say that the road to Manuel Otosinclas Raya Angel Dorado is paved with good intentions after that incident.
I'll give you a solid 8 for the effort on that one. Yeah, better than I could do, Manuel. Up a position now as actually Alex came back into pit lane on this lap, so that damage must have been much more severe than I had realized. He's Alex Rogers in and will be having to come back out soon. When was the last time they made their stop as well? I'm curious if this is somewhat on schedule or not, or to be honest, Jake, I'm not even sure there is a schedule at this point in this race.
No, it's sort of like if you play the game Overcooked 2 or something like that. It's pretty much like that. Everybody's pan is on fire trying to work out what their strategy is.
Yeah, and the building is burning around them, or at least they're having to get the fire extinguishers out and figure that out as well for some of the drivers. Some of them, though, they're able to get those dishes out quick and have some happy customers, or in this case, I guess, some happy teammates. But everyone else has had, oh my goodness, as there's an MX-5 rolling struggling with enough mid-air timing to be served wine on their flight. Who was that?
Was that Keith Say Yes? They're going for caution's just come out for it, by the way.
It's Taylor.
So it means that now we're going to get some MX-5 going around. It was Tyler Bryant finding himself the wrong way around, upside down, managing to right it somehow and drive away from it. So let's take another look. 6 into 7. Oh! Just right over the back into 7. It's not often that you find them pretty much running into the back and going upside down. We'll take another look at it. Oh, that is just complete battle bots in the way that's happened. That is a flipper robot if ever we've seen it.
I used the LMP3 as a ramp pretty much to catch flight off the bonnet there. That is something you don't see every single day, no doubt. Was that Cameron or was that Dylan Taylor, actually, the man that we were just talking about that was involved? I'm not sure who that was, but certainly the results are the same and caution out. And, well, now we're going to see the MX-5s, I think, overtaking the rest of the field.
This might take a while, ladies and gentlemen, because we are just getting some words in right now to say this is what we're going to do. We are going to try and pull everybody through. The MX-5s are all going to be moving over. This is, of course, part of your fantastic donation drive here to the Make-A-Wish Drive for Missions. Paul Challoner, Red Eye, there, one of the royalty out there in terms of esports, donating 10 out there. Love to see a nice bit of Paul Challoner out there. We got currently now $16,618.33 out there in play at the moment. Our goal at the moment is to reach 20,000. That's our next stretch goal incentive that we've got. We're looking to try and hit $30,000 by the end of our proceedings. And of course, that is a massive case of everyone trying to work hard together to get this sorted. There are some fantastic donation incentives that you can go to. We've got a fantastic sim racing auction which is coming along right now with all of your wonderful products which are online, including 1 year's membership of iRacing VIP, which is huge if you want to get yourself in and involved with that. So there is so much you can go through. Our donation link there, you can scan the QR code in the bottom left hand corner of your screen right now. 4 hours 31 minutes and 20 seconds remaining of a race so far, which quite simply put, you have to chop up into hour segments in terms of trying to follow the context of this, because it has been very difficult to pin down the team that's on top or the team that's on bottom. We started, of course, with the Maradness M squad, the number 70 team being on the top. They are now in P10, P11. It just goes to show you how tough it is to stay on top when you are on top.
Yeah, the only driver that's been able to do so is our MX-5 leaders for the Pole Sim Racing Red of William Rasmussen, who's currently behind the wheel. And I was mentioning it earlier that somebody could redeem a potential give up that position, of course, for $20. But as I said that was a while ago, they also made the comments in chat saying, we're going to Uno reverse card that immediately. So that's just a little variable to keep in mind. I think for the most part, if you are looking to maybe dethrone him, find a couple people to flood the give up a position, and then the Pole Sim Racing Red won't be able to keep up with the Uno reverse cards potentially. Just a suggestion, you know, I'm just trying to breed a little chaos into this one. You never know.
Well, there is chaos pretty much everywhere. I think that's been the summation of this race so far. Yeah. It has been pure chaos, and the law and order of this race has been the MX-5 category and how it's stayed itself in. A lot of drivers now and teams looking to take some service here, and especially when a caution comes out, well, you're not quite sure where the strategy goes. Take every chance you can to make a pit stop, get the fuel, get the tires, get a fresh car out there because you've got unlimited fast repairs, and just give yourself every opportunity in this race to say, right, it's a brand new stint, it's a brand new slate, it's a brand new race.
Yeah, exactly. Treat it as a new, completely different session, as you mentioned. Try to chalk these like little 1 hour markers up into, like you said, individual races practically, because that is just the amount of, it's just, who knows what is going to happen. The donations, of course, playing an absolute role in Havoc. Where's the link as well? I'm seeing a lot of questions. If you scan that QR code in the bottom left of your screen, alternatively, I think it is pinned up at the top of the Twitch and the YouTube, or it used to be pinned at the top of the Twitch Hopefully maybe someone can fix it. It is pinned at the top of the YouTube, though, where you can also find the link there for the donations, as well as to our auctions that we have that you'd mentioned there, Jake, with, of course, that iRacing VIP membership being the one I think that everyone has their eye on, but, of course, the GSI Hyper P1 Ascent wheel, the SimLab X1 pedals, the ASR3 Generation 2, as well as Generation 3, or 2 Generation 2s are available. Some of them don't even have bids yet, so if you are looking to get yourself a new piece of equipment, maybe some pedals, some wheels, a sim, or an entire metal rig, get on down to that link and get a donation in, as it is, of course, for charity, and you can find yourself with some nice equipment for charity.
Oh, you absolutely can, and I'm sure that if you've got this opportunity to put yourself in, try and win some wonderful, wonderful content out there to go and give you the level up on your sim racing career, this is the perfect time to do so out there. German Sim Racing Chris putting in $10 worth donations. Thank you very much for that. I do love, actually, what German Sim Racing do as an organization out there. It's a fantastic team that gets together, does all of the great endurance races in the German sim racing scene out there, battling the likes of Team Heusenfeld and Sim RC and Manatee Racing. In fact, it's one of the probably the most underrated communities out there for just how strong of a talent pool that they have out there. So if you ever get the chance to, there's some wonderful German sim racing out there in the world, and it is one of the strongest sim racing communities in terms of pure talent.
No, absolutely. And, with that is, of course, seeing a lot of these very generous and kind souls as well, just throwing the occasional $10 here, $10 there. Jake, do you want to just remind everybody what exactly it is that we're racing for here today and donating for?
Well, this is the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and as an international organization, they've got tens of thousands of volunteers, and they're looking around and saying, what more can you do? In the United States and its territories, a wish is granted every 33 minutes. That wish, of course, for those who are critically ill children, is one that can spark a lot of momentum in children. It can give them the help that says they can believe that anything is possible. It gives them the strength to fight harder against their illnesses, and it's the one belief that guides us and inspires us to grant wishes that change the lives of the children that we serve. And this is something that goes along all across the world and is a message and an inspiration for what they've done. We're into a 45th year of the Make-A-Wish Foundation since the very first wish, which all started with Christopher James Gracious all the way back in 1980, ladies and gentlemen. So this has been building up again and again and again, and the wonderful work that is being done by all of the people behind the scenes. I know that April has been sensational to us in terms of getting all of the penalties over to us and helping with the production of this event. We've had Carlos Villa, who's been working hard down on the pit controls at the moment, making sure that race control is being found the best way possible. Simply put, Mike, when you get down to an incentive like this, a lot of people know that Make-A-Wish Foundation is one of the premier charity drives that we see over and over again. So I think this is going to be fantastic. Now, we're just getting word, actually, from Race Control that the Miatas will be allowed to race under the next green, which will be coming up through next, but the pace speed has to be maintained by all GT4s and LMP3s.
Oh, goodness. All right. This is going to spice things up. You know what else I'm noticing as well? You remember that 1 minute gap that Pole Sim Racing Red had? Well, it's now down to 4 seconds and closing. The safety car has concertinaed everybody back up and put them on the lead lap. Well, mostly, unless they were more than one lap down, then it didn't. But of course, this is going to be electric, Jake. I have no other words for it. I just wanted to remind everyone as well what got us to the point that we are at right now, and that was, of course, a $500 donation from Cyberdust, who's also over on the Twitch chat. So big thank you to them for being so kind. But also allowing us this, whatever we're about to see. Pace car is in, Jake, and we're about to see the action unfold.
Yeah, that pace car has been given the license to pull away from the rest of the field while everybody else now looks to go and chase behind it. So I think that's also really good. And there's been a few people who are out there. Engage your pit limiter out there for your GT4, and also stay to one side, because this is going to be where the race becomes, I think, the most interesting, because you're looking around at each and every single driver out there in this field. The MX-5s are now being allowed to go forward, and they've got to stay on the limiter for a very long time. These MX-5s are currently 24 laps down at the front of the field with the Pole Sim Racing red team. So 24 laps have to be brought back. This might take a while, is an understatement. This might be the next hour of sim racing that you see, ladies and gentlemen, that the MX-5s are given license to go to the front. I would have loved to have seen this come into play with 90 minutes to go, just so that final 30 minutes becomes so frantic.
It certainly does, and this is, again, just nobody really knows. And we do see a LMP car going. I'm not sure that's supposed to happen, as of course this entirety of everything that's happening right now is a question mark in general. So the pace car is going to be on this lap, and MX-5s are going to be rolling on through them, as of course the pace car, I always forget, doesn't have any contact, which the leaders are going out and battling to the hilt right now.
Yeah, they are given every license to go out and charge, and I think it's worth keeping our eyes on them. The Pole Sim Racing red car is very happily staying in line, but they are all still trying to work themselves around to get to the back of the pack. So that safety car has been given all of the time that it needs necessary. They're running at 70 kilometers an hour. Pretty much everyone is at the moment. So the pace car is still looking to be pacing around, and a lot of time being dropped then as we get a look at our BMW M2 safety car. Brand new, of course, to iRacing, with all of the work that has been done to bring that into the sim. And you can see here that here comes a little bit of trickery that comes up, because round the outside, we're not going to see it go through. Daniel Taylor just flies around the pace car that goes through, and then you've got Oleg Lovkov behind there for Solpec Precision Racing LMP3 that sits behind and has a look at the BMW. It flashes the lights, and it's got 3 sets of lights on it at the moment. So you've got the headlights, you've got the bottom lights there in the grille, and then of course you've got the top lights, which are all there to work, and actually very well put together for a BMW. I think it's one of the most aesthetically pleasing looking BMWs I've seen in a very long time.
It really is. And speaking of just the M2s in general, when it comes to a car that's a fun race car, for anyone who has taken part in Assetto Corsa Competizione, and that's just the simulator I've driven this car, and I actually haven't had the pleasure of trying it on iRacing just yet, but it is truly one of the most fun cars to drive. And you might ask why. It doesn't have high power. The thing only has about 565 brake horsepower after all, and maybe 370-ish Newton meters of torque. That can't tenderize an elephant. Heck, that can barely stir up a coffee. But of course, the 3-liter, as I mentioned, 3.0 S55 inline 6 that they do run in this, plus the fact that it just has a load of mechanical grip, not much aerodynamic mumbo jumbo, or otherwise known as downforce, to help this thing out. It's all about raw pace, raw talent, and a just great car to go racing with. It can take a little contact, and it's just fun. Again, go out, give it a shot, as I think it is base game content now for iRacing, isn't it?
Absolutely. iRacing does have that free tier level of content, and the BMW M2 CS is very much one of them. So the pace car still maintaining its way around across the circuit. Everyone else very happy to be running their speeds at 70 kilometers an hour, but it's going to be a case of drivers are being allowed to make that progress, jump the line and run through. And look at this, a sea of Miatas now are able to start making charges down through, rushing down along the circuit like magical gazelles leaping through the savannah. It is that sense of, this is what happens when you let the underdogs go to the top, and this is possibly the most Make-A-Wish Drive for Wishes goal that I love, because it's a chance to say that we all have a shot of victory.
Also, we're racing under safety car. I think this is maybe a first. I don't know. It's close. We're here for the Make-A-Wish Foundation to make history, and my goodness, that we are in more ways than one. Racing under safety cars while raising $17,000 for charity. What more could you ask for on a Sunday, Jake?
What more? This is a Racing Sunday for the ages. $17,393.33 as we head over towards $20,000 and we get some MX5 racing for you as if we are loving it enough. Austin Bartlett chase on the chase here, trying to get past the Giza 3D car of Daniel Persons here, running up the hill through turn 5 and now making that long run over to turn 6. These two corners are transfer style corners out here, so they're medium speed. You've got to run in and carry as much momentum. This corner, turn 6, slightly on camber. Turn 7, slightly different, slightly off camber, and that makes it very difficult. You can't take the same speed through 6 into 7, and as such, a little bit wide there out of turn number 7, and the Giza 3D team are just about going to have to try and fly, and they are in formation, as the Goose would say, on the front of the Giza 3D and on the sides. They're in flying V formation.
They certainly are, and this being the best overtaking spot of the circuit, the long run through from turn 7 down through the kink of turn 9, which is barely a turn, and into the heavy braking zone of turns 10A and B. Gotta love it when you have A and B corner names, but of course, that's just the way that we do it here in America. There is one named corner, and that's the S's pretty much, and there is that safety car actually going in, so this is going to allow all of our racers to race now, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so that is going to be important, but they all have to still hold their pace out there because we have to let the MX-5s now all run up towards the front. So they're all going to be in position. Now, we do have those all-important donation goals, which are important, and each and every team can be put forward for them. So when you look around at each and every goal out there, as you've got one in the barriers there, as they now have to try and run through past those all at racing speeds of 70 kilometers an hour. So basically they're doing in the background there, that's one of the Miatas looking the wrong place, as there is the 47 car, 25 seconds to the good on the Potato Nation streamers. We do have those goals, so if there is a team which is out there, and we've seen for 2 straight hours, ladies and gentlemen, Pole Sim Racing Red leading the MX-5s, you do have the opportunity to go around here with the Drive for Wishes out there and give them a little bit of a check back. For example, you could jump backwards and say, you know what, we need you to go out there and be distracted. So your distraction cards are the likes of the copycat, so you can tell them you've got to impersonate someone in terms of a driver, your favorite driver in an interview. Carpool karaoke, you've got to force them to sing on stream. That's just the way it is. We want to hear their lyrical mastery. Of course, they can always go and reverse anything for any team that does that. That's a $10 donation to Uno Reverse, but for $20 you can tell them, step aside, I don't want you leading this race anymore. We can drop you back one place. You have to comply and go back to second. In the pits, you've got to head down into the pit lane. For $35, you can flip and reverse it. That is a full kilometer having to drive backwards around the circuit, and then you can always just make them pay and say, you know what, have a penalty because we told you to. That's what we love here with our donation drive that we've got here at the moment. And we do have to note that the $50 donation for Don't Drive Angry is already fully done because you're only allowed 1 full course caution per hour, and we've already got all of those donated in. So we will be guaranteed at least 1 caution an hour.
Yes, indeed, and I certainly hope we get it because it does just add that extra little something to the field. And I wanted just to point out as well, how often do you get to see MX-5s blowing by LMP3s and GT4s? This is epic. There's that Oreo liveried car just in the front there, as well as this train continues on with the green flag waving, but there's no green flag for them. It's all MX-5s for right now, and I think the green flag now actually going to be official, and I think they will be able to race.
Well, this is what we call great racing, and I tell you what, this is the sort of racing that you cannot find because this isn't Fiverr, so to speak. This is an MX Fiverr that we've got at the moment. They're all looking to try and get their best foot forward and saying what they can, focusing on Cameron de Bastos here for Team Heat Together, that South African-based team. But through down the inside will go your overall race leaders, and they will be flying through. That's the Pole Sim Racing Red team trying to go around the outside the long way, and now fighting back off for the exit. Look at this, wing mirror to wing mirror. This is by no means full position. There's 11 laps between them, but fight just as if you have to.
Absolutely. Give it your all, but don't take your opponent out, or at least don't get caught on camera taking your opponent out. That's the most important element. Side by side, they go down into the first corner, and it's going to be advantage there for, as you said, that was Persons?
Oh, cut back.
Wow, just absolutely brilliant. Side by side through the hill, but now they're approaching back markers.
Oh, now they've hit the front markers because they're trying to unlap themselves. So these front markers are here, there, and everywhere. And, of course, they're going to really struggle to go too wide down the hill. Look at this. Oh, one on the right-hand side. That's not going to be helpful at all. I'm not even quite sure who that is. That's Reece Scarrett, who is there for 1322 Racing on the wrong side of the road. So that's going to be there. Just getting word, green flag's going to come into play in 60 seconds for the rest of the field, so they'll be launched forward. So the Miatas have had their time in the sun, and so they are going to get the launch back through in the next couple of moments. So this is the next charge that goes through, and that's the carnage that I'm looking forward to when they are allowed to come off the limiters and go charge back forward again. They are all going to be frantically getting up to speed because those tires are going to be ice.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. You're 100% right. They're going to be driving on stone cold rocks pretty much, and they have to retake the MX-5s as well. So all of these cars that have got by on this lap, they are exponentially slower, meaning that within the next lap or two, we're going to see all of those MX-5s get re-overtaken by the field, or at least the field is going to attempt to re-overtake them, Jake, and we know how well that can go.
3, 2, 1, and they are clear to release and go. And now this becomes a big challenge. Thank you for the $10, Damian McMullen, over to us, of course, with Make-A-Wish Foundation here on iRacing. It is now a chance to go, and everybody now is going to be on the noisy pedal to go through 100. Queen Strike Mike, lovely to see that as they go through. Oh, there's troubles already. The Oreo car's in trouble again.
Oh, and a spinner there. That's going to be not the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles car, but that's going to be what looks to be. That's unfortunately, yes, and also others. Number 70 getting involved. So that was our race leader, was it not? Or at least at one point in time, our race leader has found themselves in strife, and everybody is finding themselves in strife, Jake.
Stop the clock, stop the clock. Hayden Gullis is leading with the iRacing squad. Stop the clock. He is leading a race, so he is doing everything he wants to. He is winning. Stop the clock.
This, oh my goodness, but how long is he going to be leading for? We can see he's in the mix right now, surrounded by enemies and foes, and well, maybe a couple friends there getting sent on as well, potentially by the Cornish lawnmower, but no, has to hold the ground. The game is on right now for Hayden Gillis, and right behind them is going to be Chris Nightingale.
Yep, so the Cornish Lawnmower Racing team now have an opportunity to really go and attack the iRacing squad for real, no cap. So now that's going to be where the next challenge lies, and I'm just proving that I can use that as well. But Hayden Gullis with the advantage right now. Chris Nightingale is sending it down the inside. Huge lockup, and has to take to the kitty litter to try and avoid any contact. Oh my, under the bridge. It is a parking lot.
Yes, it is chaos, carnage, and calamity, and it looks like it is, oh, not over, and it's going to continue. Cars to the infield, cars to the out, and there are bonnets, there are wings, there are a couple hands and fisticuffs now being thrown down in the infield. What the heck just happened?
I believe what we need is a piece of classical music there set to what's just happened to just give an emphasis in slow motion of everything. That is a LMP3 Ligier that does not look very, very healthy at all. You can see the front there is caved in. The left-hand side wheel there is pointing all the way over to the middle at pretty much 45 degrees. If that was a clock, we'd be talking about that's a car at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, definitely not showroom ready. And there we see a completely unforced error from one of the LMP3s collecting the... Oh, that's not unforced. Screamers. Yeah, and then everybody tumbling in afterwards and getting involved in some way, shape, or form. Really, the only couple that made it out was Hayden Gillis and the iRacing, and look at that, the contact's still going on.
Yeah, it is just piling down in. You can see it went all the way down the hill. It caught out the Cornish team out there. The lawnmowers there pretty much had to be with what they're doing, but it hasn't caught out. There's Ali Badi, who is going around again and hitting the wall. So the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in a little spot of bother. And this is Reece Scarrett off the road. They're just completely going lawn mowing there. So just trying to find and work out that underneath all of that grass layer, can I find a layer of asphalt to work with?
Yeah, exactly. And right now, well, really finding exactly what they need to work with because there's no one behind them. The gap now is 1.5 seconds. Coming back down is actually Patrick Servach is on a mission. 1:15.4 though was his previous lap compared to the 1:17.2 compared to a 1:20.4. My apologies. Looking at the best laps overall, Hayden Gillis is potentially quicker, but when we're dealing with back markers, well, saying this the whole time, back markers giveth, back markers taketh away. You really can't predict who is going to come out on top here, but it seems the iRacing squad is doing a pretty good job of negotiating, but the gap still coming down.
It is, because you got Project 91 by RaceData.ai. Patrick Servach behind the wheel currently and in a scrap for second place with the Cornish Lawnmower Racing 98 and Thomas Vayner, who is there behind. So they are both trying to chase Hayden Gullis down for position. It is also the team that houses Alex Gillen in it, the number 41s out there at this moment in time. Racing Chai is also in that team. So we've got a little bit of Creator Series love going on out here in this race right now, seeing Racing Chai looking to try and put his best foot forward. And we got a stranded GT14 here, there and everywhere. Team 922, Rollet Dingle around at the moment. So they find themselves wrong place, wrong time, down in 44th position. And we'll take a look here through turn 3. Oh, it's so easily done. You just get 2 wheels up over the curb at turn 3, and then the car just doesn't want to grip.
No, exactly, and that now has put Hayden Gillis down in second. Oh, and that is going to be even more strife on the shoulders now, as the weight of the world was on the shoulders there of Hayden Gillis, but unfortunately, he is not the mythical Titan Atlas, and it crushed him.
We will be switching our commentary team over in about 7 minutes' time, ladies and gentlemen. So there you can see Hayden going around, and his spot in the sunshine wasn't there for long as he dropped back then a couple of positions further down the order. We're up to now $17,845.33. We're looking to try and hit $20,000. I'll give you a challenge over the next hour, ladies and gentlemen. Can we potentially hit our $20,000 stretch goal and put ourselves 2/3 of the way to our overall target of $30,000? That would be huge if you're able to do that for us through all of the penalties, all of the donations that we found. Any help that you can here for this Make-A-Wish Foundation Drive for Wishes 2025 is a huge step forward in changing the lives of so many incredible, strong and brave children dealing with, honestly, illnesses that they should not be dealing with, and give themselves an opportunity to go and have the bravery and the courage to fight.
Exactly, and that, of course, is the entire message here of tonight, is just trying to get the littlest that we can do. $30,000, while it's maybe enough for just one surgery for some kids, and it's about the little things. Of course, we're trying to give back to the community, end up getting them a little bit of entertainment in their life as well. Getting us into sim racing ideally would be, of course, our goal, as we have no biases here whatsoever, do we? But no, it is the goal. If you do have a little bit to support here, our goal is 30,000, because that's what we raised last year, and every year that we do end up raising more and more and more, it just goes to show, not just Make-A-Wish, but everybody, that sim racing is here. It's here to stay, and not only that, is we can raise money for charity and raise money for events in general, and all the way around promote what we love.
Just a reminder, you've got Carpool Karaoke as an option to donate to some of these drivers, which says, you know what, we want you to start singing Solpeck are finding themselves in a position to do so. So we got ourselves an opportunity courtesy of Furley, and we've also got a copycat. So this is going to be big. Our top fundraiser last year, of course, we get a 35 donation from Anonymous. Thank you very much for the $35. It is the former the driver out there from, I believe, GP2 out there, so to speak. Emil Bernstorff joining us. Emil, how is the racing going, mate?
Hello? Where is
Loud and clear.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. How's the racing going, mate?
Oh, yeah, it's good. I didn't realize how you joined the chat. Yeah. It's good. Yeah, we've got some reverses and then done some reverse Unos, and we're running a strong second now. And yeah, it's looking pretty good at the moment. We're sitting pretty, I think. We got the strategy down.
Right, so my next question, Emil, is I know you're a fantastic driver. You've got a very fantastic palmarès and resume. But in terms of you growing up, who was your favorite driver?
I never really had one. So I think on the sheet I've filled out my favorite driver as Esteban Ocon.
Well, Emil, can you do me a favour and conduct the rest of this interview as Esteban Ocon, please?
Oh, no. Je suis Esteban Ocon.
Oh, this is fantastic. Emil, I'm going to double this up with you. You've also got a carpool karaoke. So can you go out there and sing any song of your choice as Esteban Ocon, please?
Okay. And now the time is near. I did it my way.
God, Mike, out of 10. That's a great effort.
Yeah, and it doesn't sound like he's done yet.
No, I mean I could go all day probably, but I also couldn't.
Okay, well, fair. You know, honestly, a great pick in song. First off, Emil, I have to give you credit there. It's My Way. Solid choice. The Frank Sinatra bringing that one in. I'm going to have to give you a solid 6 out of 10 for that one, though. I think a little bit more length would have gotten you a couple more marks up, but all things considering, 6 out of 10, not bad.
I mean, I could go again if you like. If
you know,
yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to be opposed.
Okay. That's the only song I can think of right now, though, unfortunately.
Just send
so
it.
I'll just do the exact same thing.
Put your heart and soul into this one.
Oh, man. Je suis Esteban. I've talked myself into a disaster here, unfortunately. I think I'll take the 6.
Okay.
Emil, when you started your racing career all those years ago, were you expecting that this was going to be the culmination of your experience, that this was the height of your racing career?
This is the pinnacle. I never had this much fun doing any of that other nonsense. So, I mean, you know, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be. So, you know, I mean, you race for yourself when you're racing, and this is actually for a good cause. So it's actually kind of great. I'm happy to be here. Yeah.
And I know you're absolutely massive when it comes to doing your work on Twitch. You've been pushing over towards the 9,000k iRacing club. Where can we find you, and what can we find you racing normally?
So I usually race a lot of like multi-class stuff. So I race on Twitch, just at my name, Emil Bernstorff, and I also am on YouTube as well. So those are the two places. Also my name streams. So that's my plug, I guess.
Well, not a worry at all. Well, we wish you the best of luck. Second position overall currently in the MX-5 field. Emil Bernstorff joining us then from Solpec and doing a fantastic rendition of Esteban Ocon's My Way.
Cheers, guys.
Well, there you have it then. Just some incredible action. Mike, we are about a minute away from jumping over and away. What has been your highlights then of our 2 hours here at the Make-A-Wish Foundation Drive for Wishes?
The flip and fly in MX-5. That absolutely was the highlight of the night. Seeing an MX-5 ramp off of a LMP3 brought me enjoyment that I didn't know that I would have enjoyed that much, to be completely honest. That was very funny.
Well, there's been such amazing racing. I would say that my favorite moment of this is just seeing each and every person having the opportunity to donate and to a wonderful charitable cause. We're already now over $18,000, $18,115.33 over towards 20,000 as our next stretch goal. But this is what is wonderful, of course, with everyone who's been putting this together. And please continue donating and giving a huge opportunity to so many amazing people around the world who deserve the ability to fight with everything that they've possibly got. It's been carnage for the first half of the race, but leading you into the second half of the racing action will be the team of Ron Mounds and Brad Dalton. Ron?
Thank you very much there, Jake. Hello, everybody tuning into this broadcast on iRacing. Hope you've enjoyed the action thus far, because we've got a whole lot of racing left to go, just ticking over the 4-hour left mark in this race. My name is Ron Mullins. Brad Dalton going to be joining me in the commentary booth for the next 2 hours. Brad, this is the first time we've worked on broadcast together, but this is going to be a pretty fun introduction for us working together.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Ron, I will tell you this. I've been keeping up with this broadcast as much as I can since the broadcast came on at 10 a.m. my time. And I will tell you right now, it has been just as fun since the start as it is now at the halfway distance. And here's what I'll say. If you showed up here and your only goal was to win, you're at the wrong event. You're at the wrong thing. This is all about, the drive for wishes. There's a reason it has a name. Stuart Brierton here, sending the car off around and having a moment. But all in all, everyone's here for a good reason. Everyone's here for a good cause. And Ron, it's so great to be here.
We're here to have some fun. It's really good. I'm super excited to be back on this broadcast. I was here for the first one back at the end of 2023, so really happy to be back here in 2025, raising money for an absolutely fantastic cause. And we've been raising a whole lot of money as well, $18,140.33, and that's continuing to go up. We're hitting that goal. We're getting very close to that goal of $20,000. I need to come up with something that I'll do on the air myself if we hit that $20,000. I don't know, maybe have a spoonful of red pepper flakes. That would be something interesting on the air. Interesting in the sense that I would be on the floor crying in pain for about 2.5 hours after that. So that would be fun for sure. Hey, folks, tuning into this broadcast, that is a good reason for us to hit that $20,000 goal. But as we're raising money, we're seeing some great racing action go on right now. If you haven't been able to decipher it thus far, we got some really close quarter stuff with LMP3s having to tackle some global MX5 traffic. That traffic dilemma is just absolutely ridiculous to see every single time it pops up.
I am a strong, avid, forever lover of the MX5s. One of the things I will say is mine and my fiance's favorite thing to watch is the MX5 Cup in real life with IMSA Racing. The LMP3s are fun to watch, the GT4s are fun to watch, but I tell you what, I feel for the MX5s in this race because the MX5s have not caught a break, and neither has anyone in this LMP3 class, because it feels like every moment we blink, something is happening, just like we see here. Just losing a little bit there, losing the rear tires around the GT4, and then, well, it's just kind of a game of that Spider-Man meme where all the Spider-Mans are pointing at each other, trying to figure out who was going to move.
Yeah, I think that's a very good comparison there, Brad, talking about the incident we just saw a couple of moments ago. I will mention my personal thoughts on the whole traffic dilemma. Occasionally on iRacing, I will do some very goofy combinations with the iRacing AI, and one of them was running the Dallara IR18 IndyCar at Michigan International Speedway, and it was a 50-50 split with 20 IndyCars and 20 Formula Vs. And that was absolutely terrifying for both perspectives, driving an IndyCar going about 240 anywhere around Michigan and just blowing the doors off a Formula V that's going like 105 with the wind at their backs. That's the best way I can compare seeing these LMP3s buzz past the MX5s. If you're one of these Mazda drivers, just seeing one of these LMP3 cars hove into view in that rear view mirror, it's got to be absolutely petrifying. So the fact we've gone through this race thus far and we haven't seen an MX5 car strike the moon is a little bit surprising. But, we still got over 3 3 hours and 55 minutes of racing action, so a lot can happen. And speaking of racing action, we've got side by side in the LMP3s heading down the back straightaway into the turn 10 chicane.
Yeah, and as they go side by side here, continuing along through turns 10A, 10B, going around. Any pit stops coming around? Nothing here. We go through. This is Justin Sadowski that is making a move. There was an MX-5 missing half of the MX-5 car. Looks like it started race 2 at the Rolex as we go around. Another LMP3 around on the front stretch. We continue along, keep things moving and grooving. Oleg Lovkov going through for Solpec Precision Racing. And man, look at those LMP3s run through. I absolutely love it. And, you know, with the MX-5s, it's technically, I want to make sure I say this right because otherwise I'm going to get yelled at in the comment section here on the broadcast. I think it's a 5-class step down from LMP3s to MX-5s. And that's what happened with Oleg Lovkov through with that MX-5. Just a little bit of a tap out of the final corner. And, well, it sent both of them flying around.
Yeah, those lap traffic encounters going to be the reason why that incident took place. That was a huge impact for the Mazda as well there. So hopefully we won't have more drama like that between now and the checkered flag. I think we have a brief little technical issue here, so we'll try and get back to live action. We'll say, as it stands at the moment, the number 98 leading this race overall in the LMP3 category, a race which has certainly seen its fair share of drama, and we're expecting the end of this race to be just as dramatic as the first half was. Brad, we kind of joined into the commentary booth and we're lurking around as Jake and Mike were still on the call and seeing the drama of the last restart that we had. So perfect time for us to come into the commentary booth. It's like, hey, welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the chaos as well.
You know, Mike and Jake said something very good that I kind of liked how they said it. With all of the cautions being paid for basically in the first 10 minutes of the broadcast, I believe, with all of those being kind of assigned there for 1 hour, you can kind of divide this race into just 1 hour segments at that point and think of this as just 8 1-hour segments, which can make things a little bit nicer, a little bit simpler for some of these drivers to survive through. And if you really think about it, that is the best way to do that here, because it is a very, very chaotic run through this track. There's not a lot of space for traffic. There's not a lot of space for anything really here around this beautiful, beautiful circuit. So you just have to be careful. You have to hold on. You have to go through and kind of just fingers crossed, toes crossed, and keep things going. But again, we're all here for a good cause. While winning is always great, I think in the end, we all know who the real winners are. And even if it's not on track, there's a winner today.
Yeah, there absolutely will be a winner. It's all of the people who are going to be benefited from the money that we've raised thus far. Make-A-Wish, an absolutely fabulous organization helping children who frankly should not be going through the stuff that they unfortunately have to go through. But very happy that we've got an event like this, the second running of this fabulous event, to be able to raise money for a very good cause. You know, as much as the sim racing world may be divided more often than not, it's always great when an event like this comes around and we can raise some money for a very good cause. There's Ada Millward donating $10. That's a little bit odd for me based off the fact that I've seen Ada Millward's videos for probably the past like 5 or 6 years. Very big part of my geekiness as a motorsports fan, watching his old motorsports history videos. Pit Stop Party still holding on to the top donation at $250. But that ticker that we've got on the bottom corner still going up now to $18,335.33. And if you want to donate, you can scan that barcode right there. Actually, no, that's not a barcode. That's a QR code. That's the right term right there at the bottom left of your screen if you'd like to donate and contribute to this absolutely wonderful event, an event which has seen some drama, it's seen some action and craziness, but it's a wonderful venue to do this as well. Road Atlanta, just a fine circuit in the world of motorsports. I may be a little bit biased since I'm a member of the Sports Car Club of America here in the States for the past 10 years, and the circuit of Road Atlanta used to play host to the SCCA National Championship runoffs for many, many moons. But Road Atlanta, just a fabulous motorsports circuit, and the host for today's race.
I mean, I'm probably biased too because I am also a member of SCCA, so I am a big fan of this circuit as well. But this is also, again, this is one of those classic American tracks that I kind of always say anytime I'm on a broadcast and we're at, you know, Laguna Seca, here, Road America, Road Atlanta, Daytona Road Course, Watkins Glen, those tracks. I always say that those are tracks that you should be able to just get on and put a lap down. If you're a, you know, driver, you should be able to jump in your favorite car and put in competitive laps, kind of, you know, with just 1 or 2 warm-up laps. This track goes on that list as well. So it definitely is a track that should be well known, should run through, and for Road Atlanta, it makes perfect sense here to be doing an event like this. You know, I kind of akin it to the 23 Hours of Zolder that a certain shed-dwelling dad likes to run once a year. You know, Zolder is a track that you don't traditionally think would run endurance races. Road Atlanta is a track that you wouldn't traditionally think would be running LMP3, GT4, and MX5s together. But hey, we're here, we're doing it, and it's all in the name of fun. It's all in the name of charity. I absolutely love it. It's so much fun.
Yeah, this event has been so much fun already. And hey, folks, the fun is still far from over. We've got a couple hours left in this race. We've got a couple hours left on this broadcast. If you're tuning in to this broadcast right now, we hope you enjoy all the racing action. And while you are tuning into this broadcast, how about you hit that like button to show us some love on the air, as all of you have been showing Make-A-Wish some love all throughout this broadcast, still raising money, getting more donations in all the time. As we go back to live action, you can see these drivers continuing to deal with lap traffic with the fantastic amount of participation that we've got in this event. If you're an LMP3 car, there probably hasn't been a single lap for you where you haven't had to deal with lap traffic under green flag racing conditions in what has to feel like about 14 bajillion decades. So these LMP3s, just the endless, non-stop headache of lap traffic.
Yeah, and I would argue that, honestly, the MX-5s are kind of the inverse of that. They are the nonstop epitome of avoid becoming the cannon fodder of the race here. You're constantly driving in the mirrors. You're not driving looking forward. You are always concerned behind you because of the fact that the GT4s and the LMP3s are running faster. I think the GT4, for me personally, would be the sweet spot class here because you're just fast enough to get past the MX-5s without too much drama. You're just slow enough that the LMP3s are going past you without too much drama, without too much chaos. There's not a big delta either direction to them. So I think if I was running this race personally and I was a driver, I would be in a GT4 class, and that would just be ideal. But again, the love of the MX-5s and the love of the LMP3s. I mean, let's be honest, that's one of the best kind of intro prototype cars that you can get into in iRacing. When you start stepping up into those more competitive, you know, higher end cars that you start running into, you don't want to immediately jump into GTPs. You don't want to immediately jump into the Formula One cars or the Indy cars. You know, iRacing is built in a way that you want to step up. And for me, you know, this is essentially the order of step up that I run. It's MX-5, GT4, LMP3. Those are my 1, 2, 3s as I run it through. I don't know about you, but it's very natural that way.
Yeah, it is that natural progression going from one to the other to another, and you bring up a very good point. You don't want to just immediately jump in the GTP. I mean, I love the GTP on iRacing, albeit I may be a little bit biased because I just love driving and like the fastest cars imaginable, and I don't do a whole lot of officials. There's a very good reason, folks, why I'm behind a microphone instead of behind the wheel. But as much as I love the GTP, if you've never driven a prototype car before and you go from no experience in a prototype into a GTP, I don't even know the best way to describe that. That's like taking a a newborn child who just took their first steps and lining them up for the 2028 LA Olympic Marathon. That would be a real tough ask. So going from nothing to the GTP, just an absolute shenanigans that are going to come out of that. Good and bad shenanigans. I mean, the GTP, it's a race car that will put you on your butt quicker than just about any single thing on iRacing right now. But the LMP3, it's a good car. You know, I personally like it. It understeers a little bit much from my experience, albeit I don't usually do a lot of setup trickery to try and tune out that understeer. As we see some drivers coming into the pits. That is our current leader in the LMP3 class of 194 of Patrick Surwatch. So let's see him come into the pits. That's going to give the lead to the number 41, what was it, the iRacing car of Hayden Gullis in the number 41 car. There's the iRacing squad car. Yee howdy, God love some nice little nice little team names. I have a story that I may have to share from last year's the 2023 running of the Make-A-Wish Drive for Wishes event involving a team name, funnily enough.
There's a lot of good team names as I look up and down the field, up and down the grid. This one that kind of stuck out to me the most early on was Wishing for Speed down in the MX-5s. There's Racing Without Limits. There's Potato Nation Spuds, which caught my eye. There's Maximum Effort Motorsports, Grid Up Sim Racing, Nerdy Core XP, who's currently P7 in the LMP3 squad. So, I mean, there's a lot of good ones. There's also, I believe it's a German translation to Cannon Fodder, is P8 in the GT4. It's the 171, currently driven by Jeff Williams. So I'm not going to try to pronounce that word because I am a Kentuckian. I am not someone who is very good with my German. I have some friends that are, but I'm not one, so I'm not going to do that. But speaking of team names too, Ron, I do want to mention this. I just saw this posted. If someone donates $25 to Maximum Effort Motorsports for Make-A-Wish, I'll wear my in real life racing helmet for my next stint. That was posted just a few minutes ago. So if you're looking to get a driver to wear their real life helmet on stint, $25 donation is all it will cost you today.
Yeah, there you go. I will say from my personal sim racing experience, I have occasionally tried driving on iRacing in my full racing setup, which bearing in mind, folks, I used to drive in karts before I swapped out a steering wheel for a microphone. So that's a lot of stuff. It's a rib protector, full driving suit, a neck protector, and also a helmet and gloves and racing shoes, which you never see anyone walking around in racing shoes. It always feels so uncomfortable walking around in those things. It's like walking around on like clunks of wood that you've got underneath you. It's a very, very bizarre experience. But hey, I've driven in iRacing in my full kart getup, so that would be very funny to see one of these drivers do it in that. And good Lord knows how sweaty they would be as a result of all of that, because getting up in your full racing getup is it's good if you want to get some exercise in, if you want to feel like you're driving in the sim in a sauna. But for any other like comfortability in terms of that experience, you're not going to find any.
We're not here for comfort. We're not here for comfort, but comfort is important across an 8-hour race. I mean, fun is very important, though, here as we go through. I thought I saw a LMP3 go off, and there we go. That is indeed one of the LMP3s going off. That's Stuart Brierton of Brierton Motorsports running off there, now back on track, running through. We've got more LMP3 drama at the top of the hill. That is Wilco Vanderberg getting back underway and on and through, and I feel like we could just set a camera stationary on a tripod at the top of the hill, and every moment I feel like we would see, every lap, every 5 seconds, somebody running off, something happening. This is it's a very hard race.
Oh, it is super, super tough. I mean, the conditions that these drivers are finding themselves driving around. We saw the rain earlier on. This track is slowly but surely rubbering in. We're getting to the point where the marbles are starting to build up on the outside of the racetrack. So if you're in a GT4 or one of the MX-5s and an LMP3 car comes barging through and you have to go off the track and jump out of the way, you're going to find yourself driving around on a slip and slide. So that's one problem. Second problem, the traffic. Holy cow, in this camera shot, how many cars do we've got? We've got like 13 cars in one singular camera shot heading down into turn number 5, one of the toughest corners around this racetrack. You've got some MX-5s, you've got some GT4s, and you've got a gaggle of LMP3 cars. For all the drivers in all these classes, you've got something riding on your mind when it comes to the traffic. If you're in one of the MX-5s, you're going to be driving around. You'll feel like you're in a drag race, like at some sort of insane drag race with like a top fuel dragster. Oh, and contact being made, and the LMP3's at the bottom of the circuit. That's through turn number 6 and 7, and that's going to send that was actually contact between 1 and 2 in this race overall. So controversy at the front of the field.
have a feeling that there will be a penalty coming for the number 41 by way of a donation coming their way, because that was Maridinus M Squad and Cornish Lawnmower Racing. And I have a feeling that Cornish Lawnmower Racing isn't going to take very nice to that. And just as a reminder of some of the different things that we have here donation-wise, $10 donations for Carpool Karaoke and Copycat. Carpool Karaoke, kind of self-explanatory. Copycat, well, you have to impersonate a driver. We heard that earlier on. We heard a beautiful Ayrton Senna impersonation and, of course, an Esteban Ocon impersonation going through. $20 donation, step aside, get position to the driver behind you, and then head to the pit lane straight there with you. Those are the two options. And then, of course, there are some additional ones that can go through, and then there's always Uno Reverse. If you get really feisty, you just throw $10 towards the donation, and it's an Uno Reverse card. I absolutely love that.
That is absolutely brilliant. Oh, and a spin, a big spin coming at turn number 5. Oh, very careful on the rejoin. 4 wide right behind. This is going to be terrifying at the front of the field. My God, we've seen many moments like that, but catching that on the live action was absolutely insane. I will say one thing as well, talking about the donation goals and the donations that you can give to this event here for the Make-A-Wish Drive for Wishes charity event. To see some goofy stuff here on the air, I'm kind of happy that there's not a donation goal to make us sing here in the commentary booth, because I was kind of worried about that this morning, so I tried practice singing this morning and actually cracked the mirror in my bathroom.
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of worried that would come this way too. Maybe we should set that up and make Arjuna do that on the final 2 hours. Maybe we should say if we can hit 25,000, Arjuna will sing. I don't know, what's a good song he can sing? I gotta think of something. We'll come up with a song, but we'll say that 25,000 Arjuna sings somewhere near the final 2 hours of the broadcast. Sorry, Arjuna, but you've been volunteered for that. Will someone communicate that with him, please?
Yeah, I will say what's funny. He's in our broadcast booth right now here on the Make-A-Wish Discord server, but he's on deafen right now, so he can't hear us scheming his own fate at the end of this show. So that's good news for us, I guess. We got away with throwing him into the lion's den in terms of having to sing. So hopefully he's preparing his vocal cords, not just for being on the final 2 hours of this broadcast and bringing this race home, but also the singing, because that's gonna be fun. That gives everyone tuning into this broadcast more of a reason to stay tuned between now and the checkered flag, because that is going to be a sight to behold. Watch some of iRacing and Esports Best out there on the track, and listen to some of iRacing and Esports Best sing at the end of the show. We need to come up with a song for him to sing. I feel like it needs to be something. I don't know, Brad. What are you thinking in terms of the song that we should get Arjuna to sing?
I don't know. I'm kind of monitoring to see if someone can give us an idea somewhere. I'm kind of looking through, just seeing everyone that's watching this live and going through. If you throw an idea out there and it sounds good, I will bookmark that for later. So, because I don't have a good idea right now. I've been listening to a lot of different music lately for planning of some personal fun events coming up in the next few months for me. So I'm very musiced out right now. I'm not gonna lie. So I don't have a good answer of song. Someone please throw me a bone here. Give me something somewhere as we watch this battle in LMP3 continue. The traffic does not stop, just like the event does not stop. This is ridiculous to see all of this come through. I'm loving it though. Look at this trail of 4 LMP3 cars just following along.
Yeah, we've got conga line going down the back straightaway right now. Conga line of LMP3s, and they're all weaving around. Look at this. Now they're forming into a 2-2 fight. Heading down that back straightaway. Gonna be a 3-car fight off into the dirt. Holy cow, that could have ended in absolute disaster. So understandably packing out of it. But we had that conga line for a brief moment. Dun, 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 dun. Heading down the back straightaway. That was very rarely do you see a LMP3 conga line in the natural world, so that's rather odd. Some more odd things that have gone on this broadcast. We've seen some MX-5s tumble and barrel roll around the racetrack. We've seen some GT4s have their own shenanigans. The LMP3s, though, we've got conga lines forming, so I guess someone needs to break out a pina colada. Oh! And cleaning him out. That is a and more contact being made. Hang down into turn number 5.
That was a big run there. That's all up near the front of the LMP3 field. That is multiple cars coming together, coming through, and we still have cars facing backwards, cars stopping off to the side. That was a big moment coming through for LMP3s, and well, you'll have that sometimes on those bigger jobs. I'm seeing Meatballs out for Racing Without Limits and Hyperion Racing right now. It seems like some other drivers definitely involved in that, because run a little bit into the grass. The grass has nothing, and then the number 40 there, just straight line to the tire barrier. Definitely not the best decision. And that's the number 40 continuing along, keeping things moving.
Yeah, keeping it rolling as it stands currently, so I guess not too much harm or foul done as a result of all of that, but definitely a scary-looking collision. Let's ride on board with the driver of the number 70 car heading through the meat of that sandwich, and that is going to cause him to bite his tongue off, heading down into turn number 5. Rough stuff for all of those drivers. It's close-quarter stuff around here. It's an old-school racetrack, this. You've got no real asphalt runoff area, just grass and gravel. Just how the racing gods usually intended, and because of that, one of these drivers ends up in the dirt, and they're just going to take a one-way trip into either one of the barriers or one of their competitors.
Yeah, I don't know your opinion on this, Ron, but I like tracks that are set up like this with not a lot of forgiveness. Drivers may disagree with me at times, but I think as spectators, as people watching, it tends to produce some very, very solid racing, except for when you have moments like that with Chris Nightingale just shoving the GT4 off into the tire barrier there on the run down the hill. That's not ideal, but, you know, if you're an LMP3, you got to get past somehow.
Yeah, got those moves done, even if it results in the GT4 car just pinging off the track, and he knocked the crap out of that tire barrier as well. I think he picked that rear end of the car up like 4 or 5 feet into the air. That was a really big impact for the Mercedes GT4. The other side of that incident we saw the replay of a couple of moments ago. But yeah, I'm absolutely with you there, Brad. Having a racetrack with a bunch of asphalt on the shoulders, it's just going to create a whole track limits dilemma, which, you know, it's good for safety at time. I mean, I don't even buy that at certain points in time. I feel like the old school grass and gravel approach, it not only causes these drivers to understand the risk of pushing the limit and going off the track, but at the same time it also just looks better than just having a sea of asphalt. Otherwise a fast series of corners just looks like a parking lot. Now granted, there's certain corners in the world of motorsports that could certainly go with some expansive asphalt runoff area, but you don't want to Paul Ricard every single track and just have a bunch of red and blue stripes on the outside. Those colors look good for Slurpees, don't look too good for the runoff area of a racetrack.
Man, I want a Slurpee now. Yeah, I'm going to have to get a Slurpee after this. You know what? That's a good point. I will say that one of the tracks that I think needs to take note of that is a certain track that we've already visited, we've already seen here this year, and well, that is a moment there as we go through and around. That's Darnell Williams with Muradness that has ran off the track there. You're starting to see the marbles really pick up. Big shout out to James for the $20 donation here as it stands, but you're starting to see the marbles pick up there on the edge of the circuit. I think you mentioned this right when we jumped in the booth, but those are coming through. France with $100 donation. That's amazing here as we are over halfway distance here. We're almost at that $20,000 goal, and well, we're seeing drivers really get settled into the pocket here, really settled running through and doing everything they can to keep these cars on track.
Yeah, they're doing everything in their power to keep these cars going, and sometimes it works, other times it's a little bit unsuccessful, but that was a fantastic donation from France a couple of moments ago. Thank you very much to them, and thank you very much for all the people who've donated thus far. Now at $18,887.35 as Darnell Williams in the number 7 car has gone off the track heading through turn number 1. Be careful here on the rejoin. Darnell keeps it going in a straight line without any further incident as we see Aiden Pohl come in from second in the MX5 Cup class. That's a Pole Sim Racing red number 47 car coming in. I think he scraped the concrete barrier on exit as well, so not helping his chances there. And here we go. Ethan R. Brewer run his helmet. There we go. I can see the headphones right there by his neck as he's tackling the track as it stands at the moment, but breaking out the helmet to run in this race. There we go.
no audio either if he's not wearing his headphones. So he's kind of just running this by feel and by sight at this point, which adds it's a whole nother layer of challenge. I don't know if I could do that. I mean, it'd be fun, but I'd have to get some like wired headphones or AirPods or something in, and still have the game audio, because trying to drive a car with no engine sound, no nothing, no spotter even, you don't get the spotter call outs at that point. That's rough, especially if you're not in the LMB3 class. So we jump back up here again with Project 91 still running things through with PWR Motorsports. Actually, no, this is not for the lead. This is for second place. This is second, third, fourth all together here, continuing to battle along.
That kind of reminds me of Brad seeing that driver running with their helmet on and not hearing any of the spotter calls. Usually hear that like the worst spotter call that he could ever hear came to Juan Pablo Montoya at the 2015 IndyCar race at Pocono, when I'm pretty sure his spotter said 4 on the outside, 3 more on the inside as they went down the start finish straight away. Oh, and taking at the camera, heading down into turn number 3. They have to send a bill to that driver to repair the broken camera that at this point has been turned into a veneer. But that's not the end of their off-track encounters, heading through, and that's going to take them into the barrier as well. But the point I was going to raise, you'd usually think, 4 on the outside, 3 more on the inside is the worst call you could hear from a spotter. No, the worst call you could hear from a spotter is the spotter calls that driver is hearing right now, which is essentially just... So that is not good at all for that driver. So we may have to keep the tabs on them. Actually, I think that's them just barely in the back of shot, hanging through onto the back straightaway now. So they seem to have a good system going on. I'm not sure what's going on for them to cause that. Maybe they got the captions on for what the spotter call outs are, but still working as we see a side-by-side fight in the P3s.
Yeah, and as we continue to watch this side-by-side, this is Muradinus M Squad running things through and around and about and trying to keep the battle going along where they can. I mean, it's so jumbled up at this point, too, in terms of positions, in terms of cars. At this point, if you're a driver, your big goal is just to set the best laps you can and bring the car home for the next driver to jump in. There's nothing too crazy you can really do. I know I said that battle earlier was for position. It was not, actually, and I'm kind of looking through. There's nothing too wild going on right now. I am seeing a lot of MX-5s earning meatballs as we go, and it looks like our 5th place driver, Project 91, Patrick Serwatch, actually has a meatball of his own. I don't know what he's managed to do, but he has done something to bring in a meatball for himself. Muradinus M Squad and iRacing Squad continuing to push along, and we're over 19,000. It's not over 9,000. It's over 19,000 here, Ron. I just caught that. That's wow.
Yeah, so we have to try this on for scale. It's over 19,000. That was absolutely foul. I apologize for that. Tell you what, tuning in to this broadcast. Now at $19,084.85. There we go. We got 84 and 85 right there at the end of that, but still less than 1,000 to go until we hit $20,000. All the people tuning into this and donating into this event, thank you all so very much. As Jake Sperry said earlier on, it may not seem like a whole lot of money, but a little bit can go a very long way, and at Make-A-Wish it certainly will, for children in need all across the globe. Make-A-Wish International making this event possible, organizing it, and doing a wonderful job behind the scenes to make this exciting, brilliant, charitable, and also hilarious iRacing event together. And speaking of hilarity, Brad, I have a suggestion for the song that we should have Arjuna sing during his final 2 hours on the air for this broadcast here today. What do we think about having him sing Jailhouse Rock by Elvis Presley? It's a bit of an old one, but I think we'll have to have him do that. What are your thoughts?
I was going to say My Heart Will Go On, Celine Dion, but Jailhouse Rock is somehow even better. I'm going with your choice. That's a good decision. I think ultimately Arjuna is going to sing what he sings, but I think we have 2 very solid choices there.
Yeah, I think we definitely got some very good choices. And anyone in the YouTube chat for this broadcast, if you've got any suggestions, shout them out to us, and we'll be able to vet them through as we take a look at the holy cow. That I'm pretty sure is a line that I've only seen be used on Forza Motorsport 7. That's Cameron DeBastos in the number 38 car taking the shortcut line through turn number 5, and it doesn't work out too well for him. His car is now absolutely destroyed. Oh my God, that's a spinner in the LMP3 spinning in protest as a result of that car still being stopped. And that is a real messed up looking MX-5 car. The worst part is, in like the streets of New York, that would probably sell for about $3,500.
You know what's bad? I don't know if that was a spin in protest or a spin in sympathy. It kind of felt a bit of both there going through. And another song option, Careless Whisper, George Michael. That's also a very good option. But we'll vent all song recommendations as we go through, and we'll break the news to Arjuna as we pass the mic off to him when there's only 2 hours left here in this stream. He will be taking you through to the end. Cameron DeBastos, well, there's what happened to him. And I didn't know MX-5s were lawnmowers, but I'm learning that apparently Mazda makes very good lawnmowers today.
Yeah, Mazda making very good lawnmowers. The tires, on the other hand, I think they decided to just say no. So that's part of the reason why that car ended up looking like that. But look at that. It actually wasn't a sympathy spin for Hristo Karskov in the number 24 LMP3 car right behind. Oh, he had a big bit of wall contact coming at turn number 5. Smacks the outside wall. He nearly ended up ballparking it in the number 24 car. Let's take a look at it. Oh, he got sideways, hit the asphalt. That kind of got his car upset, and then bang, he hit the wall a ton in that number 24 car. I gotta wonder if there's some major damage on that race car. We were thinking it was a sympathy spin, but no, that was just a normal non-sympathy, just a straight up loss of control spin.
I'm going to be real honest. If he had been going a little bit slower in the moment, he probably would have caught air and went over that wall. And there is Dennis Ali that is going around there. Currently P10 and MX-5s, and well, you can see leaving the front bumper on the track. I'd like to imagine the amount of bodywork that would be left around would be comparative to a junkyard if the bodywork wasn't disappearing, if it was left there the entire 8-hour race. I have a feeling that everyone would be leaving most of their bodywork on the track multiple times. So thankfully these drivers do of course have some fast repairs to kind of help them make it through the entirety of this 8-hour event and go through, but fast repairs only get you so far. And well, when your car looks like that, you gotta kind of nurse it around. Straight line racing for wishes. You're racing to the pits at the moment, my friend.
Yeah, the straight line racing for Wish's car kind of going crooked as it stands at the moment. Crabbing down pit lane as it stands at the moment is the number 6, currently running 22nd in the LMP3 class. With most of the back end of the race car gone, the engine covers gone, the rear wings gone. The amount of body parts that are probably strewn around this track from these race cars, we could probably have a pretty solid like auction of all the parts off these race cars to just sell and raise even more money for Make-A-Wish. Usually I joke whenever I'm on the air that the car parts are being sold on eBay by some of the track marshals, but now we're selling them to raise more money, already at $19,124.85. Not terribly far away from that $20,000 goal. Another fantastic running of this event last year. Pretty much every single goal that Make-A-Wish had was smashed by all the people who tuned in and donated and made this event as much of a smash hit as it has been on iRacing. And speaking of smash hit, the number 6 car nearly just had another smash hit off the track. Have gone off the track for sure. Now rejoining it, heading down the hill, off into the S's right now towards the start of this lap. Now with 3 minutes, I nearly said 3 minutes, no, 3 hours and 22 minutes left to go.
And as we continue through, we watch these drivers go around and down and up and down and continue to carve their way through this track as much as possible, as fast as they can, through this beautiful, beautiful circuit that has corner names of A and B. And I will forever complain about that, about American tracks feeling the need to name corners A and B. But I feel like that is just the secret 1% European of me coming out that is not enjoying that. As we go through, we watch through Skibior in 22nd. Well, that is not how you go down the track at all, ramping off of the curb and getting the car very upset. Joseph Blommel and P15 just getting the rear of the car to the front of the car, which again, not what you want to do. Another rear of the car to the front of the car, and it goes to bring up that curbs are not very nice. And I gotta think at this point we might be hitting the point where some drivers are hitting just a millimeter of fatigue as they continue around. Some drivers might be starting to feel it here as we get near the end.
Yeah, I think they are starting to feel a little bit tired considering how long this race has been going on up to this point. That the 34 LMP3 car that we saw hang through turn number 5 a couple of moments ago, that was an insane spectacle. So it started to look like an LMP3 car was like flying like a kite heading through there. That was a rather peculiar looking incident, but okay, here we go. Here's a good angle. Thank you very much, Hugo, the production truck. Holy cow, he was flying in the number 34 car. He spins, right, and his tires have been reduced down to a matter of dust strewn across the track. But that was spectacular in the process.
That it was. And as we continue along, these LMP3 cars, I mean, I know I said I felt for the MX-5s. I kind of feel for anyone in the LMP3 class. But another car's around, and there's a send around. And thank you for proving my point live on cam in the moment.
Yeah, right as you're going to bring that up, bang, there they come to blows coming out of the turn number 10 chicane. It's close quarter stuff around here, and it was Edwin and Offra in the number 32 car. That is the car that got spun around as a result of all of that. The number 42 LMP3 car sent into a spin. As you can see, an LMP3 car going backwards a little bit farther in the back. A shot, I'm not necessarily sure if that's entirely illegal, but you know, we're running here for a goof. You may as well run backwards, get some time running in reverse. I'll tell you what, Brad, earlier on, before we joined the commentary booth, I was tuning into the stream and I saw Daniel Morad driving down the back straightaway backwards. So if anyone is going to be driving backwards in an iRacing broadcasted race, it better be an event like this.
Absolutely. And that, if you're wanting to throw that at your favorite driver, that is called a flip it and reverse it. So if you do donate and you want to see someone do that, that's a $35 donation. Jack Ashton here, currently in P5. I think that might be the driver that I would send backwards. I don't have a particular reason. Just, you know, could be fun. Pick somebody random. Pick your favorite driver. Pick your least favorite driver. Pick somebody randomly through 1 in 100, and you can send them backwards. Jack Ashton, if you hear me saying that, or if someone communicates to you that I said I would send you backwards, it's nothing personal. I just saw you on the broadcast when I was trying to pick a driver name.
Yeah, there we go. Hopefully, no hard feelings there, Jack.
There we go.
That worked out absolutely beautifully. Thank you very much, Jack Ashton, for that. That is absolutely majestic. He's currently running 5th in that number 37 McLaren, heading down the back straightaway right now, off into the turn 10 chicane. I think he's just hearing my witch cackle a few moments ago. Holy cow, that was absolutely beautiful. But let's see if we have anyone flipping it and reversing it at the end of all of this. I will say one thing that isn't on the donations list, as I'm still trying to get the giggles out of my system right now. One time I was doing a broadcast of a Formula 4 race here at Road Atlanta, and someone struck the bridge coming out of the turn 10 chicane. Now, Brad, I wouldn't say the chance is high of that happening in this race, but it's not exactly zero either.
Well, just a reminder that nothing is ever zero. So, you know, that is something that can happen. If it does happen, then it's a problem. I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't recommend it, but it is possible for someone to do that. Yeah, you know. That's the fun of racing, though, and racing at tracks like this. I know we kind of touched on this earlier, and then I don't know what it was that kind of pulled us off side to side, but yeah, there was, you know, this track doesn't have all of the runoff, have all of the big moments, have all of the crazy things that, you know, most FIA grade 1 international tracks do. This track is very pure, it's very competitive, and well, it can come out to bite you at times in certain ways that other tracks may not or won't, and you have to be careful of it.
Yeah, that's the thing. When it comes to an old school racetrack like this, you got a lot of stuff that's just lurking in the background, ready to grab these drivers at when it gets the opportunity to. Road Atlanta, though, just an absolutely wonderful ride in the world of motorsports. I will say something about Road Atlanta that I feel like I mention every single time I'm doing a broadcast at this track. Kind of the history of Road Atlanta and the fact that up until the end of the 90s, when the Motul Petit Le Mans was first run at this track back in 1998, that back straightaway from turn number 7 all the way up until the final few corners of 11 and 12, that was one straightaway. The turn 10 chicane did not happen. How terrifying of a run would that have been if that stayed around to this day? Imagine cresting the hill going God knows how quick. I think some of these cars would turn into an airplane.
They would, and it would be scary to watch, but this also brings me to the good point of, thankfully, we are in a simulator, and we don't have to worry about that. That is, whenever I watch through and I see races like this, with tracks and cars that don't usually make sense, I'm usually very thankful we do that in sim and that we don't see that in real life, because it prevents any sort of big scary moments of drivers coming together. And I've seen cars do things in sim that if you saw it in real life would be on the 5 o'clock news. Now granted, motion rigs, direct drive wheels, you can get hurt a little bit, but you're not as hurt.
I gotta say, to share a little bit of my own experience from driving in the sim, one time I was doing an F3 race at Charlotte, not on the road course, mind you, on the oval, and one time I crashed so hard that I ended up crashing my own iRacing. So I'm not sure what iRacing's limit is in terms of rendering a collision back then, because I think that was like 2020, 2021. Either way, though, that has to be my record in terms of a iRacing crash. So I guess if that happened to me, I probably would have been turned into a fine red mist upon impact. But looking at side-by-side racing in the LMP3 category, heading down into turn number 10, and seeming to be the premier overtaking opportunity, as it usually is. Turn 10 as well at this track, I gotta say, Brad. Just a beautifully done chicane. You rarely, if ever nowadays in the racing world, see just an expertly crafted chicane, but turn number 10 at Road Atlanta was done very well. It's enough of a braking zone whereby you can get some moves done and try and go side by side with your competitors, but at the same time, it's not so ticky-tack that you end up resulting in tears as we see Jack Ashton in the number 37 car coming to blows, hitting the wall, heading down into turn number 10, the chicane right as I was mentioning it, and he's going to come into the pits with damage on that car.
I want to preface what I just did by saying, Jack, I really like you. I think you're awesome. However, you're going to owe me a flip it and reverse it. I love the shirt. However, I said your name, so I have to pay up. That's a case of put the money where the mouth is on the broadcast. And as soon as he notices that, I have a feeling he's not going to be thrilled. Let's give him a second here. I own the exact same shirt, though. I will give him credit. I own the exact same shirt and multiple iterations of that shirt. So he's got good taste. His team name is very good. However, this is for a good cause. I must put money where mouth is. And, well, you're no longer in your car, so that's fine. You've now switched to Darren Nunn. Darren will owe me on your behalf, one Mr. Jack Ashton. Thank you. I do this all in fun, in love, and for a good cause. Again, if you want to donate, if you would like to get involved, just like I just did, to send a flip it and reverse it to somebody somewhere, whether it's the Orange Army, whether it's Maradness, whether it's Boosted Media, Racing Without Limits, Straight Line Racing for Wishes, Pulse Sim Racing, you can go ahead and jump in and throw in your donation, pick your team, and do what you want. Oh wow, we've now went over 21,000, and Ron, you see what just came in, correct?
Yeah, that I did. Holy cow, we just got a $1,550 donation. Wow. We've now broken past 20,000, folks. Thank you all so very much for all the donations made throughout this stream. That was absolutely... I'm having to bring myself out of the giggles that I had with that moment a few moments ago with you doing that donation and it popping up at the perfect time. But holy cow, we've now broken past 20,000 on today's race. That is absolute, pure, unbridled madness. Thank you so very much. We'll have to get their full name up here in a couple of moments' time. The donation that just put us over that $20,000 goal. Where are we going to go next is the real question. And I got to wonder, I feel like I promised I was going to do something for 20,000. I don't think I ever came up with what I should do. Here's what we could do for scale, Brad. You know, we saw that driver doing this race while driving around and doing this race with their own real-life driving helmet on. Should I do this broadcast with my helmet on? Probably for like 15 minutes, but should I still do this anyways?
If you do it, I'll do it. I'll have to run and take about 90 seconds to go get my helmet, but I would more than happily do that with you. We could definitely make that work.
I gotta say, I'm definitely giving myself a little bit of an excuse. I've been retired from racing since 2023 after I had some back problems in my karting days, so it's been a little while since I had the opportunity to put my helmet on, so I may end up having to do this. We just saw some LMP3 splitting the difference with a Mazda MX-5 Cup car a couple of moments ago, but I think at this point in time, I will note before we end up doing this, it was Potato Nation streamers that gave us that $1,500 donation to put us over $20,000. Thank you so much. That incredible generosity is absolutely insane. As we see a collision in the LMP3s heading through turn number 3. But we've now broken past that $20,000 goal. Thank you very much, Potato Nation streamers, and Lawrence Dos Salsa for doing that. I hopefully got that pronunciation right of him, but thank you, Lawrence, and thank you, Potato Nation streamers, for giving us that donation, giving Make-A-Wish that donation. That is so incredibly kind. We've now got a new goal, $25,000. And with that $20,000 goal taken care of, Brad, I'm going to pass it off to you for a couple of moments. I'm going to go grab my helmet.
And while he's going to grab his helmet, just remember, as soon as he's back, I'm going to grab mine. So we'll enjoy this together and run through, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us in, 3 hours, 9 minutes left to go here for the Drive for Wishes supporting Make-A-Wish International. Make-A-Wish, it's a foundation. It's an organization that I know everyone's heard of, everyone knows, everyone loves, and, well, this supports the sim racing and the vehicle experience of it, supports more. Every single day, there are children that are being diagnosed with terminal illnesses, with diseases that really no child should have to deal with. They should not have any part in that. And, well, Make-A-Wish has granted over 585,000 wishes in 50 countries and territories worldwide since being founded in 1980. Every 25 seconds, a child is diagnosed with a critical illness and is eligible for a wish. Wishes are so important to what kids get. It's so important to them being able to fight diseases and being able to stay positive in something that can be so devastating for them, for their families, for their loved ones, friends. So everything we do here, you know, everything that we're doing with this broadcast, all of the money being raised is to support continuing to drive those wishes forward. There are many kids that are going to come out and say things, you know, such as, hey, I want a Lamborghini experience. I want to get a driving sim, you know, I want to be able to enjoy a real life race. You know, there are things that kids will say through that is their wish that they're looking for that you can help support and continue along here through the incentives, through the donations that you're doing, through the auction. If you haven't auctioned through, there's some amazing auction events there. All of the racers have their own live streams going as well. Some of them are racing with helmets. Some of them have raced with a full race suit on. Some of them have oven mitts. Some of them are doing impersonations of different things, whatever it may be. So be sure to support everyone here that is going through all of the good events they have going on. And this is an amazing event here at 8 hours. Darren Nunn, thank you for serving my donation. It's much appreciated to see that being paid here today. I can tell that driving backwards is not something they enjoy, but hey, hey, it is important. Through turns 7 through 10, well, Darren Nunn, you make it look effortless, I will say. For Jack Ashton, much appreciated, but hey, you know what? I'm enjoying it. This is fun. Continue to bring that one on around, bring it through. You can see he's getting that McLaren GT4 going backwards. That has to be terrifying. I don't know about you all, but it has to be terrifying. I would not enjoy it, but hey, it's neither here nor there. It's somewhere in the middle. And, you know, we'll see how things go. They continue along. They continue on. Oh, for Darren Nunn. That's a scary moment. And, ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to cause a driver to have to do something backwards around or do something different, you know, there's a lot of big names here that you may know, you may love. Just jump in, give a donation. You say who it goes to, and well, Race Control will tell them what to do, when to do it, and make them send it around. So hey, you can get involved with that. We jump back in. Eric Leroy here in the number 70, running downhill, keeping that LMP3 moving forward and do what he can. And I think Ron might be back with his helmet on. Yeah, there we go. Hey, Ron.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys can hear me or not. I can't hear anything as it stands at the present moment. I got my helmet on. I am currently holding my headphone. Oh, there we go. I can see myself here. So actually, let's get better lighting in here, studio lighting, so you can see the full surface of the moon right now. So I can't obviously put my headphones on. This does not work very well in terms of being able to hear all of you on the air. And I'm not sure if the microphone's getting picked up too well either. I will also note as well, the screws on the visor are loose, so occasionally this will happen. I did not mean for that to happen, mind you. That just happened because of sheer accident. But I am a man of my word, folks. I also got flame coming out of my helmet, as you can see from the super long hair that I haven't had cut since May of 2021. But I am a man of my word, Brad, so thank you very much for that. I'm not sure if you're going to go off to 2 years as well. Okay, so Brad is going off to get his helmet as well. So we'll do a little bit of commentary as this is going on. I have no idea what the racing action is looking like at the present moment. I can see the action in the small little letterbox I've got going on right now. We're following Eric Leroy in the Moradness M Squad number 70 car, currently running second of the LMP3 runners and holds on to the fastest lap of the race as it stands at the moment in the process. However, they've got a 3.5, teetering around that 3.5 to 4 second barrier between themselves and the Cornish Lawnmower Racing team in the number 98 car. That's how it's looking as it stands currently, and this is not very comfortable, me having to hold this visor up for so long, so I will let go and allow it to just slowly fall down as we're covering this racing action. This is happening, folks. I hope all of you are enjoying this broadcast here on iRacing today. How about you hit the like button as you're looking down there as well? This is a very bizarre experience for all of us, I believe. We got a lot of lap traffic, a lot of craziness going on right now. This race is still absolutely insane. Brad's still getting his helmet right now, so that is good news for everyone. I also just noticed, you can see my bedroom door in the background there, so you can clearly tell that I was not prepared to appear on camera today, which is part of the reason why my hair looks as much of a rat's nest as it does, but nevertheless, we're here. I'm going to have helmet hair all throughout the rest of the day after wearing this bad boy. I'm not sure if that sound is getting picked up on the air. We'll note as well, talking about the goals, $21,392.61 is the amount of money that we've raised so far. So still, to all of you tuning into this broadcast, thank you so very much. Even if you haven't donated, for just being a part of this fantastic event here for 2025. As I said earlier on, very rare in the sim racing world that it feels as united that it is whenever we have something like this going on. Thank you, FIA Swear Jar, for donating $25. We can't swear on the air either. It looks like F1 drivers won't be able to swear as well, but we thank you very much for the $35 to Make-A-Wish International to cover this fantastic racing that we got going on still at the present moment. I believe Brad is still going on right now, and we'll know we may end up having a new member of the karaoke team coming in. So the karaoke goal, for anyone who doesn't know, if you donate enough money, you will be able to get someone, either a driver that you don't like, a driver that you like, or whoever you want, to sing whatever song they have to on the air. No set song or anything like that. However, it's still a pretty little fun thing that we've had some drivers do. Right as I was joining the booth, we had, I'm trying to remember the driver. I believe it was Emil Bernstoff earlier on doing a absolutely wonderful rendition of a song. So that's more chicanery going on at this broadcast. I think... I don't believe we still have me on, so I think Brad may be joining us. Brad, off to take a look to see whether or not you're on the microphone or not, or if you have joined Helmet Gang here. I could see you're saying things, so I'll pass it off to you if you can. If you won't, if you don't talk, I'll just I'll take things up here, man. There's a little bit of stuff what we got going on right now.
Yeah, so this is my helmet. I thought I'd join in on the fun for a few minutes myself. So, hello everyone. This is what happens when you put a somewhat amateur commentator who enjoys racing and decides that he is going to start doing this in real life. Well, this is my helmet, and as you can see, it is red. It is very bland, but hey, I said I'd join in, so Ron, here we are. I don't know if you can hear me or not. I can very muffledly hear you because I'm holding this right here. But yeah, this is fun. This is a lot of fun as we go through. I'm enjoying watching the cars go around. GT4 leader here on screen, bringing it through and, well, going along. The screws on my visor are not loose. Hopefully the audio is good. Hopefully everything sounds good for you all, and that you're enjoying what you're watching here. 3 hours left to go on the stream as it stands, and, well, 3 hours left to go, and we're at $21,500 out of $25,000. That is amazing to see here on. I'm very excited for it. I'm enjoying it, and yeah, this is so much fun to watch. It's so much fun to be here. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. I'm being told by the producer to go back to normal, so yeah, this helmet's going to come off now, but just know that these are the things that can be done. These are the things that money can buy here whenever you help a good cause. I will very happily wear my helmet and put things where it can be. So with that being said, this helmet is now going to come off because I'm very sweaty. So yeah, but it's been fun. Ron, are you back? All right, and now that my helmet is off while we wait on Ron to get back, that is the fun that happens here with these races. Again, these races are fun. They're here for seriousness. We're here, you know, because it's a race, but we are here for a good cause, as we talked about with Make-A-Wish, bringing money in to help children as we can. Well, you get some goofy moments like that. And as I mentioned earlier, being on a certain 23-hour race, I got to run overnight broadcasting for that. So if you caught that 23-hour race as the safety car is out and about, you'll remember that there was a point that there was an Australian Power Hour. And what did that teach me? The overnight broadcast can get wild. BMW safety car is out and about here running through and bringing his way around. Looks like this is going to be that pre-scheduled pit stop that we were expecting as it went through. We knew that we knew this one was going to come, and well, yeah, MX-5s will continue on about their business, and we will just have our safety car as expected. It picks up the leader, we run things through, and that beautiful BMW iRacing safety car will pace us around here around Road Atlanta. I really like the stats that come up there on the bottom as we go through the little facts that have been put there. Big shout out to everyone in the background that's making this stream happen, and Hugo in the background doing absolutely amazing work to get everything going, keep everything moving. I like this point that's brought up. 92% of Wish children said the Wish improved their well-being, and it goes to kind of show just how important that is, what that does, and the difference that it can make. It might be $10, $20 for us. It can make a big difference for kids, that are fighting different diseases, different illnesses, leukemia, cancer, whatever it may be, that they're fighting, that it makes a difference for them. For us, it's, one thing, but for them, it's the world. So the Drive for Wish is here. It's an amazing event to be a part of as we have leaders coming in. This is Power Motorsports 08 that is pitting in, currently being piloted by Paul Taylor. And it looks like Paul Taylor here maybe staying in the car, maybe going out of the car. We'll see what he decides to do here as he goes through. It looks like Ron, how was the helmet experience for you, sir?
Oh, the helmet experience was a riot, having to crane my hand open the whole time to make sure my visor stayed up. I'm not sure how my audio sounded. It probably sounded so bad, in fact, that my mic went on protest and decided not to get picked up by anything anymore, so I apologize about that brief little technical issue there. But we are under yellow, and it seems like our helmet escapades have now been broken up at this point. 2 hours and 55 minutes left on the clock, plus a little bit of change in the seconds category, but still, this race has been seeing some rather odd things befall us in the microphone, but I will say we may have an odd thing coming up soon because we have a member of the iRacing squad team, I believe, waiting in the green room so we can have another round of carpool karaoke. Can I confirmation possibly if that is the right gentleman that we've got in the green room right now? We've actually got two of them joining us now, so not really sure which one we should pull in. I believe it would be the first one that we had in. Actually, got a hole up. There we go. Alrighty. Aiden, welcome into the commentary booth. Welcome into this broadcast of the Make-A-Wish Drive for Wishes charity event. And you've got to do some carpool karaoke. So any idea what song you're going to be doing for us?
Well, we selected Unwritten. So, fun fact, guys. Before you dragged us in, I actually did a rendition of High School Musical. So we were just saying, we think it's only fair Hayden Goddess, who did a stint, now sings. So we think Unwritten would be a perfect song.
It's something, all right. I can't tell whether it's a good decision or something that's going to cause me to potentially pee myself laughing so hard. But I'm really looking forward to this. But John, before we get into that, I just want to ask the both of you about your thoughts and feelings towards this absolutely wonderful event that we've been all a part of thus far.
I certainly have had a lot of fun. My stint was full of chaos, drama. I led for a bit, which none of us expected, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been amazing so far. I've only been in car for a short while, but I've witnessed a lot of chaos and crashes already, but it's all for good cause right now, and it's been great.
And I gotta say, from my perspective as well, being a part of this broadcast for the second time running, just absolutely fantastic. And I'm waiting for the fantastic singing gents. With that taken care of, I'll give you guys the microphone. We can dim the lights and set the mood and prepare to laugh our ears off.
Ooh, setting the mood now. Okay, all right. Let's go for it. I've dimmed my lights as well. Make it more ready. Reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Drench yourself in words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. The rest is still unwritten.
I'm standing up applauding right now. I mean, I'm not even driving more. I'm applauding.
Yeah, that was glorious.
That was absolutely fantastic, Hayden. Thank you so much, Brad.
You're welcome.
I will pass the buck off to you. What would you give that on a score scale?
All right, so bravery, you got to give it a 10 out of 10. Song choice, 10 out of 10. Execution, 10 out of 10. Overall willingness and gumption into it, 10 out of 10. I'm giving it a 10 out of 10. I don't know what else you would give it.
I gotta say, honestly, it's maybe one of the best we've had thus far. So, Hayden, thank you so very much for that rendition. I think we've had the race leader crash as all of this has been going on. So, I think someone had to crash to stop their car so they could give you a round of applause as well. We'll leave it.
Are you gonna deserve a wave around? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. So, is that pushing my luck?
Yeah, but potentially, I think that may be above our pay grade here on the broadcast. I'm not entirely sure. But gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary booth. And Hayden, thank you very much for that absolutely beautiful rendition. And good luck, gentlemen, for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Take care, guys.
And that right there, Brad, was absolutely beautiful. That was fantastic.
I see. That's what you need whenever you're going to come into carpool karaoke. You got to put the whole gumption into it. You got to know that you're in it and you're doing it and you just commit to it. I think it was glorious. I loved that. I mean, with that being said, I'm going to give the disclaimer that you will not catch me as a driver having to do a carpool karaoke. However, I thought that was a lot of fun. So kudos to the drivers for being great sports with it. My singing is worse than my driving, and my driving's not that great, so I'm not going to make anyone's ears suffer. Arjuna will have the beautiful singing here at the end of the broadcast.
Yeah, that's gonna be absolutely fun. I saw some recommendations for some stuff that he can maybe sing. The Max Verstappen meme music, the do 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 Max Verstappen. That would be. It would be funny if we could instead of as you can see the collision that we saw not terribly long ago under this caution flag period. I feel like the do 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 Max Verstappen song sung by Arjuna would maybe be a little bit better if he had to do the musical notes themselves. So all the techno stuff going on, he had to verbally do that on the air. That I think would be the funny version of that.
Yeah, what's not funny is what just happened to Damian Horvaten here that we're watching on stream. I mean, he just got absolutely clobbered under caution, which is not what you want to do. I also saw Britney Spears' Toxic. I saw the Barbie theme song. I've seen Bruno Mars was recommended, which I am a big fan of the Bruno Mars part. I think that'd be good. Hello Mother would be a good one. There's a lot of good song options out there. So, I mean, we've got any option under the sun to pull whatever we want. In the end, I think we just kind of have to surprise them with it. Again, Careless Whisper is a good one. Oh gosh, there's one more good one I'm thinking of. Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up. That could be a good one, but I don't know that I want to rickroll the entirety of every one of our viewers. But hey, I'm just saying if Arjuna does it, then I didn't do it.
That could be a sight to behold. I feel like that would immediately become some sort of meme material. So that would be that would be pretty funny. I mean, we've had a bunch of memes come out of this thus far. The both of us wearing our helmets and giving ourselves some helmet hair in the process. Pretty sure when the camera was also on me as well, I gave a view of just about every single thing going on my desk, including one empty, dirty glass, a half full glass of water, some packs of fruit snacks, a box of tissues, my keyboard, my mixing board, my mouse, my random mouse pad that I think I got a Staples or some sort of office supply store here in the US for $10 a couple of years ago. Also, a random screw that I've just got on my desk. I forget why I have this here. I think it's a part of my old mic stand, which you can also see in the back of shot. My house looks like one that you'd see put on full display on some sort of TLC show.
The worst thing that you saw in my shot is probably my headset for work and a cookout cup. So, and if you are in the Southeast U.S. and you know about cookout, you know how good cookout is. So the fact that I have a cookout cup, just give me some credit where it's due. Very, very tasty sweet tea and big double burger with cheese, cookout style. And if you don't know that, you need to travel to the Southeast U.S. and get cookout one good time. We're still under safety car here at the moment, still continuing to pace our way along. Someone refresh my memory on this. I should remember this, but I don't. What are the odds of the MX-5s getting an absolute run and then getting terrorized by the LMP3s whenever they're let to go race? It's a non-0% chance, right?
Yeah, I would definitely say that the chance of that happening is certainly above zero. I remember when we first got into the commentary booth before Mike and Jake earlier on passed the show off to us a bit over an hour ago at this point here, Brad, and we saw the MX-5s battling as it was just a continual procession of LMP3s and GT4s driving around the racetrack. So I can't even imagine what sort of goofballiness that we're going to see in a couple of moments. Is goofballiness a word? If it isn't, it is now. So I will coin that phrase as we see the brand new BMW iRacing safety car running around here. That is a very good looking paint scheme on it as well. Some very good looking paint schemes all up and down the grid at this point. So lots of good stuff going on all around here. And so some goofy stuff going around to be sure, but we're all here having a good time and raising some money for a very good cause. Currently at $21,804.61 of our current $25,000 goal. Just on the time that we've been on the air, Brad, for less than an hour and a half at this point, we've already gone up from, I think it was a high 17s when we started off. We're now above 21,500. So those donations still rolling in, and to those making those donations and just tuning into this broadcast and supporting this fantastic event, thank you all so much.
We jumped in the booth at just over 15,000, and we are now again where we're at. It's amazing to see, and here's the thing, we still have 2 hours 45 minutes to go. There's still plenty of push to go. I think our overall goal today is 30,000, if I'm not wrong, is where I think the overall biggest stretch goal is that we had planned on. So I would love to see that smashed by the end. I would love to see us get above that and continue things forward, because it would be amazing. And again, you know, just $1, $2, it all makes a difference in the grand scheme of things for the cause here. Drive for Wishes 2025 benefiting Make-A-Wish International. Huge donations have come through. We know there's more donations to come as we go, but you know, if you're here watching the stream, enjoying the stream, a big thank you for being here. If you're the LMP3 number 39, I don't know that that's the best way to rejoin the track, but I mean, you got to rejoin somehow. But that looked like a scary, almost straight into traffic moment. We continue to pace around here, and I like that there's a caution warning flag on the back of that MX-5. I don't know about you, Ron, but I really like that.
Yeah, that is absolutely wonderful. And I will say, true unbridled professionalism there, folks. I was commentating into a muted microphone, so if anyone would like my job here, why not write to us at... No, I'm just kidding. I'd like to keep it on to my job, but oh boy, that's... But yeah, the point that I was going to raise about some of these drivers doing the rejoins the way that they want to, we're just here having a good time. I don't think anyone's going to be getting their underwear in a twist too much over some of the stuff going on. You want to win, obviously, but all these drivers are here racing for a good cause. And speaking of racing, I think the GT4s are going to be running here in a couple of months. I just saw a BMW go off the track coming at turn number 1 up the hill into 2 and 3, so that's not ideal for them at all. Lawnmowers, good at their job, and I think the landscaping crew, oh, as you can see, who's that running the club layout? You can see them running the dogleg detour, so maybe that's another donation that people can have if you decide to
donate enough money to Make-A-Wish for this event, you'll have some drivers take the club layouts of Road Atlanta, including those two little detours heading through the S's section, the club version shortcutting the bottom half of the circuit, and also using that dreadful chicane coming out of the fantastic Turn 10 chicane.
Again, the club layout isn't bad, though. This thing is a lot of fun, and look at this. Cars are being released to run through. We're cycling the field around, getting things reset to go to see what we can get together here. We're getting ready for some great action here as this BMW safety car paces around. Again, we've essentially set this up since all of those donations were met in the first 10 minutes for the pace laps, that we've kind of set things up into essentially 8 one-hour stints as it goes through, which is, I mean, it's nice to see, and it does help kind of plan your race a little bit easier. It may not be ideal for some drivers and how they want the race to go. You know, maybe they just wanted to see the full run through, but hey, don't drive angry. Only 1 allowed per hour, and we knocked that out in the first like 10 minutes. So it's just a matter of running through, keeping things moving. We've got plenty of other things to go, though. Plenty of moments here. 2 hours, 41 minutes left to go in this race. And Ron, I mean, I'm enjoying it. I always enjoy these charity races. Again, I come in, you know, we're doing our jobs, we're being serious, we're enjoying things, but I mean, what other broadcast, what other time are you going to see us put our helmets on and commentate a race?
Yeah, in what other situation would we be wearing our helmets, dying laughing, and also just having a driver come in and sing to their heart's content only in the Make-A-Wish Drive for Wishes charity event here on the iRacing network? Would you see anything like that? That was absolutely, it has been a very fun broadcast to be a part of thus far. And you've still got myself, Ron Mons, Brad Dalton alongside me in the commentary booth for now, and we're still gonna be here for the next 40-ish minutes, I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken. I don't know why I was looking at my time. We judge it by the hour, so you'll be able to catch, as you saw at the start, Arjuna Kankapati and Lewis McGlade. They're going to be on the call for the final 2 hours of this race, and we'll be bringing you all the way until those final 2 hours. But we're still under these pacing conditions as it stands at the moment. I think we'll go through the classes as it stands currently. Leading it in the LMP3 is a Maradness number 70 car. Eric Leroy currently behind the wheel of that effort as it stands at the moment. They hold on to the fastest lap of the race at the moment, and even under the caution conditions that we find ourselves under at the moment, they currently have a 3.5 second gap at the moment to a disputed second spot between Paul Taylor and Anderson. I saw those two swapping around a couple of moments ago. Nick Anderson, the number 98 car, currently slotted in third as it stands at the moment. There you can see some shuffling going on a little bit farther in the back as the GT4s continue to lap around this racetrack, going very fast. This is your current GT4 leader. It's Giannis Albert in that Brabham Motorsports number 66 car. They lead it over the 196 effort, currently being driven by Anthony Warhol as it stands currently. That's how it looks in the GT4 category. In the MX5 Cup class, your current leader is this man, Rob Clark, in the Solpec car, the number 16, currently leading it in the MX5s. So that's how it looks in all 3 of the classes here. 2 hours and 39.5 minutes left on the clock. We've already had a lot of racing action, hundreds of laps being turned by all of these drivers out there in a stacked grid here at Road Atlanta today here for the Make-A-Wish Drive for Wishes charity event. Closing up now on $22,000 raised as well. That money is still ticking up slowly but surely. Tick, 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 tick. And we may be able to break that 25. That'd be a pretty good thing for us, Brad. That $25,000 goal gets broken by the time we pass it back off to Arjuna and Lewis to bring this race to a close. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh, it would, because then Arjuna has to sing, and that is what I like to see. So we just have to, fingers crossed, see where we can find it here by the end. But again, every dollar goes for an amazing cause with Make-A-Wish International. So super awesome to see. And it's been fun to watch the racing, though. Like, even though, again, we're here for a great cause, we have a bunch of drivers on track that race. And between me and you, when you watch race car drivers race and kind of the gloves come off, we're hitting this point in the race really where I think there's a little bit of gloves coming off. We're not, down to the final 20 minutes, 30 minutes like you would see where drivers are going to just send it into corners. They're going to do crazy things. But we're starting to see drivers, I think, start to understand that they need to get in a good position now. So we're starting to see that race car mentality come out of some people. The one winner, 42 losers, I eat losers for breakfast moment. That is really what we're starting to see here for, Muradness M Squad, Power Motorsports, different teams through Eclipse Racing, Project 91, Boosted Media, Brabham Motorsports, Quad Dash Racing, Power Motorsports 033, Orange Army Racing. Again, I'm sorry for the penalty. Solpec, Pulse Sim Racing, Wishing for Speed, Potato Nation. We're seeing them start to hit those points where they understand that, moments like this is where they need to try to find time. They need to try to find advantage and do what they can as we have the lights off on the BMW safety car. Looks like we're getting ready to go green here. And the thing with that, we go green, but I believe that the MX-5s actually get an additional lap and that the overall, the LMP3 GT4s have to stay single file.
Yeah, that's got to be extra funny because it's just seeing those MX-5s chatter around this racetrack going as quick as they possibly can. Thank you to the Schultz family for donating $10, causing that ticker to continue to go up. Now we're only $4-ish away from breaking $22,000. Thank you to everybody who's donated thus far. The Schultz family being the latest pit stop party with a $250 donation, still being one of the highest that we've seen all throughout this broadcast thus far. So thank you to everybody who has donated to make this event as much of a classic as it is now in the iRacing world. And fingers crossed that the 2026 running going to be just as fun as 2025 already has. And hey, folks, no point looking a year into the future. We've still got this race left to be decided. The green flag is back out. And as you can see, this field trying to get back underway. Holy cow, with the traffic trying to fan their way through the MX-5s. The LMP3s nearly making it 7 wide heading onto the start finish straightaway. Holy crap. But at the front of the field, the LMP3s have fanned their way through that GT4 and MX-5 Cup traffic. We've now got a gaggle of P3s at the front of the field, and they're going to start to battle here soon as we got battles all throughout this field. Some more drama with the MX-5s trying to jump out of the way of the fast traffic approaching them. Seeing the MX-5s in this race, in that context, it's like having a drag race with a top fuel dragster and some random comedian on a unicycle.
I don't even know that the MX-5s caught the green flag. There's the Orange Army going around. Ooh, that is an unfortunate moment. And that is the 171 GT4 of cannon fodder, Robert Cottle, that went around there. So big moments there. Oh, that's a horrible place to be sitting. That was a horrible place to be sitting. Ladies and gentlemen, hold your breath for a moment. Let's get things back underway. Let's get the MX-5 shuffled back to the back of the field. Let's let the LMP3s sort their way forward. GT4s, hold on as best as you can. Maybe get a fresh pair of socks while you're here because you're definitely going to be having some scary moments. And yeah, let's just get this field sorted out here real quick after the restart. I don't even think the MX-5s went and got going, but I know for a fact they did. That is just the speed difference between the classes.
Yeah, the speed differential between the P3s, the GT4s, and the LMP3s is absolutely insane. As you can see, a Porsche GT4 car taking a rally line coming out of the final corner onto the start-finish straightaway. So clearly the lawn mowing, not only exclusive for the LMP3s and the MX-5s, it seems like the GT4s doing their fair share of that as well. I think this field has... I can't even say calm down as we take a look at an off-track moment for Nick K. Anderson in the number 98 car. He was running third in the LMP3 class. He's dropped down to 12th, and I think he may have had some help in all of that drama. Yeah, you can see Darren Nunn spinning, coming out of turn number 5, and he got hit by another McLaren that was spinning into the scene of the accident. That right there was a 171 car of Robert Cottle that spun into the side of him. Cottle got help from an LMP3 that pings him off into that McLaren. I will note the
The other McLaren that we saw spinning was not assisted in the spin by the LMP3 that we saw go off the track in that very same section a few moments beforehand. As we take a look at a lot of drama going on at that restart, Nathan Kenneth Edwards spinning off in the number 91 with Provi_1 making a $20 donation. Thank you very much, Provi.
Restarts are the most dangerous thing here at Road Atlanta, and I will tell you what, I know there's a saying, caution breeds cautions. I'm very, very glad that that was not a caution thrown in that moment, that we are just keeping things moving and grooving and under control. Up at the front, Eric Leroy, Edwin Onfray, 0.3 of a second, 0.2 of a second, bumper to bumper for the LMP3 lead, the overall lead here as they go underneath the Motul Bridge, and they are going to continue to chase each other down, mind the traffic, mind the gaps, see what you can do. You've still got 2.5 hours. There's still plenty of racing left to go. 2.24 hours of racing left to go here, so we'll see what happens, but nobody's holding on right now. Edwin getting the pass, a little bit of elbows out, a little bit argy-bargy, nothing too unfortunate there. So Eric Leroy will slot back in second. Can he send a pass up the inside? He's certainly going to try. And side by side down the front stretch, here we go. This is going to start 2.5 hours left to go.
And there you can see the number 70 of Leroy on that inside line, holding off the challenge from Edwin and Offer, but still not over yet. And Offer fighting back on the inside line, nearly heading into turn number 3, but not close enough to get that move done to move his way into the overall race lead and the lead in the LMP3 class. We'll note as well about the donation from Provi One a couple of moments ago. That breaks us past $22,000 raised thus far. Thank you all so much for donating, tuning into this broadcast, and just making this wonderful event possible yet again. There's a spinner in the LMP3s a little bit farther in the back, a shot as they exited turn number 5. Not sure who that was, but it looked like a pretty big one. As you can see, the drivers at the front of the field now having to deal with more MX5 Cup traffic. This may not affect it too much. However, this interrupted run heading down the back straightaway, that may not be good news for the Maradness M Squad number 70 car of Eric Leroy. Edwin and Offer in that Eclipse Racing Esports Lunar car, trying to get the move done around the outside, heading through the braking zone into turn number 10, and contact being made. That'll send Leroy around into the grass and gravel. That'll take him out of the race lead. It'll give it to on Offer in that Eclipse number 42 car. But as Leroy has to pull off a 3-point turn to get back spun around in the right direction, controversy at the front with 2 cars coming to blows, battling for the win.
Yeah, an Offer is going to have a couple of step asides coming his way, I would imagine. That is usually drivers are mad and upset through that, but the fun of this is they can just throw a couple step asides and send him right back behind them. So we'll see how this moves through. Now you got to carve through the MX5 traffic and continue to try to make your way forward. Playing the smart, patient game here, though, with the MX5s and the GT4s. Here's a replay. This is where, just 2 into 1 doesn't go. A little bit of side-by-side there, and the nose was just, I think, a bit further forward than Eric Leroy thought it was, and unfortunately, not able to just get right back on track. As you said, having to pull that 3-point turn, the Oreo car having an Oreo moment, and into the blue and white wall he goes. This is Dan Willis and P11 having a moment. That's a big spin there through. Thankfully, not collecting a wall. Don't make me regret saying that. Not collecting a wall. There we go. Okay. Plenty of spins through the field here. Ron, I gotta ask you, what's been your favorite moment of the race so far?
I think the favorite moment of the race was, as you can see, that's an MX5 going off the track through turn number 5. Be careful on the rejoin here. That could have ended in tears as the GT4s approached him. But I forgot what the driver was who we were following, and we were like, you know what? Well, you had the idea of slapping them with the turnaround and go backwards call. And as I pass it off to you, that donation message popping up on the screen, and I was doubled over in my chair laughing so hard. So that was absolutely brilliant. So I think that may be my favorite moment thus far. Possibly, maybe close to being usurped by Hayden Gullis and his fantastic singing that he had here in the commentary booth a matter of about a half an hour ago. We've had some fantastic moments together on the air, and we still got about half an hour left.
Absolutely. Yanis Albert here, currently P1 in Brabham Motorsports in the GT4 class. You can see him really having fun there. You can see him kind of dancing along, and into the pits he goes in the number 66. So he was in the lead. We'll see where he comes out, where he goes through. I would imagine that this is a penalty being paid for through the donations. So that is going to be Yanis Albert dropping down the order. Boosted Media now up into the lead. I don't want to say that that's personal or professional, but that is definitely going to be just a little bit of a professional, personal way to get your way forward. Above 22,000 we've hit, and I'm going to imagine that Yanis Albert doing that drive-through has something to do with it.
And the worst part about losing the race lead because of something like that, you can't be upset about it. It's like, oh, I'm going to be upset because I lost the lead in this sim race because someone donated to charity. You can't get away with that. I mean, drivers can occasionally be a bit self-centered. It takes one to know one. Believe me, I drove in karts for a decent chunk of about half of it now. Holy cow. And I know how selfish some drivers can be. So you can't get away with that if you're like, man, I'm really upset I lost the race lead because someone made a donation to Make-A-Wish International. So you can't be upset about that. All these drivers here to have a good fun. We're all here to have some fun, raise some money, and also have some pretty fun moments throughout it. And this race has been chock full of fun moments. We're seeing the now leader in the GT4 category of Anthony Warholt leading it at the moment in the 196 car. He has a 7.5 second gap to himself and Yanis Albert. So Albert's still exiting out, involved in that battle. It's about a 14-second swing as a result of that, but he's still in contention. Hey, we got 2 hours and 27 minutes left to go. It's not like it's the end of the world for him.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing too, and that's that endurance racing mindset, you know, that I talk about. If you've ever heard me on any other endurance race, I always say that you have to remember it's not where you start, it's where you finish. It is about getting to the end. Your race is not over because of something that happens here, unless, the MX-5 into the wall there. Again, unlimited faster pairs are a blessing for this race, but your race isn't over just because of, if you're David Duke, what just happened? It's not game over for you at all. You're in 8th place, you're down 13 laps, it's not game over. Plenty of time to make that up. That is more true now than I think it's ever been in any other race that I've said that at. Because Orange Army, what was that? That was Darren Nunn sending it the wrong way around there. That's a code brown. Amazon overnight express shipping. I will send some fresh underwear for all parties involved in the mail.
That's if he has a butt kicker, he's gonna have to clean it after that one, because holy crap, that was that had to have been a matter of like 2 inches of separation left and right. He could not have judged that more perfectly if he tried. I mean, granted, give him a million opportunities, I don't think he would have been able to replicate that. As Mike Rose TR donates $10. Thank you very much, Mike Rose, for donating. But that was terrifyingly close. I am petrified just from my perspective in the commentary booth. I'm not sure about you, Brad, but looking at that was just wowzers.
I would like to think that if we rode on board with Darren Nunn there, we'd cover our eyes. Honestly, I would have covered my eyes and looked away, because that was absolutely terrifying. And that was someone underneath the Fox Factory Bridge, upside down, or not upside down, but backwards. It's Nathan Whiteley. That was not a good way to be sitting. Yeah, not at all how you want to be. As he goes through, he's around, he gets going, and thankfully it looks like he's able to get that car right way around. He is going to be back a little bit there in position, but not the end of the world. And here is Damian Horvaten spinning around backwards. Don't tell me this had something to do with it. Oh, that's a scary place to be. Here's Nathan Whiteley going through, just hard on the brakes, and he had a lot of help there.
Yeah, that was a pretty big tap to the right-hand side of that race car as he spun coming out of the final chicane, so that's gonna cause him to spin. That was multiple spinners in the span of just a couple of moments there. Turn 10, really tough section to try and get right. If you just get it a little bit misjudged, you're gonna find yourself in a world of trouble. So unfortunately, those drivers are gonna spin through that section, and I forget the driver who had that rally line heading through the turn 10 chicane. My back hurt just looking at that, so that was a really wild ride in an LMP3 car. Not the fast line at all, even if you just go through and gun it and the bumps somehow don't cause you to spin out. I have a feeling your floor would probably look so bent up it looked like a beaver chewed on it, so chances are that is not the smart call to keep going for throughout the rest of this race, unless you want to give your fabricators something to have nightmares about. Look at some side-by-side racing in the MX-5s, and it looks like they're barely moving in the MX-5s compared to all the fast race cars going around them.
It is, but the thing is, if you're in the MX-5, I mean, this is scary top speed stuff that they're doing, but then you have the LMP3 that comes around behind them there and just leaves them sitting. That is the pace difference between those cars. I said it at the top of the broadcast. I don't think I ever even finished this thought, but there's 5 classes of cars between LMP3 and MX-5s as you go through. It's MX-5, TCR, GT4, GT3, and then LMP3. So, I mean, there's a difference, and I know I'm forgetting a class in the middle there somewhere. There's another, well, I guess you could call the GR86s in there as well, the step from the MX-5, GR86s, then TCRs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if you think about how much of a difference that is in just pace, car control, weight class, engine, I believe that's our race leader that was off in the gravel there. Not sure what he was doing out there. I didn't know the LMP3 cars were in the art of smoothing out gravel, but yeah, that's not where they want to be. I have to imagine that those two LMP3 cars just had a little bit of a coming together.
Yeah, not a good strategy to win over favors with the landscaping crew here at the virtual version of Road Atlanta, and not a good strategy to try and do quickly in this race. Guys are going oh boy, that's going to allow the Hyperion Racing number 44 team to move up into the race lead. The Eclipse Racing Esports car that I believe was being driven by Edwin and Alfra has gone into P2 as a result of all that. And oh, this is a sad sight to behold. That's why the MX-5, that I believe is David Duke in the number 12 car. He is puttering his way down that back straightaway with a blown motor. A Mazda MX-5 car works good as an MX-5 car, doesn't work too good as a fog machine. As we see Eric Leroy with that moment, that was with the 12 car as well. So I gotta wonder if that contact and if that thunk actually gave him a little bit of engine damage, because that's rather odd to see.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see that there.
A little bit later.
I wonder if he misshifted or something. I don't know what would have caused that, but I wonder if that was just a misshift or what that was. There's Boosted Media, Anthony Warhol going through and trying to carve through traffic, trying to let traffic by as we go. There's an MX-5 spinning at the top of the hill. I mean, that's not what you want to see at all. There's an LMP3 going around as we continue through yet again. Man, I tell you what, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, and I don't even know that phrase applies because I think traffic is just traffic at this point. There's Daniel Taylor. Oh, that was just a shoulder check by the Oreo car.
Yeah, the Oreo car trying to get that car sandwiched. That was tough, but again, that's how the cookie crumbles, folks. There's Jacques Van Driel backwards, heading down the back straightaway, and oh, he makes contact with an LMP3 in the 132 car, so that's going to spin him back around. I'm curious as whether or not he was doing his backwards time. Of course, folks, if you donate enough and nominate a driver, you can have them drive backwards for, 1 full kilometer around this track. And oh, contact being made nearly upside down is one of the MX-5 Cup cars. That's your leader in the MX-5 class. That's Rob Clark in the Soul Pack car. Holy cow, he nearly rolled it.
If anyone tries to come out of this race, and there it is, that's an LMP3 getting up underneath with the arrow, with the body bits there going through, and then the number 66 GT4 giving a little bit of a push. If anyone comes out of this race and they say they didn't have at least one scary moment happen this race, they are wrong. Everyone from our race leader all the way down to last place has had some sort of a big moment here. I don't think anyone's gotten through with just a clean, uneventful, nice Sunday afternoon drive here. Again, wherever you're at in the world, for me, it's currently 4 p.m. on a Sunday. So, depending on where you're at, some drivers may be uneventful, some drivers may be very eventful, but everyone has had, one big moment here in their race today. Still far from over, too. I hate to calculate how many moments there are. I'd be curious to see some post-race stats, I'm not going to lie, to see exactly where the number of fast repairs used throughout the entire field is. I want to know how many fast repairs have been used through the whole field, because I've been watching, and the amount of meatballs that have been given out here today is ridiculous. And if you don't know what a meatball is, Ron, I'm just going to kind of explain it for those who may be newer to racing. A meatball is when you are told you have to pit to repair your car. Whatever damage you have, it's too substantial. Get off the track, get in the pits, repair your car.
And a meatball can also be a very nice meat dish if you feel so inclined for that. But yeah, those are the meatballs that we're talking about as it stands at the moment. And on the converse, talking about the amount of fast repairs that these drivers have had to use thus far in this race already, I gotta wonder how many cans of Red Bull the iRacing mechanics have had to drink to repair these cars as quickly as they can, just downing one after another, like 5-hour energy or something like that. I remember as a kid, I used to joke about how I could live forever if I drank enough 5-hour energy. Clearly, the American education system and my health class not doing me any favors back when I was a kid. But look at some racing that we may have going on in the LMP3 category. Riding on board with Nick Anderson in the Cornish Lawnmower Racing number 98 car. He was running in third come time for the restart that we had not terribly long ago. However, ever since then, got involved in an incident, has dropped back a little bit. Currently running just barely inside the top 10 in the LMP3 category, but trying to get moved on the number 7 car. That was close.
That was a very close moment. We continue to have close moments here as they go through and they continue to push. This is, again, I don't want to call it gloves off racing yet because we're still 2 hours, 17 minutes to the end, but this is just drivers really trying to push forward, because you never know when a penalty can be handed out that's going to just toss you back a position or multiple positions, or send you through as we continue to watch going around, continuing through. I love that the MX-5s are so heads up in the mirror that they know when the LMP3s are coming, and they are just very quick to get out of the way and stay out of the way. I love that they're doing that. It's making things very simple. Here is a replay as they go through. Oh, that's a big moment.
That is a huge one involving Chris Nightingale in the number 99 LMP3 car, making contact with another LMP3 competitor, heading down into the braking zone for the turn number 10 chicane. That's going to be a big one for both of those drivers. Doesn't look like there's a terrible amount of damage on either of those race cars, but a scary moment to be sure. Basically a terminal velocity here in these LMP3 cars around Road Atlanta, and these drivers still giving us a side-by-side fight to talk about right towards the tail end of the top 10 in the LMP3s. This racing has been bold, and these drivers are probably reaching the point now where they want to snap out of the mindset they had in the midsection of this race. You think, okay, and contact being made with one of the LMP3s and a GT4 car heading down the hill into the S's. That's going to be careful here on the rejoin. Oh, that was near disaster. Oh, back up that shot, friend drill. Back up, go onto the grass. I don't want to see a T-bone collision at 150 miles an hour. That's not something I want to be a part of my Sunday evening. But still, this race, as much as I was talking about these drivers cranking up the wick a little bit and trying to get a bit more aggressive, now that we are quickly approaching the final 2 hours, only 15 and a half minutes until we hit that point and swap it off to Arjuna and Lewis to call the end of this race here on iRacing tonight, we're getting to the point where these drivers are maybe going to get a bit more aggressive.
We're hitting that point where drivers are going to realize they don't have as much time to make up laps. They don't have as much time to make up positions. They don't have as much time to be patient behind MX-5. So drivers are going to start to get a little more interested in sending moves through and getting passes done and sending things through positions. They're going to want to close gap. They're going to want to make time. But at the same time, they're getting tired. We're hitting the end of an 8-hour race. We're hitting the end of a point where, drivers have put in, our race leader currently at the moment with Eclipse Racing Esports has put in 229 laps through this race and is set to put in about 150 more laps by the end. So when you think about that, when you kind of do that math as it sits, that's a lot of laps. That's a lot of time. And even if you're not the driver driving the whole time, the teammates are still here. They're still supporting their team. They're still, helping and pushing through. A little bit of fatigue slips in for just a moment. Again, as we talked about earlier in the commentary, with a track set up like this track is, no runoff, no real breathing room on the track. You make a mistake, you dip a wheel into the dirt, it's game over. It can spell disaster for your race here as we continue to follow through and around. Watch these LMP3s go 3 wide here down the stretch. That is maybe not the best move into a chicane, but hey, if someone's going to do it, they're going to do it, and there we go. That very well spells itself out. The number 7 doing a beautiful job of backing out of that, and I cannot blame him a bit. That was Dan Willis backing out of that. That is the smart move. However, if there's like 15 minutes left to go, I don't think he backs out of that.
Yeah, I think understandably so. You don't want to back out of that right towards the end of this race. I mean, as much as we're all here to have a good time and raise some money for a very good cause as well, these drivers, they're still drivers. They want to do well, and come time for the end of this race, they're going to break the elbows out and get a little bit more feisty between now and the checkered flag. Looking at some action in the LMP3s, I will note at the present moment, with 13 minutes left for my time on this broadcast, we've now raised $22,631.13 for Make-A-Wish International here for the Drive for Wishes 2025. Thank you to everybody who's donated, who's tuned into this broadcast, and all the drivers out there on the racetrack making this fantastic event possible. And it was a big crash in the LMP3's upside down barrel rolling is Samuel J. Ball in the number 99 car. Let's take a look at another angle of this. A little bit netcode involved, hits the wall, he got hit, and oh my good lord, that was a shot and a half.
And that was Nathan Whiteley, the other car involved there. Very, very lucky to not also be going through. And again, that's a quick tow. That's a quick faster pair. Add one more to the tally board for Samuel J. Ball, and we go through. But yeah, no, I believe that was Nathan Whiteley that was involved, who is very fortunate to have been able to stake his way through that one and kind of get away without flipping, spinning, sending through himself. He was able to drive it straight. Lee Watson there, that's a very lazy Susan style of spin. I think that was a case of just a little too much brake, locking up a wheel, sending it around, and it's never a good sign when the back of the car becomes the front. As an MX-5, the bottom of the hill just got shunted in the back of the shot there by an LMP3. That was well, that was that moment that we talk about where LMP3s are going to get tired of being behind MX-5s. I think after almost 6 hours of that, Ashley Crispin, the one getting the bumper there, the number 69, that is the Wishing for Speed team, currently sitting 4th in class going through, was just bottom of the hill, minding their own business, and the LMP3 just out of nowhere. Nothing you can do as an MX-5 to avoid that, and I think the SpongeBob on the side kind of says all that the MX-5 has to feel.
Yeah, the SpongeBob getting wrung out there as a result of that collision. That's the thing when it comes to these MX-5s. If an LMP3 just doesn't like the cut of your jib, they can nearly roll you over heading into some of these corners. So that is really speaks volumes about the power that the LMP3 cars hold. With great power comes great responsibility. They may be just about the same height. The LMP3 cars may be a little bit lower down to the ground than the Mazdas, in fact. However, and contact being made. That's spinning the Oreo car off into the wall. The crumb's gonna get left on the back straightaway as Jimmy Ruptosh in that Oreo BMW getting spun around, and he's gonna have to pull off a 3-point turn. Be careful here on the return here, Jimmy, and there we go. Get the back spun around in the right direction, but contact being made with a GT4 and an MX-5. I gotta say, Brad, despite the fact we've been on the air for coming up to an hour and 50 minutes now, that I think is one of the first times we've seen a GT4 and an MX-5 Cup car come to blows.
GT4s are usually going to be the calmest class. Usually the middle class of 3 is the calmest, but I think that's a case of just misjudged clearance between both parties. I don't think the MX-5 meant to spin the Oreo car, and I think the Oreo was just trying to clear and get ahead, and I think it's just, a little bit of miscommunication between the cars. No harm, no foul. I'd call that a racing incident every day of the week, twice on Sunday. Give me a glass of milk to go with my Oreo cookie, please, and thank you.
honestly, I would take a whole sleeve of Oreo cookies after this. After we're wrapping things up on this broadcast for me and Brad's portion of this show, gonna pass it off to Arjuna Kankapati and Lewis McGlade in a couple of moments time. Those two handle the open of the show, and they will be here to bring you all to the checkered flag here from the 2025 Drive for Wishes charity iRacing event. As you can see, oh my God, leaping over is one of the Mazda MX-5 Cup cars. Just piggyback rided on an LMP3. What in the world did we just witness?
I raise my glass to an MX-5 because MX-5s are getting the absolute worst of the day. I think if you picked to race the MX-5 for this, Jack Wynn catching Wynn there. I think we found the newest Boeing model coming out. I don't think it's going to be an actual Boeing brand at all. I think Mazda might be releasing an airplane after this race, because that is not the first time we've seen an MX-5 in the air this race. We've seen it several times over, and I don't know what caused that actually, why the LMP3 was slowing down, but that is just, man. Whew. I don't have a lot of words for that other than just ouch.
Whoa. Ouch indeed. That was a huge wreck for Jack Wynn in that number 29 car, leaping over the car. That is a rather peculiar collision heading down into turn number 6 a couple of moments ago, leaping over an LMP3 and an MX-5 Cup car. That is absolutely bizarre. And the collision leading up to it in the first place, that was a huge hit for Wynn in that number 29 MX-5 Cup car. But either way, gonna cause both of those cars to have some rather significant damage. They will both have to tow back into the pits. That car of Wynn was ready for the scrap heap, if ever I've seen it. I don't think any single wheel on that car was still left intact as a result of that collision. So these drivers got to the end of this race. It feels like there's no time left to go, even though there's over 2 hours. And another collision on the start-finish straightaway involving an LMP3 of Jack Wenner in the number 98 car. And that was another MX-5 Cup car. That looked like a case of lap traffic encounter with a P3 to a Mazda gone wrong yet again.
Yeah, and that is, I mean, here we go with the number 47 coming around. And yeah, that was, I mean, just running straight again. You got to feel for MX-5s here today, because they have just been on the short end of the stick when it comes to any sort of passes or moments. I think if you picked the MX-5, you knew that you were coming to this for fun, no seriousness involved, and you kind of knew it was going to be a long day. And yeah, I think that is the definition of running the MX-5 in one of these sort of, you know, triple class races, is you know what you're getting into with an MX-5, right? Like, let's be honest, we all know what this is going to be. Here is Mimic Karase catching the car. That was actually a really pretty job catching that spin there in the number 17 /69. I see it on the side there. Doing a very good job catching that car around, as it looks like LMP3s are into the pits. But yeah, no, if you're MX-5, you knew what you were getting into today. You knew exactly what you were signing up for, and you knew what it was going to be. You're just holding on for all the marbles, all the fun, and I think the MX-5 is the best embodiment of kind of the spirit of this race.
And just the spirit of racing, period. That MX-5 Cup car is one of the most well-used in the racing world, both in terms of iRacing and real life as well, those MX-5 Cup races. Every single year they're running at Daytona. It is absolute, pure, unbridled madness in the best way possible. Really wish I got the chance to see the MX-5 Cup race at Martinsville. Yes, that did actually happen. No, that was not a Moon Car event. That was not on iRacing. That was in real life. The MX-5 Cup Series ran at Martinsville, and it was absolutely glorious. I really wish I could have tuned in for that whole one, because man, talk about a racing event that needs to happen every single year. Holy cow, that will put some butts in some seats, that's for sure. That will be my cue to go down to Martinsville, Virginia, and see my first ever oval race in person, as we see more cars coming out of the pits. That's the iRacing number 41 team. You can see them exiting pit lane right now in the Barbie Mobile. We'll note again, iRacing squad and Hayden Gullis came into the commentary booth earlier on and gave us, I think, one of the best carpool karaoke performances we've had thus far here today. A reminder to those tuning into this broadcast who think you've tuned into an episode of The Late Late Show with James Corden. No, carpool karaoke in this case is A donation being made and drivers singing, but here we go. Those drivers aren't going to be singing at all. They're going to be crying more than anything else. Contact being made through the braking zone into turn number 6. Going to send both of those GT4 cars off the circuit. One of them being the Brabham Motorsports number 66 Porsche, who I believe was in the race lead at the point in time. Jonas Albert, he was either in the race lead or closing up back to it. We saw him come down pit lane earlier on. Albert doesn't seem too phased, though. He's still bobbing up and down, moving side to side like a roller coaster in the number 66 car, but he's down second in GT4.
And that's a lot of LMP3 sitting off to the side there as he comes through. But, you know, kind of seeing his move there, Jonas Albert, just kind of seeing him, you know, urging that GT4 forward, really wanting it to go faster. Oh, Ian May sends an LMP3 upside down flying. That was a big hit there. I think that's what we had just drove by while we were on board with that Brabham Motorsport GT4. You know, that embodies the spirit of this. Yeah, drivers are going to get frustrated. They spin, whatever happens. Eric Leroy there. Add that to another flying car. That's the number 70 of Eric Leroy. That's the Muradness M Squad LMP3.
Oh, and very careful trying to get it from one side of the track to another, pulling that car into the pits. Eric Leroy, that number 70 car, absolutely ready for the scrap heap. He spun again, coming at turn number 10, but that was nearly a blowover in the number 70 car. Either way, a big collision there. You can see riding on board with it. Close your eyes if you're a little bit nauseous, folks, because holy cow, that was a wild ride for Eric Leroy. Look at that. The P3, the fellow P3, spinning him off, and the Mazda MX-5, the number 29 car, who we just saw involved in an incident a few moments beforehand, getting caught up in another collision. First time, it was the number 29 car going upside down. That's Jack Wine. In the span of, what, like 10 minutes, he gets involved in some incidents involving some flying prototype cars. Holy cow, that is a scary ride for Leroy, and a case of deja vu for win.
Again, Jack would have never saw this coming either. Watch this. He's on board, he's going, he's just minding his business, and then all of a sudden the car's around. There's nothing he could have done. And again, that's the thing with the MX-5s in this sort of race. You kind of see where it's at, but again, it's the spirit of the race. It's the spirit of, you know, running this to benefit Make-A-Wish International. It's all with that one end goal in mind of fundraising for Make-A-Wish International, helping to move things forward. We're about to cross that $23,000 mark. And just a reminder, if we cross 25,000, Arjuna is going to sing. Did we finalize the song? Did we say Rick Astley?
Yeah, I think we can officially clamp that in as being the other song that Arjuna is going to be singing if we do break 25,000. And I will break that news to him as we pass it off to him in about a minute and 40 seconds time. I will say, as we take a look at more replays of some of the drama we've had going on this race, I will, considering that myself and Brad's time in the commentary booth here for the Drive for Wishes 2025 event is slowly but surely coming to a close. I want to thank all of you yet again for all the donations that you've made, and all of you tuning into this broadcast here on iRacing's YouTube channel or RaceSpot TV to make this broadcast and make this event feel as fun as it has been. I was a part of the 2023 edition of this event, part of that broadcast, and it was one of the greatest iRacing events I've ever been a part of. And now to be back again for 2025, this is a fantastic event that I hope can continue long into the future. Brad, I'll give it back to you for one last time before we pass things off to the two gentlemen that will bring the show to an end.
Yeah, I always love seeing the community come together. That's the big thing for me with events like this. You know, we see crazy racing that you wouldn't see in real life. We see big action. We see big moments. But for me, it's all about the community. It's all about the fun of, you know, seeing the drivers come together, seeing, you know, the community come together for a good cause. We see this happen throughout the year, and different events happen. I love, you know, seeing that come together. It's that spirit of sim racing for me. Like, yes, sim racing is competitive. Everyone wants to win, but at the same time, we're all here to have fun. We're all here to get better. It's virtual cars on a racetrack. And seeing Make-A-Wish with this ability, you know, 20,000 wishes will come through this year. Over 500,000 have been granted by Make-A-Wish since their founding, specifically 585,000 in 50 countries since 1980. I mean, it's amazing to see, and, you know, see that go through. The power of a wish, the power of everything that can come It's amazing to watch. I've slightly ran over time here. I'd say I'm sorry, but I'm truly not. I hope that this continues year over year over year, and that we can see this move on into the future.
Yeah, I am hoping that the 2023 and 2025 runnings of the Drive for Wishes Make-A-Wish International Charity event will not be the last on the iRacing platform. This event, for 2 years, well, 2 runnings now across about a tick over 2 years, has just been one of iRacing's greatest events. And just think of the amount of money we have raised thus far. As it stands currently, $22,877.13. That is a whole lot of money raising for a very good cause, having the entirety of the iRacing community come together and raise money for a very good cause, and just have some fun here as well. You know, throughout this broadcast, as much as it is one on the iRacing YouTube channel, which is like the creme de la creme for an iRacing commentator, Brad and I have just been in here having some fun. We've had some drivers come in here and sing. We were commentating this race with our helmets on earlier on, for crying out loud, as we see a collision a little bit farther in the back of the field involving multiple classes coming out of turn number 7 a few moments ago. This event is just one where everyone's reminded of what makes iRacing great, what makes the world of sim racing as much of a community as it actually is. This event is an absolutely wonderful one to be a part of. I was very fortunate to be a part of the first running of this event in November of 2023, and I am so unbelievably happy that I could be a part of it here for 2025, here on February 9th of 2025, running an iRacing event, raising some money for a very good cause, and having a heck of a lot of fun in the process. But for our time on this broadcast, for myself, Ron Mullins, and Brad Dalton, who's been joining me in the commentary booth for the past 2 hours, I say thank you all for the donations. Thank you all for tuning into this broadcast. And now we're going to pass it off to Lewis McGlade and Arjuna Kankapati. Lewis, I have one request for you. Arjuna, if it hits $25,000, he needs to sing Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. I know Arjuna isn't in here quite yet, but I pass it off to you, and I hope that you can pass that news along.
Look, I'm not going to lie, Ron. Also, Ron, Brad, thank you very much. As punishment for being late, whether we pass 25 grand or not, he's singing it. Don't worry. Do not worry. Thank you, lads. We'll let you have a breather. It's been a fantastic 2 hours from you, and of course 4 hours since I've been on the broadcast. And yeah, the race order is pretty wild. I'm pretty sure when we left, I was saying that the gap for the race lead was going to be about 12 seconds in the LMP3s. There's about 30 seconds in the GT4s and then a lap in the MX5s. I don't feel it's too far off, realistically, but Hyperion in the race lead in the LMP3. I did see some of the slow-mos earlier. There were some pretty big crashes. Speaking of which, ooh dear, the 838 there already being sent straight off. That's the Racing for James car that we have seen a few moments from, unfortunately, throughout this race. Currently running, what is that, 7 laps off of the race lead at the moment in the MX5s. So yeah, it is what it is. Let's be honest, winning isn't everything in this. It's more about building that money for charity, which again has been said time and time again. You all have helped so much throughout the 6 hours of running so far. With an hour and 56 minutes left to go, Hyperion have the race lead. You can see them there. PWR Motorsport, though, sat behind in second position, and Paul Taylor's trying to close that one back. The last couple of laps have gone in favour of the Mighty Green Machine that sits in second position. So we'll see that one close its way up, I have no doubt. But you can see the Hyperion car have assistance from their teammates. Although, from what I've seen in this race, I'd almost want to stay as far away from your sister cars as possible. We've seen so much, so many issues, shall we say, when it comes to being close to your teammates and such, or more so. Let's be honest, if you've got 2 cars in the race, you're not getting through many laps with a pair of them quite close together, because there's always drama, there's always some pretty big crashes. Have seen quite a few of those, not only from the Hyperion car. I think the Cornish Lawn Racing team, obviously they've got 2 in this, the 99 and the 98. I've seen the 98 have quite a lot of moments in this race, and unfortunately the 99 that was leading until not that long ago, they'd been out front for a fair while, they had their fair share of issues as well. Taking a look at the GT4 leader there. And of course, we saw it right at the start of the broadcast. Mark Cowell behind the wheel. I mean, they're not real. That is being added, I would say in post, but there is no post in this. It's just added through AI webcams and all that lot. Looks great. Deal with it. Fantastic. 5th place at the moment in the GT4 category, the Orange Army Racing team. 5 laps off of the race lead. They aren't that far ahead, realistically, of the under the radar racing car. There you go. You get a really good look at it. I mean, that is pretty cool. Again, I still maintain that we've got to get some cardboard cutout version of that, and he's got to do a lap with that over his actual face. Give that one a go. That'd be a tricky lap, must be said. Especially around somewhere like Road Atlanta, which is not exactly the easiest circuit to navigate. And obviously, the chances of victory well and truly gone. That one is not going to be happening. But we are talking about again, just getting to the end of the race, the endurance spirit and all that like. And Boosted Media currently is sitting at the head of the GT4 category. They are nearly a minute clear, but I think we've got some pit stops and stuff to deal with in all of this. I mean, realistically, for the GT4s from this point, as long as they've already made a stop in the recent past, i.e. in the last sort of 10 or so minutes, we are expecting them to stop just one more time throughout the running of this race. We ride on board with Project 91 by racingdata.ai, and you get a real feel for the traffic once more as they duck and weave in and out of traffic right behind the Cornish lawnmower racing car that currently sits in the 8th position. Now we're going to go for a move, look to the inside as we work our way down towards 10A. Surely you're not going to make it 3 wide. That one's not going to be a good move, as the Racing Without Limits car is the one that's trying to get out of the way, relatively speaking. That's Vincent Ford behind the wheel. And so the movement happens as Hugo Luis, loses, our broadcast director, loses a camera in the grass there, coming down the 80-foot drop at the final corner. Back up to the rise at turn 2 and then through 3, and again it is really tight in this. Little bit deep on the brakes though goes Hovarton in the Project 91 car, and so the Cornish Lawnmower Racing Sam Ball behind the wheel at the moment is really starting to feel that pressure. Got a couple more LMP3s to deal with ahead, obviously going a lap down. First is the iRacing squad car, well actually no, now make it Lee Watson, who they'll have to navigate, and that one's gone awry. Sam Ball getting caught out a little bit as they work their way through turn 6, and that's allowed the position switch to happen in favour of the Project 91 car. They've also got the addition in the fight of the Solpec Precision Racing car. That is 4th position, the black and yellow, trying to make it 3 wide here on the back stretch. We work our way down towards 10A and 10B. Right the way around the outside. I don't think Evander's going to be able to do this. He's going to give it a good go, though. Sends it in right away around the outside. That is a superb move from the Solpec Precision Racing LMP3 to take 2 cars in 1 corner. Now comes the look to the inside, though, as Project 91's not done with it yet. Side by side through the final turn. Back up towards turn 1 they go. And the 194 on the inside line throws it in as hard as he can. And there's going to be a little bit of blocking with the GT4 traffic. My goodness, that was close with the Quad Dash Racing car. And now, finally, it does seem as though as we head into the S's, that the position switch is indeed confirmed. So, Boris Angel Ovando able to move his way up and confirm themselves in 8th position. Wasn't easy though, my goodness, and that Quad Dash car nearly was in the wrong place at the wrong time as they were trying to work their way through turn 3 at the top of the hill and then their way through the S's. iRacing's up next for them, and then of course another one to go, a lap down. The iRacing car we've seen running quite well, and we've heard some excellent questionably excellent singing from inside the car with I'm a Barbie Girl in a Barbie World, and it makes sense in that car. It fits. It really does fit. More Solpec issues though as they try to navigate the MX-5, going each and which way trying to get around. Again, more donations pouring in. I mean, even since I've been on the broadcast, which has been a whopping 8 minutes, I think we've gone up maybe $200. So thank you so much, everyone, being so incredibly genuine. My goodness, generous is what I was trying to say. And genuine, why not? We'll cover both off. Zolpek's not out of this fight fully, though. They've not been able to pull away from the Project 91 car. And that's not going to help. Wow. Straight over goes two of the MX-5s, including the Giza 3D car. And I think I didn't quite see who the other one was. I believe it was the Globe Oil six-man team car as they were working their way through the S's. So already a little bit of kerfuffling happening as this group's trying to work its way past as quickly as possible. Project 91's doing a really good job of keeping up with the Zolpek car, must be said. So the fighting definitely not done in this group, as there goes the Racer for James car. So do manage to get past that one with relative ease as we go through the imaginary turns 8 and 9. They don't actually exist, apparently. Again, you leave turn 7 at the start of the backstretch, and the next corner you come across is turn 10. Make it make sense. I don't know. I just don't know. It's always very, very confusing to see, and it is what it is. It's going to be a lot of fun, though, all the way to the end of the race, as I think more side-by-side happening here on the back stretch as well, as we've got the fight for, I was going to say for the race lead, but it's not. It's between one of the Cornish Lawnmower racing cars, which will be the second one of there then. So I think it's them versus Grid Up, and Grid Up do indeed have the inside run coming through the final corner. And it will be Grid Up working their way through and up into 13th position. Unlucky for some. I can't remember who started in 13th position. No, Arjuna pointed out I was racing without limits, and they are down in 20th position. So yes, maybe it is unlucky for some. Not great, must be said. Can see a few moves in the GT4 class. That is courtesy of pit stops, I believe. So the 196 boosted media car has been in pit lane, and Will Ford will jump back behind the wheel. Someone who we chatted to, I think, a little bit earlier in the race, and we were discussing from our little sheet of information on each of the drivers. I think had around 30 years, is what he was saying, experience in sim racing. Has got more Maradness action in this one, as the M Squad car tries to work its way past Project 91. Big moment at the top of the hill at turn 3. And straight on. Wow, opens up the opportunity. And once again, Project 91 by RacingData.ai work their way through once more. So not ideal there for the Maradness car, but definitely has the speed to close its way or to keep its way up with this trailer. Though I say that, lap times recently 19.0. I'm gonna rescind my point just then. I've made it, and I'm gonna instantly put it back. The Zolpek and Project 91 cars have caught their way right up to the rear of the Maradness M Squad ASR car, the second of the two Maradness cars in the LMP3 category, because of course the number 70, which was in some beautiful slow motion airborne action when I jumped back into the comms booth to see what was going on, and yeah, they were flying through the air and causing all sorts of chaos. It must be said, as this battle was certainly not done yet. As we'll take a little bit of a look at a replay, and the Oreo car going for a little bit of a spin. Of course, that one being the number 36 JR3 racing car, just getting turned around by the McLaren Artura. We do have, by the way, still Brad, because Arjuna's decided to let the clock run out. Maybe he's still in bed, I don't know. Maybe he's getting himself ready for the big hand egg competition later on, I don't know. But Brad, you've had literally 10 minutes out of the comms booth, so welcome back.
Thanks, Lewis. I love the commentary booth, so I don't mind to be back. Had to eat a couple of bites of cake and then come back. So we'll let things run through. I can't leave you alone for 2 hours. Again, Arjuna maybe just getting ready for the fun things he has coming on later today. I'm sure he'll be here in a few minutes.
Oh, well, we'll see. We'll see. Normally Arjuna's very timely, but on this occasion, we're going to hold it against him. But it's fine. We'll get him to sing later on. It's fine. That's his punishment. Already in your time, though, of being away, we've already got up nearly $500 of donations. Just absolutely flying up as Vincent Fort has a bit of a spin. There's been a lot of incidents in this race, but I think that's kind of part of it, and that's part
just like that incident right there with Samuel Ball. I mean, I feel like as soon as I walked away, or just before I walked away, I heard you say something about I would avoid teammates, I'd avoid being around other people of the same class as me, and I think that's the same moment there as we're again seeing the LMP3s can be very good lawnmowers. We've seen a lot of that through today. Of course, we had the conversation with Ron early on about how this track doesn't have runoff and a lot of different things, you know, so when drivers run off track, it's dirt, it's grass, plenty of action that can come from that, plenty of scary moments that can come from that. But I mean, this race has delivered top, bottom, all the way around, but I haven't seen any drivers really get mad about any of the moments. You know how you would normally see drivers get upset, Lewis? Usually you'd see drivers get mad that they got in an accident or they got in a mix-up if you're an MX-5 with an LMP3 or GT4 or whatever, but it seems like everyone's really taking this in stride and just having fun. Again, staying true to the nature of this event.
Yeah, I think me and Arjuna were talking about this in the first hour or two of the broadcast, where we were basically saying of like, if you're getting angry at this, if you're getting hit off the road or whatever, and you're getting frustrated by it, well, I get it. It can be frustrating, but if you're getting angry to the point of like genuine annoyance, you're in the wrong race. This is we're here for a good time, we're here for a great cause, and that's the more important bit, is having a good time and making some great money for a very worthy cause in Make-A-Wish, and I think in that sense it's a great success. And like I say, I don't see anyone really getting annoyed. We've got the drivers chat here on Discord and stuff. Obviously, we've seen a few drivers jumping into the YouTube chat, and obviously we've had a chat to quite a few in the way of the race. Everyone's got good vibes. That's the important bit.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to watch. So I mean, we're even seeing drivers, joke around about what's the better donation to make? Do we want to make someone do an Uno reverse? Do we want a carpool karaoke, or should we make them do step aside, or it's the pits? There's a conversation right now in the Discord that the drivers are all trying to decide what they want to do to another team, which one adds more of a time penalty and will bring them back in. We're starting to hit that point where everyone's here for fun, Lewis. Everyone's enjoying what they're doing, but we're starting to see that moment where a couple of drivers are starting to shift that mindset and say, okay, this is a great charity race. We're raising a bunch of money. I wouldn't mind to also say that I won the race, though. They're adding that one little additional layer that wasn't there before.
Oh, Ricky Paz has had a bit of a spin. Could there be a good J-turn here? Nah, you've slowed down too much. That's actually a really good question I wanted to ask. At least in your couple of hours in the booth, did many people have the driving down the backstretch in reverse gift?
So, I do apologize to the Orange Army. What you missed was Jack Ashton with Orange Army Racing was brought up on screen as he was running, and I was discussing, kind of recapping all of the different incentives, and I specifically mentioned the Uno reverse and give it to your favorite driver or a driver of your choice. And as I look over, our wonderful production decided to put him on the screen. So I, of course, said his name and then had to apologize. He was wearing a shirt of a favorite team that I like, that I am a huge fan of personally. And so I then had to turn around and put my money where my mouth is and give him an Uno reverse. But as soon as I did that, he pitted and they switched drivers. So that ended up going to his teammate.
What was the team though?
It was Orange Army Racing, the GT4 number 37.
Well, I mean, what was the team on the shirt that you were liking? I'm more curious.
Oh, Red Bull Racing.
Yeah, fair enough. I was wondering if it was going to be like a sports team, maybe with something Super Bowl related. I don't really know anything about the NFL. I mean, I'm British, let's be real. If it's not the Premier League, I don't know what's going on. I don't really care about the Premier League, I'm not going to lie. It's only making jabs at other commentators that I know, so it's fine. Arjuna supports West Bromwich Albion, so read into that what you will. As this fight continues, this is the Project 91 Racing once again involved in their is it Project? I was going to say they're actually a lap down now. Oh no, they've just lost positions recently. It's fine. I'm just losing my mind. It's fine. The Project 91 car and the Solpec Precision Racing LMP3. It's still involved in their fight at the back end of the top 10. So me and Arjuna were talking about this a little bit earlier. Speaking of Solpec, is their MX-5. with Rob Clark behind the wheel. And he did the whole run, obviously coming out turn 7, sticks in reverse, rolls all the way back down the back stretch, and then pulls off a absolutely perfect J-turn at the end of the back stretch. Yellow flag's out. So we are going to bring out the safety car whilst I was in story mode. Yeah, it was a perfect J-turn. It was beautiful.
That's one of those things that you practice in the lower classes, honestly. That's something that you perfect when you're in an MX-5 or, I talked about it during my commentary stint with Ron. If you think about it, there's 5 classes between the MX-5 and the LMP3s. It's MX-5, GR86s, TCRs, GT4, GT3, and then LMP3. That's really kind of the split. I might even be forgetting another class in there. I don't think I am, but there's 5 class differences between that. So when you think about it, most drivers spend their time down in the MX-5 Cup, and that's where you perfect a lot of those things, such as beautiful J-turns. J-turns are amazing, so you have to learn those when you're in those lower classes, and every once in a while you get to pull that out of the pocket in a race like this.
Well, this is where I've got a few friends that have done drifting and stuff, and they're quite good at it. I am terrible at drifting, terrible. And the reason why I bring that up is I think that these kind of things, little J-turns or drifting or things like that, they do actually teach you quite a lot about just random bits of car control. And there is a benefit to it. I'm not saying go out there and jump into an MX-5 race, stick it in reverse straight away and try a J-turn immediately, but sometimes it's good to know.
Yeah, and that kind of applies to real life. Everyone likes to say that sim racing, real life driving don't overlap a bit, but there's a lot of things that can overlap. And I will say one of them is learning how to control your car in less than ideal conditions.
Yeah.
I don't know if you all do this a lot in the UK, Lewis, but here in the US, anytime there's snow, my favorite thing is seeing kids take their cars to empty parking lots and spin the car. Not wreck it, but just send it around in donuts and turns and learn how to drive when there's snow, when there's ice, when you don't have the best grip, less than ideal conditions. It has saved me personally several dozen times over from wrecking a car. Just taking that time and learning how to drive my car in less than ideal conditions. So learn it in sim, do it safely in real life. I don't think it's a bad thing.
No, absolutely not. I think for one, I live in the south of England where snow doesn't really happen anymore. It's a rare rarity. I've lived in Salisbury for 8 years. I've seen snow maybe 3 times here in Salisbury. It really doesn't snow very much here. Certainly not enough to set and actually have some fun. And the other problem is that most people here in England, me included, we drive front-wheel drive cars. And now this does actually bring in a very interesting point of sim to real. Is if you're used to driving front-wheel drive or you kind of never driven it, one of the bits of advice that you should get pretty early on is what happens when you when you slide out the rear in a front-wheel drive, and that is bury the throttle. Absolutely plant the throttle down and then allow because then the front end will pull basically the car around, and generally speaking it works. And I am not saying that I've had to do that in a real car, but in reality it works. I'll just say that, and we'll leave it there.
That's a very smooth coverage answer there. So I don't disagree with you though. Again, not saying I have personally done crazy things. I've owned all sorts of cars though, and driven a lot of different vehicles. Saying that some of the things I've done in sim sometimes can carry over to real life, and I'm going to give this disclaimer: kids, do not do this just because you heard someone on a iRacing live stream say that they've done fun things in sim and then carried it out in their real car. We are not responsible for anything that might happen. Please do not do this. Please perform any events on a closed, controlled environment. Thank you.
God, I was watching the Super Bowl for a second, and then Adam appeared, and suddenly there was a little speech at the end saying not viable. Yeah, I respect it. I respect it. Already the safety car, I believe, is coming in. Those lights straight off. My goodness, that was quick.
That was that was just over a 4-minute safety car. That's the quickest one we've had all stream.
Is it definitely coming in?
Yep, there it is, pulling in.
That is a wildly fast safety car, and you will notice it's not an LMP3 in the race lead. Well, at least leading the cars round from behind the safety car. The lead car behind the safety car was the Quad Dash racing car, currently running second in class in the GT4 category. That has cost them 80 seconds to the race lead in the GT4s. Brabham Motorsport have nearly a lap lead in that category.
It's insane the difference that can make. And I'll tell you, one of the crazy things that we saw during the last restart back an hour ago is we see one of the things I've seen, which is chaos, but there was a group of MX-5s that led us back to the restart on the 2-hour yellow flag. And I'll let you picture how that went, because it was about how you expected.
Yeah, no, we've had an MX-5 being fairly high, but yeah, not all towards the front. So yeah, I'm sure that was fun. It was Hyperion that had a moment. You've got the Solpec car having a moment there in the background of the LMP3s. A couple of the MX-5s run off the road. There's a McLaren going backwards, because why wouldn't there be? Oh my goodness. Yep, we are back racing.
Is that the McLaren serving a reverse it? I think that is under the radar, serving that reverse it, which I don't know if that's the best time to be doing that. Also, anyone but the Chiefs.
Anyone but the Chiefs, who I think I did predict earlier to win. I'm not saying I want it.
That's my personal prediction too. Here is Louise in P5 and LMP3 going around. I think that's what started all the chaos, honestly.
Yeah, and this will keep going through up towards turn 5. That's why Ricky Paz is going backwards, having a bit of spin out of 5 and narrowly avoiding one of the LMP3s. I think that might have been the Grid Up Sim Racing car that was getting quite close to them on the run out of T5. There's a couple of cars going out wide. Let's see what happens to the 17, which I still maintain. As the meme machines go, the wishing for speed. Ooh, that's a pretty big hit. They're probably wishing for a new car at the moment. They'll get it when they get back to pit lane. The wishing for speed livery, I think, is up there for me as potentially best of the day. Thinking of it from a meme perspective, a colour perspective, a bit of a wild livery. I'm liking the wishing for speed car. Arjuna likes this one.
Yeah, I'm actually looking through on my side trying to see if there's any of them that I like better, but I do think that is probably one of the top meme machines. I'm currently looking through some things here I have on my back end to see if there's any other ones that I like more. I know that the number 41 in LMP3 has the Barbie look on it, but yeah, no, that's probably the best meme machine that we could have, honestly. I don't really see too many people going for that meme setup. Of course, JR3 Racing running the Oreo car. I am a big fan of the Oreo car. Pit Stop Party Animals has the TMNT LMP3, which I do like, but yeah, no, I think Wishing for Speed probably the best look on the day.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's a few. The 1322 racing car, by the way, at the moment is running backwards. That is the 132 car running backwards on the backstretch. They're fulfilling their penalty of a certain nature. I'm going to see if there's going to be a good J turn from the 132 car. They're currently running a fair few laps down. I think it's like 20 or so laps down on Brabham, who are the race leaders, who have been given a delicious penalty from Boosted Media. Also, I have not seen a J-turn from Reece Scarrett, who was behind the wheel of that 132, because he just reversed straight through into the gravel trap. Fair play, I guess. I mean, why do a J-turn when you can just keep going in reverse? But yes, as I was saying, Brabham will have a penalty, so Boosted Media passing one of those out to them, unless they use the Una reverse. Although, to be fair, I think that would have already needed to have been done, so there's no Una reverse from Brabham. They'll be into the pit lane, so at least part of their lead will come down.
Yeah, which is going to be nice as it's all said and done here as we look at the number 33, Dennis Allier in Aerospeed. Just runs a little bit wide, cutting some grass. Again, MX-5s are beautiful lawnmowers if you set it up right. Just runs a little wide there, gets things around, and now continues to go through and keep that car moving and grooving. Big thing for the MX-5s for me, Lewis, and I don't know if this is the same way for you, but this is just my opinion. I think MX-5s need to just stay on the racing line and run through and let everybody go around them. That's sometimes the best deal for them.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Ricky Paz off the road. Speaking of the Aerospeed car, hopefully we'll be getting someone in at some point, because they have been put forward to sing Wannabe by the Spice Girls. So out of ours, will it? Oh, I think that's out of one. Oh, here we go. We've got Dennis in here. Hello. Have we got a copy?
I'm sorry, what?
Well, we can hear you. You can hear us. That's always good. I've been told that you've been put forward in the carpool karaoke to
I've been
Wannabe by the Spice Girls.
Yeah, I was in the middle of singing it, but I can restart. I was singing it for my stream. All right, now I am driving, so we'll see how this goes. But I'll restart it for you. All right. Say what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Want what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna zigzag. Wanna be sure, but get my past. You wanna get with me, better make it fast. Now don't go wasting my precious time. We'll act together, be just fine. Say what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna really, really zigzag. My lover, you gotta get with my friends. It lasts forever. Friendship never ends. If you wanna be my lover, you have got to give. Taking is too easy, but that's the way it is. What do you think about that? You know how I feel. Say you can handle my love. Are you for real? I won't be hasty. I'll give you a try. If you wanna bug me, then I'll say goodbye. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I really, really wanna zigzag. Wanna be my lover. You gotta get with my friends. Gotta last forever. Friendship never ends. If you wanna be my lover, you got to give. If it's too easy, but that's the way it is. Whew.
Wow.
Oh man.
10 out of 10. 10 out. Kept going through the moment as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Amazing. Thanks for having me.
Wow, there we go. That's Dennis from the Aerospeed car. Obviously there, delightfully giving a rendition, and that is perfect. As someone who is a Red Bull fan there, Brad, obviously Spice Girls, obviously Jerry Halliwell.
Perfect. Oh yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, no, that'll get you closer to Christian Horner, I'm sure. He's done that rendition a few times.
Oh, he's had to have. Honestly, the funniest thing for me is the fact that he kept it going as he was getting pushed off by the Orange Army GT4, and you could hear the pitch raise right as he was trying to gather the car back up. Just that split-second moment of just, oh no, never mind, I'm fine, and just kept it going the whole time. Smooth and collected. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, Lewis.
That really was as Samball. Ooh, that's going to be another rear end cover being ripped off one of those LMP3s. Do you want to give a little bit of a reminder as well, by the way, if you are putting a few names forward for some teams and drivers to be giving us a little rendition of your favourite songs, please do, when you're putting in the donation, please remember to put in the team name as well as the driver if you're wanting a specific driver, but the team name, it goes a long way to helping us figuring out who's who and who needs to be singing. I was a cracking rendition of Wannabe, so that's fine. As we'll see our race leader then, Onofre, Edwin Onofre, back to the race lead then. There's a couple of cars going off the road just ahead of them. The 42 has shown some good speed throughout this race, and at the moment running a fair distance clear with probably a couple of stops left to go in the LMP3 category.
I think really all of the top 6 in LMP3 have been looking really good, even though I say that, and if you look at 4th and 5th, they're down a lap. If you look at 6th place, they're down 2 laps. But really, all of the top 6 have been looking really, really good in the LMP3 category as they go through. Same thing, I would say the top 4, top 5 in GT4 have been able to keep it consistent and together again, even though there is a little bit of a gap there, a little bit of a interval that has built up between all of them. And then in the MX-5s, I mean, the MX-5s being here and surviving has been beautiful to watch. I'm not going to say that none of them have done a bad job. They're all doing amazing. They're navigating traffic. They're doing everything they can to keep the car together, keep the car moving, and keep things ahead. I thought I saw a big plume there of gravel come up. I'm not sure who that was or what that was, but some sort of a plume of gravel there as we watch the number 18 GT4 that's under the radar racing that has really not been under the radar here today. They've been trying to stay under the radar, but they have been very much in the limelight, keeping things moving around. Currently P9 in class.
Is that why you said anyone but the Chiefs?
Yes, that is indeed why I said anyone but the Chiefs.
Honestly, I just thought that was just such a random throwaway comment, but I was trying to work out for a little while what it says on the side of this car. No, fair play. That exists. Do you know what? I was saying this a little bit earlier on about liveries and stuff on the grid. I like this livery, by the way. I do, because you were saying about like best livery and then what actually applies in this, where I don't feel like the proper sim racing esportsy liveries can really count to like a best livery, which is why I couldn't vote for a livery like this, because as much as I like it, I do think it looks good. It would look great on a proper esports grid. It's a bit too professional, apart from it saying anyone but the Chiefs on the side, which is pretty banging.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know about you, but my opinion always, with liveries is I like to see something that goes one of two ways. It's either very classic, very classy, makes the car look better, and, the same way that the number 18s does here, it feeds to the body lines of the McLaren. It makes the McLaren stand out. It goes with the contours. It sets up well. It's a good contrast to color. I could look on the track and pick that car out immediately and tell whose it is.
Yeah.
Or I want something that's an MX-5 that is just an absolute meme fest that has me cackling every time I see it.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, and the meme fests are good. The only problem that I got with this car is the two different shades of blue, which just look a little bit odd. But I'll allow it. Stick a bit of texture on there. It'll look delightful. Boosted Media have now received a penalty in game. Of course, they are the 196. They're running third at the moment in the GT4 category, so a little bit further ahead of this. They did hand out the penalty to Brabham. And I did say about an Uno reverse card, didn't I?
You did.
Yeah, Brabham Uno reversed that bad boy. Stuck $10 down and said, back at you, Chief. So whilst Brabham do have a 57-second lead, you have to wonder they might have to spend some money to have that one back, as the iRacing car comes straight over the front of the under the radar racing. Get it back into reverse and get off the apex of that corner. Woof, that was close as the Giza 3D car was able to work its way through. That was classic racing. I want to be something again.
Man, mind the traffic there as you go through. That was a scary place to be through, and then get back on track, try to stay out of the way of traffic and keep things going. It looks like more dust has kicked up here, so somebody else has had a moment here going up the hill potentially as we continue our run through. Looks like, though, honestly, the number 18 there has gotten away with it a lot more than that LMP3 car.
Yeah, there's not a scratch on it. Clearly, Matthew. And even now, I don't know if that's damage. I think it's fine. Yeah, it got a wallop on the front right from the iRacing car that then went into the barrier, which I think it was a fair price to pay for them. I'd have to say they kind of cut across the McLaren there, playing a bit of a risky game. Then I think the McLaren did also get bumped off a little bit on the exit of the corner from, I think, the grid up sim racing car. So yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it looked like it. I think there is just that little bit of damage that you pointed out, but even then, it's nothing bad. That's an LMP3 sitting on the inside of the final corner. Not ideal there, but again, everyone able to navigate with no issues. Yeah, iRacing squad with a meatball there. I think that is just a case of, the cut across comes through, trying to clear, not able to. Jack and Siri donating $10 there. Shout out Jack and Siri for that. Hour and 20 minutes left to go here. Lewis, I got to ask you, who is your pick as we are hitting a point? Who's your pick for the win in, let's say, GT4? MX5, I think, might be pretty well secured in by Solpec Precision Racing. But I think GT4 is really the one that I think is going to get heated near the end.
So I think I do still think it might be Brabham, right? But the thing is, I reckon the problem that Brabham had, they've got two problems here. Number one, I'm not necessarily convinced that they are the fastest of the top three, meaning in that sense, I do believe actually the Quad Dash, more so the Quad Dash car, but potentially even the boosted media car, I believe they might be faster than our race leaders in that category, but they've got a big lead. So that one doesn't seem so bad. However, I think they might have to spend a fair amount of money, not ridiculous, but a fair amount of money on the old Uno reverses to keep them off the rear end, right? They're going to have to send some of those back, which obviously will work in their favour because it'll build that race lead out anyway. But I reckon if Quad Dash and Boosted Media come together and start chucking a few coins into the old bank, they can bring that gap down purely on points. By the way, you said about the Solpec MX5, it's just been off the road.
Well, I might have spoke a little too soon. I thought he had plenty of a gap built up, but maybe I was wrong. So, not saying that I commentator cursed it, because commentators cursed does not exist here, but just saying that it is possible. Anonymous with a $35 donation, I am going to guess that is for a fun little turn her around, flip it and reverse it for somebody.
Yeah, indeed. There was a lot of chat in game about a final safety car with all the MX5s having to either do the whole thing in reverse or at least maybe even restart in reverse. A lot of people were voting on that, whether race control are going to stick to that. I don't know. We could well see a few MX5s running backwards. I don't know how a backwards MX5 race would work, but I mean, they're pretty exciting forward, so why not in reverse? Why not?
I mean, what's the worst that happens? The MX5, loses control and goes off the road or gets hit by an LMP3 or a GT4. We've seen that across the other 7 hours. So, I mean, all you're doing is just making the car go a different direction. It's still going to be entertaining. Again, we're here for fun. We're here for a reason. Why not just let the crazy slip out, the crazy decisions, and let race control just kind of have their way with things? Enjoy it. Again, I enjoy events like this where the rules, the traditional rules of a broadcast, of a race, of professionalism, they don't go away, but they bend. They bend very loosely, and you have moments that just kind of happen as things go.
Saw the Giza 3D car coming to a stop on the backstretch, so they've had to jump out of the way and return to pit lane. There is the Moradness car, which currently sits in 5th position in class. Of course, it is Danny Morad behind the wheel, who we had a great chat with earlier on, an interesting interview whilst navigating all of the traffic. It was fantastic. Obviously, that was in the second hour of the race. I'm pretty sure it might have been the same car twice, but he did make contact with another LMP3, which I'm pretty sure was one of the Cornish Lawnmower Racing cars, twice during the interview, which I think is quite a claim to fame. To not only hit the same car twice, to hit him twice in the same interview is pretty... well, that's a real racing driver move, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's 10 out of 10. I mean, I don't know how else you describe that one other than 10 out of 10. The best thing that it could be is the number 70 just ran into the grass there to get the pass done. We're seeing the pace start to come out there from the Moradness in squad, and that is indeed Daniel Morad, who is driving that car, who just decided to run it into the grass and say, you know what, I've got places to be, I've got things to do. Chasing down Project 91 by 1 second at the moment is the gap separating them for P6, and you can see that Daniel Morad feels like the pace is there, feels like the car is together, and is going to try to get the pass done on track. Who needs the penalties through donations? Just get the pass done on track. Let's race.
Exactly. Did see another $35 donation coming in there, which I'm sure will be a penalty for someone. Speaking of which, when we had that anonymous one, there has been a penalty that's come through. That will be for the number 33 Aerospeed car. They've been given a black flag, so why not make last even more last? Even though they're not actually last. Globe Oil six-man team, awkwardly a three-driver entry into this race. They're actually last in the category, but it is pushing us closer and closer towards the 25 grand goal at the moment. I think we are going to fly past that pretty quickly, as the Globe Oil car that I was just talking about there had a bit of a spin. Yeah, I get the feeling that 25k, that's no problem. 30 is on the cards again.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things too with, you know, these donation races, these charity races, as we see it unfold, you tend to have a big run up front. You know, I think in the first hour or so, Lewis, while you and Arjuna were on, we hit 10,000 very quickly. And then, you know, there's the mid-race lull. Again, as the drivers are just getting through the race, you know, donations are still coming in, things are still going. It may not be as quick. I feel like this last hour, 15 minutes is going to be where we see a lot of people, you know, trying to earn some laps back, earn some time back, and some people trying to put their favorite drivers up front, have an effect on things while they send things through. I will say, if you're asking when the penalties you pay for take effect, as long as you name the driver and the team, those get handed out directly by race control in sim. It may not be an immediate turnaround, but you should see those come through fairly quickly. But of course, race control is manually race control, so just a little bit of patience.
Yeah, there's no magic automated system, which is here money, there issue. There was Dan Hunt making a little bit of contact with the Quad Dash racing car. So the Vandalay community team having a little bit of issue. There is the iRacing car, probably one of the worst places for a tow back to pit lane, just past the pit lane entry, but that's fine, it is what it is. As the straight line racing for Wishes car, which we've seen a few problems from today. Don't reverse the wall. That was close. Does engine covers fly off? Oh my goodness.
He definitely hit a wall there.
Oh yeah. Oh, we're doing the reverse bit here. Fabio Gamma. This is or maybe
there's your J turn though.
I was gonna say maybe it's an attempt for J turn of the day. Got to do a lot better than that. A lot better.
Oh, I was gonna say brave to do it on the front stretch, but then spun it out. Or was this a decision to keep going backwards? I'm not sure at this point. Is there going to be a follow-up J-turn here at the moment? But maybe, I don't know. Let's go up to the top of the hill.
You can't J-turn going up a hill. That is not a thing. From this point on, maybe you're gonna say if you believe hard enough.
I was gonna say if you believe hard enough and put it in the grass, anything's possible.
That is true. Do you know, with the amount of cars, I said this to Arjuna earlier, the amount of cars that we've seen in the grass, this is going pretty quickly downhill, by the way. Yeah, the amount of drivers and stuff that we've seen in the grass today, I am surprised absolutely no one put Sebastian Loeb down as their favourite driver. Because I'm actually, again, from the amount of people that have responded driver-wise, that have answered the questionnaire that was handed out to the drivers, I am thoroughly disappointed that Sebastian Loeb wasn't picked by a single person.
It is really unfortunate, I'm not going to lie. That would have been really good.
Well,
man.
Get ready for, I'm pretty sure that we're about to see some oddity here coming up towards turn 7 for Fabio Gamma. Got a few drivers coming round right in the middle, tries to make the corner. Ooh, that is close.
Something tells me that Fabio had something on his stream that said he would drive a full lap in reverse, and now he's paying for that. As we go to the number 6 here, who is now also in, well, I was going to say is also driving in reverse, but it looks like is ramping off of the bank there of the gravel.
And clearly finding an invisible patch of ground, maybe looking for one of the legendary landmines. If you are new to iRacing, Fabio Gamma right in the middle of the road. Nice one. It's concerning. If you are new to iRacing, you've jumped on maybe in the last couple of years, 3 years, you may not know what I'm talking about when it comes to landmines. They are very, very rare now. Very rare. But they are some of the funniest things that I've ever seen. No, like, to have your race end not through not through bad driving, not through bad luck, not through oddities, but through just some random patch of ground which has sent you quite literally to the moon. That's pretty devastating.
It really is, and if you ever want a good time on YouTube, just go look that up after this broadcast. Look up the iRacing landmines of former days, because it's rough.
It is. I remember you could cause some oddities on certain cars with the suspension. Because I remember the DW12 used to have quite a large issue when you crashed it. If the suspension got basically sort of under the car, nah, you're gone. And that would jump you around. It was very entertaining to watch, and sometimes it would spin you around in circles insanely fast. These things are much rarer now, and part of me is like, that's great because they are bugs and they need to be fixed. A lot of them have been fixed. It's more boring though, isn't it? Just, can we not have like wild mode where just random stuff happens every now and then?
I mean, it would make it more simulator-ish to me, because there are random moments in real life. I mean, come on, if you're a Formula One fan, the cars in Las Vegas pull up the manhole covers. Come on. Why can't we have that here and there in iRacing? I know why we don't, and trust me, I am sure the iRacing admin will probably come yell at me after this for even suggesting that, because now they're going to get someone saying that they would like that.
Indeed. Right. Now, next karaoke event of the Drive for Wishes 2025. We have Sam Ball in the commentary booth. Hello. Right, first off, you're behind the wheel. How's things going?
It was going very well for the first, 5 hours, and then it's all gone a bit pear-shaped, really.
That is sometimes, unfortunately, how it goes. However, I have some potentially bad news for you.
That's always good.
Yeah, you've not been brought in the comedy booth for a chat. Not even a chat impersonating someone else. You've been brought in courtesy of, well, you got to do a little sing-along. And the request is, I've got a brand new combine harvester by the Wurzels. So, in your own time.
Can I do this in the most sort of southwesterly accent possible?
100%, please.
I'm not too sure how many words I know, but I've got a brand new combine harvester, and I'll give you the key. I don't know much of the rest of the words, and something harmony.
I agree.
That's about my lot. Yeah, that's it.
No, 100%. I can also only name you the first two lines as well. So we're all.
Yeah, you and me both. You're very welcome.
Amazing.
There we go. Now we have lost all of our international audience. Anyone outside of Great Britain and Northern Ireland will have absolutely no idea what that is, I'm sure.
Sorry. Yeah, I couldn't tell you at all. As an American, I know I've heard it. I recognize the rhythm. I know none of it otherwise.
Yeah. Again, the two lines that Sam so graciously sung there are the only two lines that I know from the song. I'm sure my dad probably knows all of it. So that's fine. Thankfully, he's not here. So we don't have to worry about that, as the 132 goes for a spin and collects another car as well, coming out of turn 7. Let's see what happened to the 033. Ooh, and that's a big error as well. No rear wing, goodbye.
Looks like has another moment there further up. That's a broken rear suspension based on the way that car is going through, and it looks like just... Ouch. Oh! Just make it bad to worse. It lands upside down.
That is a whopper. Did see that you wanted to have a good look at some lovely slow-mos before I jump back into the comms booth. Let's take a look at this from on board. I mean, there was more time to react. We'll say that. Yeah. And that's all we'll say on it as we move on. Again, in normal league racing, if we were doing it with proper rules and all that, yeah, that'd probably be a whopping penalty for not slowing down courtesy of an incident. However, in this race, 10 out of 10. I respect it. There's no breaks in this race.
I was going to say, why would you brake in this race if you see something like that going on? No, don't brake. Just drive faster and kind of take the Daytona approach. Drive faster, fingers crossed you make it through, and we'll see what happens from there.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I've done the Daytona 500 not for a couple of years, but I do always remember as the 36 goes for a hit into the barrier. So it's free once again, returning to it as Matt York has a bit of a moment at the top at turn 5. Will spin his way back around. Did look at our little comm sheet as well. Is a game? Has been part of game development on a couple of racing games, including Project Cars and such. So also there's a little bit of a hint that he's working on a new game that no one knows about just yet. So that'll be very interesting. We'll see Matt York appear in the world of sim racing potentially in the near future. We're seeing a few replays of a couple of incidents. I can't even remember what the point I was making. I was so distracted by Matt York's moment.
That Arthur Skibbabore moment, that felt like a landmine. That LMP3 bounced up and then just went sailing. That was it didn't seem like he was really off of the circuit or anything. That was a random little bounce. Looks like the car just not happy to go off the road. But again, this track is not, an FIA grade 1 with runoff and paved runoff and all of these proper areas. If you get off of the tarmac surface, you get what you get, which sometimes is bumps.
Yeah. Absolutely. By the way, I do remember what I'm talking about now. It's Daytona 500. I said I've done it for a couple of years. And it the only reason why it reminds me a little bit of this is everyone knows that Daytona 500 is 200 laps. Once you get down to the final, not even the final lap, but once you come out of turn 4, the foot's pinned. The foot is pinned. There's no brakes. There's no lifting. It is pinned to the ground until you see the checkered flag. And I love that because it is insanity. And it's brilliant. That is how I feel a lot of drivers in this race have been driving like. And so I suspect a few of them might be taking part in the iRacing Daytona 500 in a couple of weeks. I think it is. A week? A couple of weeks? Next week.
It's very close. It is very close. The real life one is a week from today, so...
Yeah, I think it's next week is the Daytona 500. I'm pretty sure because they do like all the events there the week of on the NASCAR stuff. Counter to how things are with a lot of the other iRacing special events, it's normally they're like a week or so out of sync. So like the Daytona 24, might be the week after, week before.
It's this week.
Yeah, I was going to say, it is February 14th. This is Daytona 500 here on iRacing. At least the broadcast race does run throughout the week. There are evenings fixed and open that run throughout the week, so be sure to check that one out. But yes, indeed, February 14th, Valentine's Day. So if you are alone Valentine's Day, like the majority of sim racing, jump onto the Daytona 500.
You're truly never alone, though, with sim racing. You have friends. You have everyone with you. You have this beautiful community that has raised $24,926.13 of $25,000. So you're not really that alone, let's be honest. But with that being said, we've almost hit that $25,000 mark, and we haven't officially crossed an hour to go. We still have a minute and 25 seconds to go here. Lewis, that is a huge, huge thing to see. So, I mean, it's awesome.
It is very, very good. Very cool. Again, nearly past that 25 grand, hopefully with a few donations coming in, auctions, etc. Hopefully we will be getting our way up towards 30 grand. Hearing Race Direction might be jumping in here for a little sing along as well at some point, not quite yet, But with 60 minutes left to go, it's a nice little teaser for you. We've got some potential stuff to go on. Get Hugo Luis as well sing along. Why not? Right, Hugo?
Oh yeah, Hugo, come sing along, man. Come on. You've been behind the scenes for this entire race. You should come to the Four-Light and do a little bit of singing. Everybody would love that.
I already know that Hugo will sit there and be like, oh no, it's too hard for me to route it through the broadcast or whatever, and blah, 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 blah. Nah. I'm sure Hugo's got a lovely singing voice.
The voice of an angel. It'd be amazing. I can't explain to everyone that's watching on Twitch and YouTube what they're missing.
Yeah, no, it's it would be thrilling. I don't know. I'm trying to wonder if I ever heard if I heard him sing when I was in the Race Spot studio last year. I don't think I did. Maybe he never sings. Interesting. That is a thought to have. We've got 1 hour left to go here in the Drive for Wishes 2025, and there is a pretty big lead at the moment in the LMP3s, but that is courtesy of pit stops, etc. It's all moving around, and with us passing 1 hour left to go, we've also passed the milestone. It's been hit. 25 grand down. Wow. Thank you so much for your generous contributions here. It's been amazing so far, and I get the feeling that we've got a lot more still to come in the next hour.
It's honestly mind-blowing to me, the fact that has happened. I'm not gonna lie, I can't believe it. It's amazing to see, though, and big thanks to everyone. Big thanks to Make-A-Wish International. I can't wait to see what they do this year and the wishes they get to fulfill and what they do moving forward. It's going to be amazing to see here, just like it's amazing to see who's going to win this race when things are all said and done, because there are some crazy gaps that have filled out through the field. I don't know if you've caught that. PWR Motorsport 08 in first place overall by a minute.
Yeah, like I said, I do believe some of that is pit stop related. Might not be, might be drama related, if I'm perfectly honest. More likely the drama related. And second in class as well in the LMP3s has just been black flagged as well. Not 100% sure as to where that's come from. Update with that in just a moment's time, as we'll see 11th place in the LMP3s go for a bit of a spin. Oh, and that is a big old crash in the MX-5s as the Pole Sim Racing red car, sorry, not the Pole Sim Racing, but it's Player Nation Streamers, I'll get myself right, sent out into the barrier. Yeesh.
That reminded me of the clash in NASCAR when we saw, I started to say it, now I can't remember the drivers, A1 tier commentary coming for you, but we saw the drivers ramp off of each other in the clash at Bowman Gray Stadium, and now we see it happen with an MX-5 and a LMP3 here. Crazy to see that moment come through. Hopefully nothing crazy, and again, thankfully we're in sim. Oh, there's David Duke coming together with that was the Orange Army Racing car of Mark Calver and GT4 MX-5s. Again, just brutal all the way around to be an MX-5 today.
Yeah, indeed. There's it's not a day to be an MX-5. Let's be honest. If I was Cam Eben, who is who's one of the drivers, I think he's maybe 11k now. It's definitely somewhere in the 10ks on iRating. Most of that is from driving MX-5s, actually. Races a lot of MX-5s, I think IRL and in sim. We don't typically see him out in any of the iRacing majors, like Daytona 24 Hour. Don't see him involved in any of those, generally speaking. I'm kind of one of the drivers that I'd almost be like, maybe he'll make an MX-5 appearance. And no way. I can understand why not. Let's take a look at that for a setup. Bit of a lean in as well. Clearly getting ready for MotoGP to start again. With a bit of lean in there. It's more just to sort something out, I'm sure. And a disco light going off. That wouldn't be distracting at all.
Oh, no, not a bit. That would just do nothing but encourage focus, honestly. If you're Wilco here, Wilco Vandenberg, holding things through, look at the focus. Definitely has some sort of a... I can't tell if that's just from his wheel that is shaking his whole setup, or if he has maybe like a butt kicker or some sort of motion rig setup. But look at the vibration on the camera and look at the focus in those eyes. I mean, he is all together, keeping it through, carving his way through traffic down the hill. Look at this. That is the way to drive an LMP3.
Yeah, I think, definitely driving a LMP3 in 20th place. He certainly is giving a good go. I do believe this is pure shake from the webcam just being attached to the monitor, which is obviously on the same bit of surface, be it a rig or whatever, as the wheel was, to being any sort of butt kicker and stuff. It does seem very intense. Could be very high load on the old Newton meters of torque. Obviously, then a direct drive. I mean, to be fair, like my whole desk shakes around when I'm driving, and that's not even that super high on Newton meters. So it's maybe it's a bad setup. Who knows? But it was shaking, and that's a very serious setup. I couldn't handle driving with a disco light going off. I've said time and time again, I'm not very good with any even remote distractions. I don't know how good you are. Even a race engineer, I've said it time and time again, and I will continue on it. I can't even drive with a race engineer in my ear. I can't do it. Anything is distracting. Music, no. Race engineers, no. Other people in the race, absolutely not.
See, I can't do it with like music on or any sort of like background noise, but like if I'm talking to someone, I'm typically okay with that. As we see Ethan Brewer here, who's currently P11 in that number 49 GT4, and look at the different setup he has. And this is one of the things I like about sim racing. It kind of, everyone in real life racing has a way they like their car setup. They have a preference of their car setup. Well, here in iRacing, in the simulator world, everyone has a big preference of how they set up their sim rig, and you can see he is sitting somewhat different. Actually, it looks like he's in his desk chair, and that is just mounted into probably his desk or a temporary stand, and that is what he likes. That is what he's running on, and he's fast and he's comfortable, and that's really what you're looking for. There's the thumbs up.
There we go. There you go. That's the shake of the head. No, he's not comfortable. Yes, he is comfortable. No, like I say, everyone's setup is different. And as much as this is kind of always the bit that I've said so many times to people when it comes to their setups, if you are tuning in to like the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup broadcast and thinking, oh, I'll never be able to compete at the top level because look at all these setups and stuff. Look at all these rigs. They've all got the best wheel, the best this, the best that. I'll always remember Jarl Tyne taking part in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series, racing from a desk on a Logitech G27. And that was always the, don't worry about it. Don't think too much about it. Like, also, there's the whole thing of like trying to take part in the top level of esports. In my opinion, at least this is from my experience of being in sim racing for 11, 12 years this year, like actual doing esports and stuff, trying to chase being in top split, it's not fun. I promise you, it's not as fun as it seems. It is so tedious, so monotonous, and so hard work, and it's such a small percentage of people that get the opportunity to take part in those top stuff. Taking part in events like this and having a good time is a much better usage of your time than trying to go after the big esports glory, which is just brutal.
There was a league that I commentated for the entirety of 2024, and I race with them now occasionally. They're a lot of fun. They turned into some really good friends of mine, outside of the commentary booth. And I text with them regularly. I plan to play golf with some of them once it warms up here in the States. The Orange Army gets sent off there. It comes back. No! And there's the 171 who gets collected as well, and that straight into the pit lane. That was a smooth save there. That was a big moment with a smooth save. All of those cars will come straight in, and I'd like to imagine, well, yeah, that's an LMP3 crabbing, some more faster pairs coming through. It all started with Jack Ashton, now serving the reverse that I paid for about 2 hours ago, and coming around. So, but anyways, I started my story there before that happened. The top driver in that league was a guy that was nicknamed Thumbsticks, and he was nicknamed Thumbsticks because, he got to the top. He won a championship in that league and would win races regularly because he was racing on a controller, and he was so comfortable on a controller. He's tried to transition the wheel, but just can't. And I know that is crazy to hear, but he has like thousands of hours on iRacing in a controller.
Yep, I know someone in sim racing, at least from where I'm generally from, elsewhere in sim racing, and he was raced on a controller in Lazarus for the Parkos. Again, had a wheel, tried moving onto it. Actually taught Jacques Villeneuve a little bit for a sim racing event that Jacques Villeneuve took part in. Taught Jacques Villeneuve how to drive on a controller, how to set it all up, gave him all the settings, taught him how to work it in sim racing. Jack Lane crashed into everyone. We're not going to talk about that. We'll talk about the positives of the story. But yeah, that's the podcast. Absolutely rapid. The only problem with racing on a controller is you do tend to burn out your tyres a lot more these days in sim racing. But there's always a route. Hugo Luis did say, you said golf, that is dangerous. Absolutely spot on. Talking about golf around me, woohoo! That is probably not a good idea for racing broadcast. That's fine. What's your handicap?
Don't worry. I'm American, so I can plead my Fifth Amendment rights.
Okay, that's fair. Mine's, I think it's 21 at the moment.
Mine's like 25, so.
Yes, it's not that bad.
Yeah, you know.
We're talking about going around, and he's like, yeah, you're not. Arjuna is adamant that I'm getting shots. Sorry, that he's getting shots on me, and I'm like, absolutely not. I've seen some of his scores going around golf courses. It's far better than mine. But one day we'll have a Race Spot community golf challenge, probably around some terrible golf course, and we'll all have a great time. Anyway, back to sim racing or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you know, we're under an hour to go. We're at 49 minutes to go here. One more caution to be served, Lewis, and I think that's important to note. We still have one more caution period that has to be served here at some point as we go through, and we're over $25,000 raised, which is absolutely amazing. And we've got drivers putting in fastest laps. I do want to point that out as we see Tristan Engelstad spin through. I just saw that Ryan D. O'Connor in Solpec Precision Racing LMP3 has just put in the fastest lap of the race with 48 minutes to go.
Yeah, indeed. We are getting an update. Again, very soon we'll be having our new, our next addition to the radio station of Drive for Wishes 2025. We're just gone under safety car. I almost want to say that we've got to hold this this karaoke until after the window, because it's not as fun, is it? When we're just just driving around with a safety car. I think we have to wait until we're back racing again. But it will be the iRacing squad car, Fabio Gamma. This car right here will have to jump in and sing "Don't Stop Believing" by The Journey, which I respect. By the way,
great song choice.
Cracking song choice. Hopefully you know the lyrics. But I think that has to hold until once we're back racing again.
Yeah, I agree with that. We'll hold it. If Hugo will let us hold it, of course, which I think he will. We'll find out, though, as we go through. The BMW iRacing safety car is here, pacing around, holding on for the moment. You know, we'll see how this goes through and where things land. This will give everyone a chance to kind of gather, reset, breathe, catch themselves, and really just, you know, set back up for what's essentially going to be a 45-minute sprint to the end.
Yeah, exactly. Now, there was the request that this safety car is a short intervention into the race by a lot of the drivers and such a little bit earlier on in the race, and I think there was the request of the MX-5s going backwards. We'll have to see if both of these are ticked off on a few of the MX-5s into the pit lane, including Emil Bernstjof, who's got a 2-lap lead. I think that one's unlikely to be salvaged by any other of the MX-5 category. I think. But going by what you said earlier, spot on. I don't see that one changing unless safety car, they're just like, stick a few cars back on the lead lap, let's go.
Well, I don't think that they'll 2020 it, but what I think they could do is if the teams behind really wanted to get wild with it, it does only cost $20 to give a step aside, and if the driver isn't close enough for that, I believe the step aside gets converted into a 30-second stop go. So if you really wanted to, you could throw a few of those in. If a couple of drivers wanted to get together, it will be great.
I mean, look, there's a few bits of strategy to be thrown out there as Race Control had a swift moment there to try and remove a lot of penalties. You can see a few of the LMP3s coming into the pit lane. That makes sense because with about 45 minutes left to go, expectation is the LMP3s can go to the end from this point.
They should be able to. I would think that... See, MX-5s are the ones that you never really run super long races like this except for certain special events. So I never really know the fuel load of an MX-5. I would think that if everyone pits, they'll all make it to the end. Maybe I'm wrong with that. That seems to make sense, though, to me, knowing what I know about the fuel loads and the fuel capacity of those cars and the fuel usage each lap. I would think that if everyone pits now, they'll be able to make it all the way to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the most fuel restricted category is that of our lead category. Very, very quickly had in game we're going green, and then very quickly we're not going green. So they've added a couple of laps onto the caution. So it's 3 laps till we go green. So it'll be 2 at the line. No MX-5s in reverse yet. It's very disappointing.
They may save that until we are green, but MX-5's getting a wave around there. It looks like some of them are starting to go through, and it's kind of funny to me because the MX-5s in terms of race pace are almost running similar to just the safety car pacing around. Like, they're not that much faster than the pace rate here at the safety car has, and it's so funny to me. I said it earlier whenever we had all of those MX-5s at the lead and then LMP3s behind. I didn't even think the MX-5s saw the green flag come out because of how slow they were on the line compared to GT4s and LMP3s.
It is quite funny. I mean, there's been a few times in real life where you've seen the safety car come out and a few drivers are sat behind. I think it was Super Formula, and they were behind the safety car. And the safety car, it was around Sugo. The safety car driver was absolutely ragging it, like full on, full send. Not a lot of the drivers were like, "Whoa, this guy's pretty quick." I don't know, there's something so funny about that. Again, the safety cars, typically speaking, they're pretty quick. That's not what you want to see on the safety car, though, because that car does have contact on. Please don't reverse onto the racing line.
Oh, I hope he didn't reverse onto the racing line, but I do also see, looks like Maradnus M Squad have earned themselves a meatball. So something's happened with Maradnus. I don't know what's happened with them, but their LMP3 entry has had some sort of a big moment.
Yeah, not sure on that one. The thing is, I think when they close back up again, there might be the chance of the odd bit of issue. This is how Finn McCall went for a spin. Cold tyres, overcorrects it, right at the top of the hill. Can tell you, we've all done that.
Yeah, cold tires are such a pain. It is the bane of my existence. Honestly, outlaps are my least favorite thing, and the lap after pacing around under safety car. Oh!
There we go. That's what happened to the Maradnus car. Told you, they all bunch up. It can be a little bit dicey. To your point, by the way, this is why I don't dislike it, but I don't necessarily enjoy standing starts as much in iRacing as I have done elsewhere to races. Nothing before anyone jumps on the bandwagon being like, "Oh, are you starting to bash out?" No. It's because it's a pure standing start, and I've always said it would get tedious if you're wanting to do F4 races all the way through a day. It would get tedious having to do an outlap or a formation lap every single time. So that's why it doesn't exist, and I am all for it because I also would get bored of it because it would be very tedious. However, in my head, sometimes that formation, especially when you're doing league racing and stuff, that formation lap makes an unreal difference because that's where you get yourself psyched up. That's where you get yourself ready. That's where you get your tyres into the window. That's where you get your mindset all ready. So doing a full out lap, obviously you can only do that on rolling starts on iRacing, but having that for a standing start would be pretty helpful, at least for my mentality if I'm doing league racing. But that's me. I'm weak.
I think you're right. I honestly think that having that outlap into a standing start would make sense. I I have been playing a lot of Le Mans Ultimate in my free time lately, and one of the things I do like about Le Mans Ultimate is that it does the full formation into you setting up double file and then into the start. It gives you that full around from sitting stationary beside each other. It gives you that, sort of setup, or you can choose the short outlap and run that through as well. So I kind of like it, how that's set up. It's pretty nice. I would like to see something like that implemented in iRacing in the future. But, you never know. iRacing is always working on really fun, exciting things behind the scenes. I always hear the joke that iRacing is going to make the safety car for April Fool's Day have collision one day.
Which I would love. One of my favorite memories, the safety car. I was doing an Xfinity race around Dover, which I feel most people, I like Dover. A lot of people don't, but I rate Dover. And the safety car came out to pick us all up. I was leading because I didn't stop. The safety car comes out, flies up towards turn 3 and 4, and just bombs it straight into the wall. I actually have a video of it somewhere, and I don't know where it is, but one day I'll find it and I'll post it again. It was like 7 years ago, and it's so funny. Either way, 40 minutes left to go. Safety car will be back in fairly soon. Got a lot of wave rounds to deal with, so race control's trying to get ahead of that. Will say, just to remind you, if you are getting worried that we've not dragged in the iRacing team just yet, we're holding fire till we're back racing, I feel, because I do want to have the singing, because I've got a little bit of carpool karaoke to deal with. I'm looking forward to them jumping whilst driving around and then hearing Don't Stop Believing. That's what I want. So we're giving them a chance to go back racing again. We'll let it settle down for a lap or so, settling down in big air quotes, and then we'll drag them in, and then we'll have the sing-along. So if you are worried that we've not done it yet, that's why.
And let's be honest, if Lewis wants to wait until it's green, that's what we're going to do, because it makes it more fun, too. I think it makes it a lot more fun to see it happen under green. Maybe that's just me, but it is fun to hear the stress in the voice as we try to settle things through. And wow, look at the cars all passing the safety car here as we try to get everyone sorted back in order and get ready for the green flag run here. When we come through, it should be about 35 minutes to the end of this amazing event as it goes. We're almost at $26,000 raised. The goal, I think the ultimate goal on the day was $30,000, and we're really not that far off, all things considered.
Yeah, indeed. Again, the very, very generous contributions from all of you sat at home and all of the teams driving around, everyone watching various people's streams and stuff around the world of sim racing. Thank you to everyone. If you are listening in and you're kind of paying attention to someone's community stream or whatever, jump over to them, pass on our thanks as well, because this event is nothing about everyone taking part and without everyone watching and being so generous as well with their contributions. Obviously, still got 40 minutes left to go, and the chance of passing 30k, it's not a million miles away. We can absolutely do it in the final 37 and a half minutes. And again, we've got plenty of singing left to go in that time. Still hoping to drag Arjuna in here and have a little sing along. He owes us a little bit of Rick Astley, as I've been informed.
He does. I don't know where Arjuna is, but yeah, he'll owe us either now or I will be expecting a video in my DMs at some point. So we'll see what Arjuna decides to do. But it is fun to be here with you, Lewis. I'm not going to lie. It's fun to be here and be involved in this race, be involved in this event. I said it earlier when I first jumped in the booth. I love being involved in any sort of a charity event that's set up for a good cause, especially if it's commentary, not just because you get the fun, relaxed environment of that, where you can do crazy things like wear your helmet, or, if you're the one behind the broadcast, you can kind of be a little goofy here and there with certain decisions you make on the graphics, like I did last year on a charity stream. But it's all for a good cause. It's all fun. So it is awesome to be here with you, Lewis, and it's great to, again, see this event come together.
Yeah, indeed. Like we say, it's a fantastic event for a fantastic cause, and hopefully we'll have a fantastic conclusion. You can see 1/10 of a second separating the top two because everyone's getting close together again and getting back ready to go racing, as I think it's 1 lap to go from now. 2 laps to go. 2 laps. We've just got the update from Race Control. It's 2 laps until we go green from this point. Sun setting here, Road Atlanta as well. So like I say, I think we're in for a solid one. We've said the MX-5s, that's pretty much set and sorted. We don't have to worry about that. GT4s still leaning towards Brabham. However, their lead won't be as much because Boosted Media, obviously they've been given a wave round, so they're actually just sat behind a little train. There's a couple of LMP3s in there, an MX-5 and then a GT4. They will be closing their way back up in the next couple of laps up to the rear end of this. Obviously they'd have a lot of cars to work their way through, but theoretically their chance of winning isn't that high. Oh, isn't that low rather. And one intervention of a potential donation to send them back down into pit lane for Aidan Millwood and the 66 team could cost Brabham the victory here. So we'll have to wait and see. Confirmation for Race Control, it'll be green this time by. That's why the lights are out on the safety car.
Yeah, and looking at the LMP3 category, the top 5 are all bunched together with each other. So we should see a 5-car battle for the lead as soon as that safety car pulls in and green flag is thrown. And that will be a big moment there because if you had asked me a few minutes ago, PWR Motorsports was in a great place. Solpec Precision Racing LMP3 was in a great place, but now we've introduced Nerdy Core, Maradness, Eclipse Racing, Esports, Lunar are all in as well. So you've got 5 LMP3s that could all be fighting each other, but I've said this time and time again, and I'll continue to say it. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. So if any of those cars end up in a traffic situation and the traffic, missets things for some reason, it's game over.
Certainly is. Solpec Precision do have a few cars to work their way through before they get to Eclipse. One of those being their own teammates in the MX-5 race lead. Emil Bernstoff behind the wheel. We're about ready to get back racing, though. And like you say, it's going to be a tough run to the checkered flag. We've got a GT4 that will lead us back to the green. That would, of course, being the Orange Army Racing with JRC behind the wheel. Jack Ashton at the moment piloting that car. And, I mean, you passed on a couple of donations and stuff for that team and a couple of struggles forward. And they're going to slow down this entire train as much as they possibly can. They are not in the lead of the race, don't worry. Nor is the Project 91 by Race Data car involved in that bout. Already, we've got drama as the 10's been spun round the Grid Sim Racing car. But we go back green flag racing one final time here at Road Atlanta, and the Drive for Wishes 2025 is back underway. You can see some big separation of those groups behind. Is it going to be moved down towards turn 1? No, not in this grouping, but from all of that behind, Maradness sends one down the inside. Danny Morad with a big move to the inside to go from third to first in one corner, and the yellow flag's been called again.
Daniel Morad not messing around at all there to get that pass through, and yellow flag. Oh, that's a big hit there in the background. That was Hyperion Racing 2 that just went around through. We continue on with green at the moment here. We continue that battle. And that is going to be PWR Motorsports 08 battling through. Still plenty of battles around, but Daniel Morad has set the pace off as fast as he can there in the lead. He's already opened up a second gap, and he's going to continue to push and see what else he can do just to build the comfort level to the end.
Yeah, I did see the yellow flag came out briefly and then it was rescinded. So I think no worries on that one. It is what it is. I did see Danny Morad basically come into a stop there. But we do have the Maradness car back towards the front. Although, as I'm saying that, I think Danny Morad has just disconnected as we see a big slide coming down the hill as well. My goodness me, it's not over yet when it comes to drama.
It is not over until someone says it's over, and to be frank, right now, nobody has said it's over. I can't tell you what's happened with Morad, so Unfortunate to see, though, if that is a disconnect through, but it opens up the battle for the race lead out of nowhere. 2 seconds for PWR Motorsports in the lead, but Nerdycore XP, Solpec, and Eclipse are all battling here as much as possible. So we'll see what happens here in the moment through the end. Oh, and that's the spin. No, Nerdycore and Solpec go around.
Yeah, this is always going to be the way. It's just a little bit dramatic there, and like I say, as we head into the final half an hour, it is really kicking off. Danny Morad streaming, you're just about to point this out. Yeah, like I say, I think he has been officially disconnected now, and you said his stream's gone down, so I think that might be an internet issue. Imagine that, taking the lead and then your internet pops out. Yeesh.
It's the same thing, though, when you look at it. If you think about what could happen in real life, you blow an engine, you break a brake line, lug nut comes off, a wheel goes flat, and you're in the lead. I mean, unfortunately, the internet is one of those things that can happen here in the world of sim racing. You may not be as likely to have, a wheel, a pedal issue, a tire go flat, but you can lose power, you can lose internet. It's one of those things that you can't control in real life, that sometimes racing is just what it is.
Yeah, certainly is. So we've got we need to go and grab the iRacing team. We do still need to get a little bit of karaoke done from the iRacing team, which is the latest thing. And then we've got another bit from the iRacing team to tick off, but we'll deal with the karaoke first. That one's not being left out. So hopefully at some point soon we'll get Fabio Gamma into here and we'll be able to hear his lovely tones, as we'll see. Do we have Fabio Gamma in here now?
We have all of iRacing in here, and it's not the first time they've been here.
It's my name. Hello. Beautiful name.
Lovely. We have a request for you, good sir. It's been brewing for a while, but we need to get back racing to hear it. You got to do us some singing, I am afraid.
Sing? Oh no!
It's "Don't Stop Believing" by Journey.
Already done it.
Request.
I did it.
You got to do it on broadcast, mate. I don't care.
I don't know the lyrics though. Can I just do like the
whoa.
part that everybody knows? The "Don't Stop Believing." That was so good, wasn't it?
Keep going.
What's the next bit?
But I don't know anymore.
Hold on to this feeling. My goodness me,
I don't know it. I don't know the lyrics.
My goodness. I'm also wisely informed that someone has to be interviewed whilst they pretend to be Lewis Hamilton.
Okay, we can do that.
That is also Fabio, yeah.
Hayden, you can interview and I'll be Lewis.
Alex asked for you, mate, in your chat.
Come on, you have to do the interview. You make me questions.
Oh, I have to do the interview?
Yeah.
Okay, so how's your race performance gone so far, Fabio? Or Lewis, as I should say?
The race could have gone better. I know that everybody back in the factory, they gave our best to give us this amazing car. The setup could have been better. We had a good setup during practice, but then in qualifying, I felt like things were not going in the right direction, so I decided to tweak some things. Unfortunately, it didn't work out as intended, but we tried our best. We were caught in traffic. But we got the best result for the team, but we will keep pushing forward, and hopefully next race we will fix everything.
Could you talk to me more about the start of the safety car restart, the last one we just did when you murdered 3 cars, I think it was?
It was a very difficult situation. As you guys know, we have a lot of different cars here because it's a multi-class race. A lot of cars decided to go slow for some reason, even though we had green flags for a couple of seconds already. I tried my best to avoid them, but it was not possible. So I don't think I should be blamed for that. Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you.
Go. We'll let you all go back to your work of trying to get through the next 27 minutes without killing anyone. Thank you. Great singing, by the way. And good luck.
Thank you.
Ouch.
Sorry. That feels pretty good. Brad, I think it's spot on.
That was good. I love that everyone's really leaning into it and like playing into the spirit of things. They're not just, coming in and saying, well, blah, blah. I'm still disappointed that he didn't know the lyrics to "Don't Stop Believing" by Journey. just as you should know Daytona International Speedway, or you should know Road Atlanta, you should know the lyrics to Don't Stop Believing by Journey. If you don't know the lyrics to Don't Stop Believing by Journey, go listen to it on repeat for a couple hours. Come back, thank me. It's a classic.
Exactly. It even comes on every now and then in my place of work, and everyone feels the need to sing along, and it's kind of like, oh, it's so cringy. You're like, that's kind of a vibe though, isn't it? But also, got to mark them down a couple of points as well. No hashtag blessed. Also, no best fans when trying to imitate Lewis Hamilton. I know everyone was saying about the lack of not being British enough, but you've got to chuck in a best fans.
Yeah, absolutely.
Requirement, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you're Lewis, you have the best fans, and all you can say is, you know, as a great driver, I have the best fans, and the fans always support me. So thank you to the fans. Thank you to everyone back at the factory. I mean, couldn't do this without them. Couldn't do this without you. Yeah, thank you all.
Exactly. I mean, to be fair, from now on, he does kind of have the best fans in the Tifosi, but that's
a podcast topic.
Is it now? Do you think that better fans in Formula One than Tifosi? Don't you dare say like Max Verstappen's fan base.
We're not going to do this because this could go on for longer than 25 minutes, and I think the race really deserves it. Also, I don't think we need to get the entire iRacing community chasing us down.
Okay, no, fair enough. That's okay. I'll let you sit in that one for a second. We are $4,100 away from 30 grand. That might not be the case to be hit in 25 minutes. However, did see a little bit from race control and the potential. The light aim might be an extra $1,100 to push us past $27,000. We'll keep our eyes focused on that. Anyone feeling some last-minute generosity, chuck it in now, because it's been a fantastic race, a fantastic course, and already some more penalties being chucked in. The Potato Nation streamers has had a penalty reversed back to them. I believe they were trying to hand it out to, I was going to say Solpec, but I'm not actually sure. They were trying to hand a penalty out to someone though, and it's not gone well.
The fun of the penalties going back and forth around that Uno reverse is probably my favorite little incentive that has been added into this. It's great to see that through. It's also great to watch LMP3s try to battle around. That's the number 42 of Eclipse Racing Esports. That's James Packer, who is driving right now. Another donation just came through. Thank you, P91, for the $20 there. Again, starting to pushed us over 26,000 here as we continue to push towards that goal that we have set. The stretch goals continuing through. The battles are continuing on with 23 minutes. And it's, you know, again, this is all for a great cause. This is all to benefit Make-A-Wish International. Justin Sadowski showing his love for the Drive for Wishes as he hits the brakes and just tries to pull off the best J-turn of the night if he could, and then doesn't actually try the J-turn. So I will forget that one.
Look at the broadcast direction of that, though. As soon as he goes for that spin, zooms straight in on the Drive for Wishes load. That was up there with Tiger Woods and that chip in on, was it 16 at the Masters?
It was, yeah.
10 years back. The ball stops, the Nike logo's just in shot, drops into the hole. Absolute perfection, pure cinema. That was up there with that. Not quite with the same crowd please and cheers, but still. Either way, we did have a bit of a moment there for, I believe, the 08 car, the PWR Motorsports car that was running in, race lead, and now they're running in second position as the Solpec Precision LMP3 looks to try and make it 2 Solpec victories on the day with a lead in the MX5 Cup, and now the lead overall.
Yeah, and as we continue through that lead overall sitting, Solpec also has MX5's lead. So, I mean, just continue to push along. 3.6 seconds in LMP3, so not exactly safe. Still definitely going to be under pressure. And, I think we've talked about MX5 enough now to know that it's comfortable. It's a comfortable lead, but I'm not going to say it's a guaranteed. It's a 60-second lead, or maybe 54 seconds, actually. Let's correct that one. But definitely comfortable in the lead, but still not guaranteed. Nothing's guaranteed until the sun sets here, and the checkered flag is waved by our best friend Barney the Flagman at the end of this event as we continue through here, continuing to watch battles shape up here and go through. We're trying to pull some gaps, trying to get some runs here. Second place of PWR Motorsports 08 is really trying to push, wants to gain that 4 seconds on Soltec Precision in the LMP3 if possible. Traffic, though, is not helping. Again, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. I think this is traffic taketh away territory.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's always the nature. We say it a lot. Obviously, that's more so when it comes to the pro level esports stuff, like the iRacing Daytona 24 Hour a few weeks back, when you're seeing these GTPs navigating GT3s and it's all crazy. The rule still applies, though. LMP3s trying to navigate GT4s and MX5s. They lose a lot of time, and patience is sometimes one of the things that you should be looking for. Alas, not one of the things that's always looked for. As whoa! Oh! Hi, Rizit! What's happened, lads?
Hi, Barbie. That was not where you should be. What has happened to Barbie? Something very unfortunate.
That's... I honestly have no idea. Here we go. Gets spun round. It's going to hit the... Whoa! It went upside down into the barrier. Fabio Gamma after... That's what you get for not knowing enough of Don't Stop Believing.
Yeah, I hate to say that that's what happens when you don't know Journey, but you should know Journey. That's all I got. You really should know Journey at that point. You probably wouldn't be a small town girl living in a lonely world. You could have took the midnight train going anywhere.
That is true. That is true. Poor Fabio Gamma. Let's see the spin from on board. Wow. And that there is where the light problems come in with gravel traps, because they do tend to flip cars. But we're not talking about that. It's fine. By the way, I don't believe in concrete runoffs either. There's a better way. That's fine. We're not going to talk about it. That was one of the fastest crashes I think I've ever seen at Turn 1. And I've commentated on Road Atlanta a lot.
I think that's one of the worst crashes at Turn 1 Road Atlanta. Actually, I'm going to say that's the worst crash at Road Atlanta, period, I've seen in iRacing, and I have commentated a lot of Road Atlanta. So, yeah, that was a weird one.
Yeah, just, again, absolutely sent into the barrier. Do you know what? I'm going to say it now. It's not the last crash we're dealing with today. Is here we go. There's the Maradness car sent round right in front of a trio, or at least duo of GT4s, and that's the Eclipse car from second position that's just been sent around, almost confirming the Solpec victory. Well, we'll see about that one. PWR then back up into second position. Absolute insanity.
Yeah, this is not over at all. Let's get a replay here. This is going to be James Packer coming through, gets with the Maradness car. They tap, and then they both just lose it there on the grass. Nothing they can do. The GT4 secures the life of James Packer there, hits him again, and it's just carnage behind.
Yes, indeed. Crazy. I don't know exactly how many times we've been flipping it around, but Boosted Media and Brabham, by the way, keep chucking some money around, basically bouncing a penalty between each other at the moment. So it's and again, that penalty will make a difference. If Brabham do have to take that penalty, they will lose the race. So they've basically just got to keep paying $10 every time they hang on to the race lead. This is on board with Brewer. And that's where the Eclipse car got a bit of a whack. And unfortunately for Brewer, also a bit of a whack. And into the barrier, into the pit lane has come James Packer as well for Eclipse. And there is your race leader in the LMP3s. 12.7 seconds at the moment. Out front and flying away. If they keep their nose clean, it's surely a slam dunk victory for them.
It should be, yes, I agree. The big key is keep the nose clean, keep your eye on traffic, and for the last 15 minutes, I think really just keeping your head together and keeping focus through to the end, which is easier said than done. The battle of the meme MX-5s come together there, and that wasn't even a gentle one. That was just, I think that was a case of, I think my car looks better than yours. No, my car looks better than yours, with the MX-5s coming together there as we continue to watch battles here in the LMP3 category.
Yep. We'll just say a couple of other issues. The car 39, that is the Racing Without Limits car, has received a delightful penalty courtesy of the Vandalay community team. Maybe even come from Vandalay as well, who knows? But either way, that sent them no positions lost, just a bit of track position lost and a bit of time to return to pit lane. But again, more money being donated, so we'll take it.
Yeah, for sure. It pushes us. Wow, words pushing us closer and closer to that ultimate goal here as we stand 15 minutes, 45 seconds left to go. We continue to watch here the second position Hyperion Racing LMP3 car battle through and around and keep things going as best as possible. And, you know, just kind of watching, thinking about this race as a whole. You got to think we started 8 hours ago on this race, really getting it set up, qualifying, everything underway. So 8 hours ago, all of these drivers, all of these teams set up here, Lewis, and you know they just had a goal to get to the end, have some fun. And I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of fun has been had. A lot of cars have been totally lost. A lot of quick repairs have been taken. A lot of fuel, a lot of tires. But I think overall, this event has been a smashing success, and I can't wait to see it again.
Exactly. Again, always look forwards to races for charity. Obviously, we do have a few now in sim racing across the. Again, I remember back in Mad sim racing again 10, 12 years ago. Sure, there was the odd race for charity, but they were few and far between. Now we get quite a few over the year. All of them raise very good amounts of money, courtesy of the generous contributors, be it either through viewers, through drivers, through teams, through sponsors, organisers. Obviously, some of the prizes that we've had up for offer, some of the things that are obviously auctioned off, etc. There's a lot of things up for grabs, which is kind of helping that, and we couldn't do these events without the tireless efforts of those behind the scenes and the generosity of those watching. And again, there's quite a few of these in sim race now, and I'm all for it. It's great, especially when they're all putting money into great causes.
Yeah, it really does, and I absolutely love it. I'm not gonna lie, I love seeing, you know, everything go through for a great cause. Everyone's here having fun. Again, we've said this multiple times, but if you showed up and, you know, you got super upset at some point, you got, you know, super mad about something, this probably isn't the race for you. As we watch through, we go push for the end and, you know, make that big, strong run to the end here. The auction items are up and going. I even thought about bidding on some of those myself because there was some amazing things on there that I was looking at. So, you know, definitely, if you haven't checked that out, last few minutes are in. Get your auction, your bids in. Take a look at everything that you can, because who knows what is up there? Who knows? You know, you could be the one to win it.
Exactly. Like you say, there's wheels, pedals, VIP subscription for iRacing. That will get you a fair amount of content. As there is a bit of a spin as well, unfortunately, for the PWR Motorsport 08 kart, third position in LMP3, going for a spin, coming out of turn 7, going out onto the back stretch, allowing the Hyperion car to check out. They just moved up in the second position. And the 44 now runs away with second position as we look a little bit further down. The Maradness M Squad car. No, never mind. That's not what we were looking at here. I was seeing a very close call over for the Maradness M Squad car. It's one of the Cornish lawnmower cars. This is for 11th position as they try and get their way past the grid up car. Also joined in the fight by a car a little bit down. That is Matt York, trying to get himself involved in this fight, but a few laps behind this group and might well pick off the duo. Lovely stuff.
It's amazing to watch them go through and watch this battle continue. I've been enjoying this racing since the beginning. As I said, I tuned in very early on to watch because I knew this was going to be a great show, and everyone's continued it. Just absolute battles up and down, and well, a lot of lawn mowing has happened. A lot of cars have decided to cut grass and mow through. That's Matt York with York Sports Racing, who took things through. That's an LMP3 in the background and a GT4 running off the track there as they need to. That's a Cornish lawnmower, actually, that is going through. And yes, Cornish Lawnmower Racing, mowing some grass there, taking true to the team name. I love it. 11 minutes, 20 seconds left to go here.
Yeah, indeed. Did say about Matt York earlier, if you weren't joining, obviously been well versed in the world of sim racing for a fair while, not just as a driver, but as a his day job is working as a game developer. And he says in his little thing that he sent to us, worked on a few games like Project Cars 2 and 3, a couple of other bits as well, and has a bit more work as well coming up, but that's yet to be announced. So can give us a little tease for the future of sim racing, I'm sure. A lot of great titles out there in the world of sim racing. Obviously, here at iRacing, got World of Outlaws as well, recently having a lot of positive chat around it. Obviously developed basically by the team behind iRacing. So it's fantastic stuff, Dirt Model, and I kind of like that stuff. It's all crazy, it's all hard work though. It's being British. I'm no good at that. I'm no good at ovals generally, mate.
Really?
No, it's the hill I'll die on, which I don't need to with Americans. We all understand this, but a lot of people in Europe, as is it kind of expected, there is the stigma around oval racing, which is it's not that difficult. And I maintain oval racing is far harder than anyone gives it credit for, and will teach you a lot about racing that you don't really know. For one, very rarely in oval racing are you not around someone else. So if you're F1, something like that, you're doing an F1 like sim racing thing, you'll be at the front of the field or whatever, and you'll check out in the distance and you won't see anyone for an hour and a half. That doesn't happen in oval racing. So I think oval racing is great. I love it. I've watched NASCAR since 2014. Love myself some IndyCar. I'm all for it.
Well, and the big thing with oval racing is, as we watch Aiden Pole here with Pole Sim Racing Red battling it out, this is a big old mix of MX-5s that are going together. I think the big thing with oval racing, in my opinion, is that, people think it's just keep your foot flat on the throttle and turn left. Baby show. That was, I don't know what LMP3 that was, but that was all three of those MX-5s. I want to say that was two MX-5s spinning together, and then the third one checking up and the LMP3 sending it through. That was a interesting moment there to see. And, well, there's the front end of an LMP3 for company.
Yeah, it was Project 91 was the LMP3 trying to work their way through, who have been paying $10 here, there and everywhere to try and not get the penalty, I believe. And, well, they have that to deal with, which sends them straight out into the barrier and into the Hyperion car that was running in second position. The MX-5's involved in that. You were saying about the Pole Sim Racing team, Aiden Pole behind the wheel. You had the Wishing for Speed car and the Racing for James car as well. There is Hyperion with a lot of damage, going through the final complex corners, now back into pit lane to rescind second position, back to PWR Motorsport. Bit of a sad end for the race, because we've only got 8 minutes left to go. Oh, they also got stuck on their own wheel in a gravel trap as well. That is triple F.
Yeah, that is not at all what you want to see. It's unfortunate to see it, but, you'll have moments there as it goes through. We continue along, 7 minutes, 50 seconds left to go. Some cars pitting in and getting things together. This is Kyle Femister. That's another big shoulder check that just happened. That was all in that same moment of those three MX-5s, and, well, that's two LMP3s that are just not having a good time there.
Yeah, I think probably we're sat there thinking we've basically cleared everyone, and think again. They most certainly did not. Solpec then out front by 26 seconds. It was a very close gap until not very long ago. Started in 23rd position in the LMP3 category, that being just basically two off the back of the LMP3 category have risen their way through to lead the race in the dying moment. 7 minutes left to go. It's been a fantastic drive from the team. Saw some great moments from Ryan O'Connor earlier on, Michael Diaz, and of course Boris Angel Ovando, who I do remember seeing a few dramas from, and not a positive way. And of course, Oleg Lovkov behind the wheel at the moment. Does seem as though it's going to be a comfortable bringing it home. Weaving onto the grass, why not? I think he knows he's on camera, mate.
He absolutely knows he's on camera, which if you know you're on camera, you're going to show off a little bit more here and there. That's the nature of sim racing. That's the nature of the drivers. They're going to do what they do. 27-second lead is absolutely gorgeous. 6.5 minutes left to go. That's going to be about 5 laps to go, honestly. And if you're in this position right now with a 27-second lead, you know you've got 5-ish laps to run here. Lewis, I gotta ask, what's gonna be your plan with this? Are you just gonna kind of pace it through and be comfortable? Or are you gonna be pushing and running? What would you do as a driver in this situation?
Avoid drama. Whoa! That was really close. That's what I'd be doing. Wow, that was seriously close. I think that might have been the Project 91 car as well. They got seriously close with. This might be like a more unpopular one, but I think the worst thing to do is change what you're doing. Don't think about it. Just keep doing what you've been doing. It might end in tears. Maybe it will. But by trying to slow down and avoid it and control destiny and blah, 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 you're more likely to get involved in something silly. Maybe if Oleg Lovkov wasn't doing what he was doing, wasn't sitting in the rhythm, maybe he would have been collected there by that orange and black LMP3 that so closely wrecked them from the race.
Really, I think the big goal for Solpec Precision Racing here, if you're talking to your driver, Oleg, you know, if you're a teammate, you're telling Oleg, eyes up, heads up, hit your marks, do what you're doing, avoid accidents. You said it perfectly. Just do what you're doing, change nothing. Get that car to the end here. 5 minutes to go, 30-second lead. It is yours to give away right now, and you don't want to do that. I'd say the same thing for Solpec for the MX-5s too, even though they have a minute lead. Heads up, keep yourself together.
I will say things that aren't so comfortable in this race is that race lead for the GT4s though. That's one where you've got to do a bit more than just what you've normally been doing. That's how close Oleg Lovkov was to losing this race. The reason why I say about the Brabham car is guess who's just received a penalty? Yes, indeed, they've been passed one on from race control from the Technically Sim Racing team. And I said before, if they want to win this race, they are going to have to spend some dollar bills. $10 to have that one sent straight back. Oh my goodness, that is a big one.
That is another car upside down. I want to say that's easily the 10th car that's been upside down in this event, but again, this is all fun. This is all for fun. This is nothing crazy. It's just, it's fun. It's exciting. It's keeping things going. I mean, nothing can take away from this for me. Nothing can take away from this event.
No, indeed not. That $10 from Anonymous, I do wonder if that might be the request from the 66 Brabham card to be like, send that one back. Aidan Pohl was doing a reverse down the backstretch, which is when that incident happened. That was fun and terrifying indeed. There's your race leaders, 26 seconds clear. And like I say, I do wonder, I do have fears for the GT4 leader. No word from race control as to whether that penalty's been sent back. From where we are in the race though, and the lap times that we're currently running, the Solpec car should have 2 laps left to go at the line. Might be 3. They're running about 1 minute 15, 1 minute 16 second lap times, depending on traffic. So 2 minutes 30 at the line, and we're done in 2 laps.
Yep. This is the end as it sits, so we'll see if there's any last second penalties to be handed out from race control, and we'll see what happens here as we get towards the end, what they can give and bring through here around Road Atlanta as we continue around. We're right there at the end. You can taste it, you can smell it. I'm still with you though. GT4 is not secure at all between Brabham and Boosted Media. Nothing is secure there for them. I want to say for Brabham, they can probably breathe easier, but really not, as we just continue along and keep things going. And actually, there is a black flag for Boosted Media there, so it looks like they might be game over, honestly, where they stand there doing a drive-through.
Yeah, and so what had happened was they were the ones, obviously, that penalised the Aidan Millwood, the 66 that currently leads the GT4 category, that Brabham Motorsport car. But then we got $10 pushed through, which was expected, and then it was obviously sent straight back. The iRacing squad, by the way, have been disqualified from the race. I believe there's the whiff of intentional wreck that may well have happened.
I hope not. I would hope that that's not what happened through there. It's unfortunate if it did. So we'll see what happens there, as iRacing has been disqualified. It's unfortunate to see. I know Briarton Motorsports was out several laps ago as well. I don't know what happened with them either. I believe they might have been a disconnect early on, or something happened with them maybe serving a reverse. We're just a minute left to go here, Lewis. It's been an amazing 8 hours, and we're about to cross that $27,000 mark.
Yeah, which, again, thank you so much. That was the little goal that we were kind of having in our hearts and heads, that maybe we were going to be seeing ourselves hit the mark of 27,000. Obviously, ideally, we'd hit 30k, and I think post-race, the auctions and such of that, probably going to head towards that mark. But to get 27 mid-race, I'd be pretty happy with that. Again, it's been a very positive day for the world of sim racing. The time is ticking down. We've only got 20 seconds left to go, and there's only a handful of corners for the Solpec Precision team to do before they come across the line and take victory here in the 2025 Drive for Wishes. It's been a fantastic event from start to finish. Nearly $30,000 raised. We've just passed 27k out through the final corner. With seconds to spare, we cross the line, and Oleg Lovkov will cross it to start the final lap. I did wonder if we were going to be close. It was very tight at the line. We've got one more to do. That, by the way, 8 hours, 0.5 on the dot. So technically, we're in overtime.
That was absolutely insane to see go through. I really thought we were done there. I saw the white flag waving. I thought it was going to be a transition to the checkered flag as Oleg crossed the line, but no, he gets one more celebration lap to bring it around. And again, 24 seconds lead. He could breathe easy here and just bring it safe, but he's not going to do that. He's going to absolutely send this car to the end and get it home here while he can. Don't change anything you're doing. If you don't need to, we continue to bring it around, and it's been an amazing event from everyone. It's been a crazy event to watch top to bottom. It's going to be awesome to watch him go through, and big congratulations will go to him, Brabham Motorsports, and Solpec Precision MX5. Solpec bringing home 2 classes here today, which is huge.
Yeah, indeed, doing the double on what has been a fantastic day for the world of sim racing, and of course for charity, all for a great cause. Now we're going to see the Solpec Precision car come across the line a little bit later maybe than we were expecting, but Oleg Lovkov brings the car to the line to take victory here in the Drive for Wishes 2025 alongside Michael Diaz, alongside Ryan O'Connor as well. A superb drive from the team. Of course, Boris Angel Lavando behind the wheel at various points throughout this race. Superb driving, as we'll now have a little wait for the Brabham Motorsport car to come across the line. The Solpec MX5 will be behind that. They're going into turn 7 now, but here comes Brabham.
Yeah, Brabham bringing it across the line there. Has to be very happy. That penalty, those Uno reverses, really helping out there in the end to get things through. Boosted Media gave everything that team could to try to get in. They were within 10 seconds, and then one final drive-through sealed their fate there. Quad Dash Racing, too, and Orange Army, PWR Motorsport. I want to give a shout-out to them as well. All of them finishing in the top 5, but they were absolutely leading at some points. They were pushing at some points. I mean, they were giving it pressure, but in the end, after that final restart, I mean, they just sent it through. And here's the Solpec Precision MX5.
Yeah, indeed. Emil Bernstorff behind the wheel. They were probably the favourites to sing. That's why I think they to take victory. That's why they received a few donations to make them sing before the race had even started. But Emil Bernstorff will cross the line. Dario Frattini, Rob Clark behind the wheel also throughout the race. And a bit of a shout out to them because it's an unofficial award. But at least as far as I've seen, Rob Clark behind the wheel of this car will win the unofficial Lewis and Arjuna J Turn of the Day award, which was sick, by the way. But still, that's it. Race over. And what a fantastic one it was. I mean, look, we've had a great run, and like I say, we'll have to wait 12 months to do this all over again. But still, money keeps coming in. $28,700. Dollars. I know what I mean.
$28,729 in cars doing donuts in the hill. I love this. Solpec celebrating MX5 and LMP3 together going through. Money is still coming in too. $28,729. It continues to climb. By the time we sign this broadcast off, we might hit the $30,000 mark on its own. I mean, it's been an amazing thing. Look at that. There's a GT4 going backwards, flashing its lights. I think everyone's just happy that the event came through and ended, and well, everyone's going to celebrate with some donuts going through. I mean, amazing event. Amazing.
Only disappointment is there's no Rick Astley from Arjuna. We need that on social media. Stat, thank you very much. Let's take a look then at the results from the race. Oleg Lovkov was able to bring the Solpec Precision Racing LMP3 to the line with PWR and Eclipse rounding out the podium in the LMP3 category. 3 cars a lap down, being the Hyperion, the second of their cars. Then, of course, the Mirandas M Squad and Nerdy Core XP. The first of the Cornish Lawnmower Racing teams as well. They're in 7th position, all on the same lap as Project 91 and Maximum Effort. The second of the Mirandas M Sport cars, that was the one with Danny Morad behind the wheel, finished inside the top 10. Then we've got the Cornish Lawnmower, Grid Up Sim Racing, Vermilion, Eclipse, then the York Sports Car, Potato Nation, Spuds, and of course the iRacing squad got DQ'd there late on in the race. Pit Stop Party Animals, Racing Without Limits, Straight Line Racing for Wishes, and I believe a couple of final LMP3s on the final page. I think pretty much everyone was able to get to the end of the race, obviously with the slew of fast repairs which they were able to use unlimited throughout the race, of course. Lee Watson and then the Brighton Motorsport team Hyperion. Unfortunately, they had a few dramas late on, and HK ending out there. Into the GT4 class, and the victory there for Brabham Motorsport in a 3-driver effort. Aidan Millward bringing that one to the line. Boosted Media tried to steal it from them with a few penalties being dished out late in the race, but it was Uno reverse back them and they finished 28 seconds down. Quad Dash there in 3rd position with the PWR Motorsport. Orange Army Racing with JARC, Project 91 Racing team, and then under the radar Vandalay Community Racing, and then the Schadenfreude Fonica with Team 922 team racing inside the top 10. JR3, of course, the legendary Oreo car, finishing in 11th position with 13.22, and Bum Racing finishing at the rear of the field after starting from the rear of the field. Into the final category then, and it's the MX5s, of course, the Solpec Precision car. Emil Bernstorff behind the wheel as they cross the line to take victory in our final category by a lap over the Potato Nation Streamers team. Itasca Point, of course, they're in 3rd position onto the podium with the Wishing for Speed, probably my favourite livery of the day, in 4th. The Pole Sim Racing Red and Racing for James. Giza 3D, love that name, with Keith Says Yes Motorsports, Aerospeed, Globe Oil 6-man team, ironically, as we've said before, we believe a 3-man team, and then Team Heaped Together. That feels sometimes like how things are on the comedy booth. That would be an ideal name for us. Team Heaped Together. We do feel that way sometimes. What an event it's been, though, Brad. I mean, sum it up. Obviously, you commentated on the last 4 hours, courtesy of Arjuna not being here, but a great event for a great cause, and an amazing amount of money made for charity.
Yeah, it's amazing to see we hit over $29,000 at the checkered flag. $29,029.63 right at the checkered flag. I know we all had numbers. We all had, the aspiration of where we wanted to get. We had the stretch goals that continued as we went, and we've surpassed all the goals that we set. through that was absolutely amazing to see. I've enjoyed this so much. Again, all for the benefit of Make-A-Wish, all for the benefit of 585,000 children since 1990 that have had a wish granted, since 1980 that have had a wish granted, and the thousands and thousands of children that this will help to continue to bring a wish to.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, it's been, again, an amazing race for an amazing cause. Like I say at the bottom there, $29,109. Hopefully we'll be catching up with our race winners from each of the categories. Probably could start with the LMP3 winners, of course, Ryan O'Connor, Oleg Lovkov, Boris Angel Avando, or Michael Diaz. Any of those four, if they want to jump into our little green room, we'll have a little chat with them and see exactly how things ended for them, and then we'll catch up with our other winners. We should have Oleg Lovkov behind the wheel in the commentary box. I know what I meant. Have you got a copy?
I have a what?
A copy. Can you hear me?
I can copy 10-4. I can now, yes.
Perfect. Right. Victory then. 26 seconds clear. Had to work through it from basically the rear end of the LMP3 category as well. What a fantastic day of racing and an awful lot of fun as well. What do you make of that one?
Oh my God, what a topsy-turvy race. Absolutely up and down. We've been 3 laps down. We've been 4 laps down. We've been leading. We've been 3 laps down again. We've been leading again. Then a lap down, then leading. It's been all over the place. But the entire community just kept everyone going, I think, tonight. It was an amazing event.
So, you know, we've seen a lot, especially here in RaceBot, here on iRacing. We see a lot of these high-level esports races. This is something very different and something a lot more fun. Looks a lot more enjoyable out there on the track. Looks a lot crazier out there on the track. What's the perspective as a driver when it is just complete insanity?
It's controlled chaos in a way, because you still have to go where the road goes most of the time. Other than that, it was just 8 hours of fun, I think. A bit of frustration, but mostly 99% was just fun.
Well, Oleg, it's been a long day. It's been a great day. 8 hours of racing. You have come across the line as the victor. We'll let you go and celebrate with the team. Fantastic effort. Pass on our congratulations.
Thank you. Will do. Yeah, we did really well. I'll say hi to everyone. Thank you, guys.
Perfect. Thank you. There is the Solpec Precision LMP3 winning our overall category. Now we've got someone who I never thought I would talk to as a winner. It's Aidan Millward. Hello.
That's a backhanded compliment and a half, isn't it?
Thanks, Aidan. It's been a while since we had a little a proper chat. Obviously, we had an excellent singing rendition from you earlier on in the day, but you come across the line as the winner. You had to chuck a bit of money out though for that one to send the penalties back to Boosted Media quite a lot. What was that like?
Well, we were thinking that this is being manipulated, pay to win and all that stuff, but it's all for a good cause. And when we had that one come through right at the end, it was just like, well, we're sending that back, Uno reverse style, so that they had to take the penalty instead, and just managed to keep the car on the track because it was understeering like a canal boat towards the end. So just managed to keep it going and came across the line to win. But the charity and the total and the kids that all the money's going to, they're the real winners, as cliche as that sounds. But with $29,109.63 raised, smashes the previous amount. So it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's all going to go to a really good cause, and winning is secondary to that.
We have had goals smashed on the broadcast again, like you say, nearly getting up to $30,000. Maybe a little bit. The window's still open. We'll have to wait and see. You also had a little bit of some goals to navigate. Obviously, assisting with the $29,000 there. Senator, what was the forfeit that you had? You had one in mind.
I have to turn my moon-sized head into a cue ball.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to say not done that yet though, no.
No, I haven't done it yet. No, that's a job for future me. I didn't say when I was going to shave it.
That is true. Aidan Millward, I'm sure on social media. I'm that video now. Keep my eye wide open. Aidan, thank you so much. And yeah, again, great race. Pass it on to the team.
Yeah, I will do. Thank you. It's good to speak to you again.
Lovely. Ada Millward then, victory in the GT4 category, courtesy of Brad Motorsport. Brad, such a lot of fun to hear from the drivers, to hear the positivity as well after such a good event. Not, sure we've caught up with the winners, but I'm sure everyone's had a good time out there.
Yeah, I think Aiden said it best. The real winner of all of this is the kids. I mean, I don't think there's a better way you could have phrased that. We all knew coming in that this was for a great cause. Everyone raced like it was for a great cause. Yes, there was action and chaos and all of the fun things that make things exciting. But at the end of the day, we all knew what was going on. Big shout out to Make-A-Wish International for getting this set up, getting this going. Shout out to every driver that showed up and promoted it, and big shout out to everyone that's watched.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you to everyone that has kept with us throughout the entirety of the running of this race. It's been 8 hours. The auction, by the way, please do not forget, the auction is still going. Obviously, a few things up for auction. You got pedals in there. You can see you got the rig there as well, courtesy of some of our partners. So ASR rig. You got SimLab pedals. You got a wheel as well that is winnable, and then the one that I was having my little eyes on, of course, a big one, the iRacing VIP membership. So basically having everything for a year. I mean, look, a lot of fantastic stuff, and that is open until, I'm wisely informed by you, Brad, until 2 a.m. Eastern. That is plenty of time to get your bids in. Thank you so much for the donations that have brought us all the way up to this point. $29,229. Still, I'm sure plenty more to come. We're definitely going to pass that 30 grand. For myself, Lewis McGlade, from Brad Dalton, who's taken us through the final 4 hours of the race. Cheers, Brad, for stepping in for Arjuna. And of course, the entire commentary team and Hugo Luis, who's been bringing us the broadcast. For all of you watching at home, thank you so much for joining us. For all the teams that have taken part and everyone behind the scenes, a big thank you from us here at Race Spot. We'll see you in 2026 when we do this all over again.